Hey, Forrest here. Nothing like getting paid. And with ICCU's mobile app, I can deposit checks or accept Zelle payments so the money hits my account fast. I just wish there was an app for mowing the rest of these lawns.
What? Dude. Fish on.
We don't need gimmicks like giant checks and mascots to promote this year's football contest because we're giving away even more money than we did last year.
$16 million in guaranteed prizes to be exact. There's 2 ways to win and no rake.
Players in Circa Millions make 5 picks against the spread each week with quarterly and full season payouts.
Circa Survivor entries select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all. Visit circasports.com for details.
When I want Boise State to win, I trust Coach Rice to lead the Broncos to victory.
And when I want the best painting and garage floor coating, I trust rowpaint.com to get that job done right.
This is Bronco Nation News Live. The best interviews, the most informed opinions, the latest breaking news, all from the top Boise State insiders. Today's broadcast is coming from the Cutwater Spirits Canned Cocktail Studios. Check out one of their more than 30 flavors of pre-mixed premium cocktails at your local gas station or grocery store. Cutwater Canned Cocktails is perfect for your next game day tailgate party. Now, here's 4-time NSMA Idaho Sports Writer of the Year, BJ Rains, with another edition of Bronco Nation News Live.
Day 2 from Circa Resort and Casino here in Las Vegas. Fremont Street already buzzing outside, and the third floor conference rooms already buzzing. Things getting underway here inside at Circa Resort and Casino. Some of the coaches making their rounds. This is the big day. We had the players yesterday, but you get the coaches today. Spencer Danielson, he's going to join us live coming up at noon Mountain Time. We got Jeramiah Dickey coming up as well at 12:30. Ashton Jeanty, BNN, KTIK, got to sit down with Ashton Genty last night. We're going to hear that interview coming up in a little bit as well. Some interesting stuff on his goals and his thoughts. So everybody playing for that trophy, and all 12 Mountain West head coaches here in attendance today for day 2. And we bring you live here to our seating here at Media Days for Bronco Nation News. BJ Rains, Mike Sanford with you. Day 2 of our coverage here, Mike. And we had some fun yesterday talking to the players, getting to know them a little bit. But the coaches take center stage today. Should be fun.
Should be a lot of fun. I'm excited to catch up with some of these kids, these coaches that I've gotten to know over the years. Different places, different stops. Some have worked with my dad. Some have worked with me. And just to hear what they have, the expectations going into their seasons. It's going to be really interesting to hear it.
As always, we should be good on the audio today, but if you hear any issues or we're on mute or something, let us know. We'll get that figured out, but I think we're good. And yesterday, as I said, day 1, the players, it was a lot of fun, but all 12 head coaches are going to join us live here on Bronco Nation News. We'll start with Jeff Tedford here in about 15 minutes. But again, the coaches, you got more national media here today. I mean, yesterday seemed like the warm-up day. You kind of walk around today, a little more buzz in the building.
Yeah, there sure is. Although I did enjoy the heck out of yesterday.
Tell us about the Pac-2 thing, too, by the way.
So I went over with Nate Kreckman of Altitude Sports Radio over to the title of the event was it was Beavers and Cougs After Hours. And it was a tribute to the history of those two programs, the fight that they're in to stay at the table, if you will, of Power 4 or 5, whatever it is nowadays, football. And you had the mascots there. They were seated at the behind the stage, and they shared the story of both those two schools and their histories in power football. I mean, they've never been in Group of 5 or smaller football in their histories, and I thought that at some point they've played smaller levels of football. Nope, they've always been in the original Pac 8.
Wow,
you're talking about 106 years of history. It was just a really fun event. Steven Jackson was there. Ryan Leaf was there. The throw-in Samoan, Jack Thompson was there, talking about just the legacy of what being an Oregon State Beaver and a Washington State Coug meant. And then they had players and coaches as well. I'll tell you what coach really impresses me. Every single time I hear him talk, I had a chance to visit with him as well as Jake Dickert. Just a fighter, a guy that cares about his players. He was extremely impressive just talking about the fight that they're in right now.
And that was obviously one of the storylines here yesterday as well. What's going to happen? Oregon State, Washington State, obviously both on Boise State's schedule, this year. And again, Fresno State, Jeff Tedford's our first coach coming up at about 9:30. We're going to roll right through these coaches. We'll have Johnny and you doing a little ball talk for a little bit. I know Jay Tuss going to stop by. We'll have, Mike Prater as well. I mentioned he's going to help me with the Jeramiah Dickey interview coming up. Ashton Jeanty, Spencer Danielson is live. We're going to have a ton of fun today, and we'll lead you right into Idaho Sports Talk at 3:00, and they're going to have coaches and guests on as well. So just going to be a really fun day to really push through and get ready for the season here. You got a little lull after this, a couple weeks, but then we'll fire it back up. July 31st, I believe, is the first practice. Did get a chance to talk to Spencer Danielson. He's in the print interview room doing some media stuff, and I went in there for a little bit before we started. No changes to the roster, he said. Nobody's gone. Nobody's hurt. I mean, it seems like they're in pretty good shape so far, in the summer here to get ready and get ready for the season. But Fresno State, Jeff Tedford, he's going to be our first coach. So let's dive into a couple of these coaches here and the relationships you have with them. And I know Jeff Tedford's a guy that, come to Boise, win the championship a couple of times, the thorn in the Broncos side at times. But I know Jeff Tedford, one of the many coaches you're looking forward to catching up with.
Yeah, I think he's one of the great coaches in all of college football. He's been an NFL coach. A lot of the coaches that coached me in college came from the same tree through Oregon and Coach Pete, Coach Cutter. I think that Jeff Tedford's one of the great coaches in the game. He's an incredibly intelligent coach. I'd never actually worked with him, but I coached against him when he was at Cal. They had an amazing run at Cal when he was coaching there. I was at Stanford twice during his run there at Cal. You got Marshawn Lynch, Deshaun Jackson. He had so many great players in that time. They were one of the must-watch offenses in college football, and that's where Fresno State finds itself yet again with Mikey Gow coming back.
Jordan Morales says day one was lit. Amazing coverage, guys. Day two, let's go. Nathaniel's wondering your thoughts on there. I guess there's some, I don't know how serious the rumors are. Big 12 maybe looking to add some more teams. Conference realignment never stops.
You know what's interesting at being at the after hours with the Beavs and the Cougs last night? I think that all of these teams that are, maybe being left behind from the two big conferences, they think that they're better than, like, for example, the Florida States and the Clemsons think they're better than the Big 12. And you can see why. Think about the peers that they have in terms of how much revenue they generate, their TV deals. I just don't see to be honest, I don't see the Pac-2 coming over to the Mountain West Conference. After last night, that's just not a reality. Now, what I do think could happen.
I think they are better than the Mountain West.
Yes. I mean, that was very clearly communicated. Never said we're better than the Mountain West. They were very positive about the Mountain West alignment, with the scheduling, but they were in a place that was very different relative to thinking about it like any kind of immediate merger. What I think is going to happen, I think Cal and Stanford, they're going to end up somehow, some way back, in the West Coast. So I think that there's going to end up being like an ACC East and a joint merger with a Pac, whatever it is, and then you essentially play a conference championship between those two. I see Florida State and Clemson being SEC or Big Ten schools.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you look and you go, oh yeah, we're gonna have. I saw someone like, here's a perfect conference for you, and it's done by geographical whatever, and then it was like this is what it used to be, 10 years ago. It was just like we're all going away, but at some point it's like you would think common sense is going to prevail. Yes, should Cal really be in the ACC?
And I do think that maybe that new Pac ACC merger, I could see a Boise State, a Fresno State, a San Diego State ending up in that. I really could. I just don't think it'll be just a clean Washington State, Oregon State, just saying, you know what, we're good. We're going to join the Mountain West.
Or they want to take all 12 to join them.
Yeah,
in the Pac-12.
Yeah, it's not happening. I'm just telling you from last night. There were a lot of comments made by the commissioner of the new Pac-2, Teresa Gould, about wanting to maintain some form of regionalized rivalries within the conference that is to come in the coming years.
Freddie Wood says, good morning, guys. Can't wait for day 2. Appreciate that. Double O'Neill says the top dogs from the ACC are not going to the Big 12 conference. They wouldn't do that. And Jordan says that Sanford seems like he's best friends with every opposing player and coach. Was there anyone that ever grinded his gears?
There's been few. Actually, it's interesting. Not at this event. A lot of really good people that are head coaches in this Mountain West Conference. So that you go through your things, you have your experiences, your moments, but at the end of the day, as coaches, as players, like, you're just trying to work hard and stay in your lane. And when you do have a chance to go and meet up at an event like this, you let your hair down and you see them as real people. And that's what I always try to do. And that was my favorite thing about yesterday with interviewing the players. I mean, that was just, I didn't know all of them, but I had recruited a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And it was just really fun to find some common ground.
I would assume all 12 coaches, I mean, the coaching profession, it's a fraternity, right? I mean, you've either you directly coach with them or against them, or you have a buddy who has, or a player that transferred, or there's some connection to pretty much everybody.
The funniest thing is being down here at media days. The amount of coaches that I see and I have a conversation with. Last night was Jake Dickert, and he's like, you're going back to coaching, man. Like, you're going back to coaching. I'm like, no, I'm not. If somebody can guarantee that it's not 2 moves, maybe. But the problem in the college industry, man, is that you're moving once to move again. That's just the way it goes.
One of the storylines today with these coaches is 7 new coaches. I mean, if you count Dreiling, the interim coach at Utah State,
gotta count him.
You're at 7 new head coaches in this league. You've got Tedford. You've obviously got Calhoun. You've got Norvell. Some of these guys have been around for a little while, but you look at the 7 first-year head coaches. As someone who was a first-year head coach at Western Kentucky, like, what's on those 7 coaches' plates going into the season here?
Well, if they're first-time head coaches like Dreiling is, I think that would. Is there any? How many Jay Sawvell, first-time head coach from University of Wyoming? This is like where it really gets real. Like, when you're down here at Mountain West Media's, for me it was Conference USA Media Days. Like, it's put up or shut up time, and you feel it. You feel the weight of it. You can go and get at the podium. You can do all these interviews, and it is talking season, right? There's a lot of stuff that as a coach that you have to sell a great vision of what your team is, even if your team has some flaws. So there's sometimes there's overly optimistic fan bases for all the teams this time of year. But as a coach, that the rubber's going to meet the road here pretty soon, and we're going to play real football games.
And some of these coaches are first year at their current school, but they obviously have been head coaches before. We got a nice run of those guys in the afternoon in the 3 o'clock hour back in Boise with Sean Lewis, Ken Niumatalolo, and Bronco Mendenhall. What's the difference for them? And, you look at some of those guys, whether it be bounce back, they left coaching for a while, whether they're coming back, whether it's a guy like Sean Lewis who gets his second chance to be a head coach after doing some things at Kent State. Didn't work out at Colorado, but he gets a chance to obviously, and that's maybe not fair to say, didn't work out at Colorado, but I mean, just what I guess for them, first year in this league, but they've got the experience of the head coaches. Obviously, they have a leg up or over some of these guys.
Yeah, I think that you feel more comfortable coming back because you've touched the hot stove. Even with media days. I mean, I think I was my first media day. I was talking. The goal for Western Kentucky's program, without question, was to play in a New Year's Six bowl game. Every time was crazy. Like, that was something that even Western Kentucky fans had never thought about. And I was talking very boldly about that. And then when you don't meet those expectations, it's a lesson learned, because everybody holds it against you, and you end up in, you're 7-5 or you're not in that position. So I think those coaches that come with experience, having gone through this before, I mean, namely Ken Niumatalolo and Bronco Mendenhall, those guys have been head coaches forever. And Bronco doing it at two schools, doing a fantastic job. And I think he's found his perfect fit. I really do at New Mexico. I think it's a great fit for him.
One coach I'm really excited to chat with. He's just walking by right there, actually. Jeff Choate.
Yeah.
Looking forward to catching up with him. And I know you're excited to be a part of that interview as well. And I'm hoping he'll open up a little bit. This is a guy that I think, twice, I think it's pretty public, twice, right? Interviewed for the head coaching job at Boise State and didn't get it. And I'm curious his thoughts on that. And I know, not, a lot of people sleeping, not expecting much. They're picked last in the conference, but that's at least one game, that that's going to be a Super Bowl.
And I think they're going to be a little better than last. I really do. I think that he's transformed a program at Montana State that was in a bad spot. He made them incredibly competitive very quickly, and frankly elevated that program to a place that now they're perennial FCS contenders, in the playoffs. So I think that Jeff Choate is the right guy for the right job. He has the perfect balance of being a player's coach, a great recruiter, but also he's intense, man. He's intense, and he has a chip on his shoulder. And when Nevada-Reno, when UNR, and I'm going to call him Reno, when Reno's really good, they have a head coach that is leading with a massive chip on their shoulder. Look back at Alt. I mean, the Alt days were all about, talking about Boise State the year, entire year. That was always a program that Alt had, Chris Alt had to take down and wanted to take down. And I think that it's going to be the same thing for Jeff Choate this year. Yeah.
I mean, every one of these coaches has a story. And I mentioned Tedford. We're going to talk to Hawaii coach, Coach Chang as well. I mean, that Boise State going out to the islands this year.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Playing in a very unique venue. Have you been out there to that venue?
I have not been to that. You know what? I might have gone to a bowl practice there. Okay. I think the 2013 season they played in the Hawaii Bowl.
Right before,
I think they had a practice out there.
Yeah, and they've they've kind of retrofitted that facility a little bit to
but it's essentially stands. Playing at like College of Idaho or somewhere, like a smaller level school.
Which would be fun. Be interesting.
What do you make of the Hawaii program though?
I think that it's a tough program right now. I mean, it's there is a lot of pride. There is a lot of tradition with the Hawaii Warrior program. Having a leader in charge of that program that understands the pride and tradition of it, I think it's a positive. But with all the stuff going on in conference realignment, NIL, portal, there's a lot of challenges to be that far away and to be that cash strapped. And that's just a reality. They play in a glorified high school stadium, and I don't say that as a slight to the Hawaii program, but that's just a reality of their existence right now. So, but they're a sneaky team. You don't want to catch them on the wrong night. That's for sure.
The third coach we'll talk to is Barry Odum, and he's doing an interview right now with Johnny and Prater. What are your thoughts on Barry and what he did? And obviously, when he was at Missouri, and then comes back to UNLV after being was it DC at Arkansas, I think, and comes back to UNLV and last year gets him into the title game, hosts the title game, and then they're picked second again this year.
Yeah, he's done a phenomenal job. I got to know him over the last year pretty well because his son was playing for my dad at Faith Lutheran High School. So I had a chance to meet him at the state championship game here in Vegas. And I think he's doing a really good job. He's a great evaluator of talent. You can't survive in the SEC as a coordinator, as a head coach, like he did both at Missouri and Arkansas, without being a really good evaluator of talent. At a place like Missouri that, he did some really good things in his time there. They miss him in Arkansas right now, and that'd be I think one of those jobs to keep your eye open for Barry Odum down the road to potentially be back as the head coach.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, no, they love him down there now.
Tequila Gus is saying any chance BJ or Prater can prompt a new incendiary quote from one of the coaches. Been a while since the mystique. Us media guys, we kind of try to get that bulletin board quote that sticks out there, get those clicks, on the and get a coach to say something. Rocky Long, about 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, made a comment about the mystique of the blue turf being gone because they had won a game there, and it kind of fired up some fans. And I think I went to that like 4 years in a row asking Rocky Long about that comment, and then publishing a story about it. So
did he stand by it, or
he did? He tried to explain himself a little bit, but he's like, there was a stretch there where they never lost at home, and then there was a stretch where even once or twice a year was a big surprise. Right. So I think that we're looking forward to talking to all of these coaches. And I know Coach Tedford's going to sit down and join us here in just a second. I'm going to thank a couple of our sponsors real quick while we get Coach Tedford set up on the mic. Cutwater Spirits, more than 35 flavors of premix premium cocktails. You can pick one up at your local gas station or grocery store. Cutwater Spirits, perfect for your next game day, a tailgate party. RowPaint.com is our title sponsor. You can check them out as well, ROEPaint.com. RowPaint.com. Our title sponsor. We appreciate them. Idaho Central Credit Union, ICCU.com. We appreciate ICCU for their support as well. Idaho Central Credit Union, ICCU.com. All your banking needs. Make sure you check out Idaho Central Credit Union. Matt Bauscher, Bauscher Real Estate. Check out Bauscher Real Estate. Matt Bauscher and Bauscher Real Estate are our realtor. We appreciate him and all that he's doing for Bronco Nation News as well. So if you're looking for a realtor, make sure you check out our friends at Matt Bauscher and Bauscher Real Estate. All right, we said we were going to kick it off with Coach Tedford, and we are very excited to welcome in Coach Jeff Tedford, head coach at Fresno State. Coach, appreciate your time. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Just to be here.
You got your energy drink over there.
This is number 2 of the day already, too. It's going to be – it was a long day yesterday, going to be another one today. But
hey, real ball coaches, we're coffee drinkers, right? Yeah. He's a true media guy. But, hey, Coach, So Mike Sanford here. My dad known you for a very long time. I've coached against you at Stanford, Cal. The ability to sustain success over the years that you've been able to do, whether it be Cal, whether it be in the National Football League, and then Fresno State. What has been the key just leading this program into this new era of college football and all the challenges that do come with the portal and NIL, but to put yourself in a position that you're perennially in the conversation to win this conference?
Yeah, well, I appreciate you saying all those things. We were able to, take over Cal after a 1-win season and turn that around, and then same at Fresno State. But I think it's all about surrounding yourself with really good people, right? Great people, and creating an environment of trust and confidence for the team. And it's easy to say, but it's hard work. You got to do it on a daily basis. But been very, very fortunate to have great coaches around me, as we do right now at Fresno State. We have a great coaching staff with a really nice combination of experience. I'm not going to say old, I'm going to say experience, and some younger minds too. So I think we have a really, really good mixture there. But just been really fortunate to have great players, really good people, people who compete hard. They're willing to work every day. You asked about the portal and the NIL. Obviously, the landscape is changing, and we have to be engaged in it at a certain level. We're not at the level that everyone else is, but we just need to play in our lane, and to me, it's more about retention than it is going out getting new players.
Well, what is that part of it like for you, Coach? When you were growing up as a younger coach, you probably never would have imagined some of the things you have to deal with now as a head coach. And we saw, especially on the basketball side, some of these older coaches have been coaching for a while, like Coach K, Roy Williams, all this. Like, I'm not dealing with this stuff. This ain't the game that I thought I was getting myself into. I can't deal with the agents and transfer portal and money and all this. Like, what's that like for you that you've been coaching and now to have this other aspect, and when you're recruiting, having conversations you never probably thought you'd have to have?
Yeah, it's completely different. We used to recruit to academics and, what kind of culture you're going to do, and you're going to raise these kids to be great young men and great fathers and husbands and all that stuff, right? And growth and development as people and as football players. And now there's just different topics that are coming up, I think there's some value in it because it gives you the opportunity to maybe teach some financial literacy, things like that for them. But I am never going to give up on teaching reality. Reality is to get your degree and your education, because when you leave college football, nobody's giving you anything, and you're going to have to go earn it. So let's not lose sight of what the real world looks like, and well, I think it's fine. NIL's fine. I think the portal and NIL together, not great combination. If it was just the portal, that would be great, right? Or if it was just NIL, that would be great too. But the two put together cause a lot of challenge.
Within a week of each other or something, right? The 1 year transfer thing?
Yeah, it's a challenge, because it's the first thing out of their mouth. They don't ask, where am I going to live, or, what's the strength of my degree look like? It's some of it's how much are you guys paying in NIL, and so thankfully, I will tell you truthfully that we don't have a lot of that. The kids we're recruiting, they want to be there for the right reasons. Yes, NIL is a small part of it, but it's not the main part of it.
Coach, I know that Fresno State as a program has meant a lot to you throughout the course of your coaching career, playing career, namely two coaches, Jim Sweeney and Pat Hill, that have had a tremendous impact on you. What did you learn from those two coaches, and what do you embody even in your, what is this, your 20th year as a head football coach, 25th? It's been a lot.
I don't know. It's been a long time.
But from Sweeney and Pat Hill, those two guys in particular, and just how much Fresno State means to you because of those two men.
Yeah, and I would say, first of all of my coaches, I've been really fortunate in my life. Didn't have a great upbringing. All of my coaches have been my mentors and led me in the right direction and kind of forward me a little bit. But when I got to Fresno State with Coach Sweeney, obviously, I call him the dog father. He's the guy who put Fresno State on the map. coach a lot of great players, coach, the disciples under Coach Sweeney who have gone on and been great coaches over time. He was so passionate about the Valley and really instilled a lot of the traditions that we have, and then followed by Pat, who did a phenomenal job for 15 years and carried on those traditions and built some more of those. But we talk about Bulldog Board, Bulldog Bread, the pride and tradition of Bulldog football. All of that stuff comes from Coach Sweeney, most of it, right? And so we owe him a lot. I got an opportunity to play for him and coach for him for 6 years, which it's amazing. I'm still in college, still coaching, because he was not the easiest guy to work for.
No, he demanded a lot.
He was very demanding, and he would let you know it. And sometimes it was even had to, hit you upside the head or something to do it, but I love him to death, and he means so much to that program. And I just feel really fortunate that I've played a small role over these last 5 years, and we've had success with conference championships and so on, and kept us relevant, really, I think.
Jeff Tedford, our guest, head coach at Fresno State. Coach, how's your health doing? And I know you had to step away at the end of last season. I mean, you look great. You sound great. I mean, you energized, I guess, for this season. And at this point in your career, what is kind of pushing you, I guess, to keep staying out there and coaching?
Well, I love it. I love being around the kids. I love being around the coaches. There's nothing like it. But, you get to a point where you do start having health issues, challenges that you have to continue to monitor. You'd be foolish not to. And everybody should. You guys should.
I know.
Everybody needs to pay attention to signs about what's going on. And so, it's a constant evaluation just to make sure that you're doing all right.
Coach, had a chance yesterday to sit down with Malik Sherrod. First of all, what an incredible young man. Just well-spoken, great, just represented the Fresno State program so well. He's one of the returners, quite a few returners on the offensive side of the ball. And then Mikey Keene as your returning quarterback. Got a lot of firepower this year coming back. How do you feel about that offensive unit and the returners and the leadership that you do have on that side of the ball?
Yeah, I feel very confident with them. Mikey being his second year, along with our offensive coordinator, those two working together for the second year. Having Malik back, we have a deep backfield. 3 returners on the offensive line with our left tackle, our right tackle, and our center. Mikey, I think, and this as well as anybody, it's not just the first year going through the playbook and understand the playbook. It's how you prepare each week for each game, the different game plans that go on and things like that, to understand what that preparation looks like. And Mikey's a year into it, so I think he's going to be that much more prepared. He's an excellent football player, and now with one more year of experience, I think he's really poised for a great season.
How are you feeling overall about your team, Coach? You picked I think third, had some real close vote with UNLV, but how you guys feeling? A lot of returning starters, and a lot of people think you guys are certainly a team that is talented enough to win the championship here.
Yeah, I think we're in a position to be able to compete for it, no doubt. We have a great opening game against Michigan at Michigan, so that's an exciting start to the year. But yeah, I think it all comes down to health and your depth. Last year we were on a great roll. We had 14 wins in a row, and it was second longest winning streak in the country behind Georgia. And then we ran into kind of the gauntlet. We played Wyoming and then beat Boise and beat UNLV, and then we were a little bit beat up, and we struggled down the end of the season with really on paper teams that we should have won. But we didn't. Our depth, we need to stay healthy. And so that's the thing always is all these rankings can mean whatever, but it's no different than 2 years ago when Jake got hurt against USC and we were picked to win the whole thing. We went 1-4. And then when Jake came back, we won 9 straight. So you just never know. Predictions are one thing, but it's going to take everybody working together, staying healthy, having some good fortune that way. But I do believe that we have great kids in our team. They're highly competitive. They love playing football, and we have an excellent coaching staff.
You beat both teams last year that were in the championship game. That had to be tough. like you said, at the end of the season, losing some of those games, maybe you had it in your control, and then you just got. I mean, that the league said yesterday that was a huge motivator watching those two teams that you beat play for the championship.
Well, yeah, it's really interesting on how you can use adversity to motivate. If we go back 2 years ago and we start out 1-4, and then we came back and won 9 straight, that was a lesson overcoming adversity after being 1-4. Then you go in, you're hot for the season, and you end up losing 3 games, whatever it was, 2-3 games down the stretch. That's also a motivator. That's adversity that motivates you to, hey, a lot of the offseason has been about finishing. And, of course, you have to define why you didn't finish, and injuries wasn't the whole thing, but you got to get off the field. The time of possession was 20-40. We gave up 300 and something yards rushing in those games. Well, yeah, we were beat up a little bit, but we got to find a way to get off the field.
Coach, I'm going to go a little football question. But essentially played in a similar system as the Oregon system that kind of came from you and Dirk and Chris Peterson's. I played under those 2 guys. The Rip and Liz protection, sprint right protection, sprint left protection, half roll, keeping 7 in, 3 out. It was such a staple for your offense for so many years.
None of our listeners have any idea what you were just talking about.
Yeah, but I wanted coach.
I do. That means he's been around for a while.
Yeah,
because, we were like the master of the 8-man protection.
Yep. 7, 8 men, just keep adding guys to it and throw a shot down the field. You have the guys to do it at Cal for sure, Deshaun Jackson. But with just watching the offenses evolved over the years, even 4 or 5 years ago, I coached against you guys when I was at Utah State. We came to your place, a lot more RPO. How much studying do you do just with the evolution of football, and how are there certain things that are non-negotiables that you want to have that you've had for the last 25, 30 years in your offense?
Well, route concepts, I think so. I mean, yes, we had that. That was a big part of our protection way back then. When Aaron Rodgers played for us, we were never in the shotgun one play. Yep. That tells you how football's changed, right? We were under the center every single play. So now football has completely changed, and so we've adapted and we've adjusted. A lot of route concepts. Everybody throws flat curl, everybody does run smash, everybody does certain things, but RPO is a big part of the game, no question. So yes, we've adapted, we've adjusted, we've taken people who. But the coolest thing, even though one of the hard things about coaches moving on, which is really, I think, my job as a head coach, is to see people grow and move on. But then new people come in, and as long as they're the right fit as far as who they are as people and leaders and things, they bring new ideas in, right? Whether it just be something simple as terminology, like we call this, and so our system has changed a lot. So the terminology, like when I do talk to Aaron, and he's a savant. He's like, hey, remember we ran 303 against this next day? I'm like, yeah, we don't
split right base, right 303 spot.
We don't come close to that anymore. Or we're all one word. It means everything to everybody, right? And we go so fast in our tempos, so try to keep up with it, and really study a lot. We have good young people who study a lot, and really, when Kalen DeBoer came as our offensive coordinator, we worked really hard to put a system together, which I think ended up being a very productive system, obviously for us, for them at Washington, and a lot of it had to do with terminologies and tempos, not necessarily coming up with any, earth-shattering route concept,
Yep.
So
anyway, a lot of it was surrounded with the RPO game.
Well, Coach, we appreciate your time. Best of luck this season. Don't play Boise State in the regular season. Maybe we can get a matchup in the championship.
That's my prediction.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I can't believe they're not on the schedule this year.
It's weird. They don't play Air Force either. I mean, I can't imagine. It is really weird.
Yeah.
But we'll obviously you'll be right there at the end. Hopefully that'd be fun to do that. So good luck this year. Thanks for your time, and we'll talk to you soon.
Right, great. Thank you.
There he is, Jeff Tedford. Appreciate him for jumping on. Hey, Ridley's Family Markets. Check out shopridleys.com. We're going to bring in Coach Timmy Chang here momentarily. Shopridleys.com. Check them out. Shopridleys.com. 13 locations across the state of Idaho. Make sure you check them out. We appreciate their support of Bronco Nation News. We got Lithia Ford of Boise as... Oh, yeah, that's fine. Sure. Yeah, no worries. Lithia Ford of Boise. Check them out. LithiaFordBoise.com. Again, their anniversary sale is going on. They got some great stuff going on. So check them out at Lithia Ford Boise, LithiaFordBoise.com. The Blue and Orange Store, theblueandorange.store.com. Great gear and all kinds of Boise State gear. We appreciate them and their support of Bronco Nation News as well. So make sure you check out the Blue and Orange Store, theblueandorangestore.com here at Bronco Nation News. We are live here, getting ready for. We're going to switch it up on us.
Yep,
we're going to go. We're going to go Barry Odum. Barry Odum, UNLV, man. We're looking forward to catching up with him. Man, I could just sit here. I don't need to be a part of these interviews. You could just talk to these guys. You don't need me. You just talk ball, and I'll go back to the snack room and come back in an hour maybe.
Jeff Tedford's one of those coaches that, like, you could say that I'm doing interviews to try to impress, my football knowledge. I have so much respect for that dude. So much respect for who he is. And so it's just fun to get into the football side of things and how his offenses have evolved. So
looking forward to this one. Barry Odum, head coach at UNLV, joining us. Coach Odum, how you doing? Good to see you again. You can have a seat there. And I was talking last year to Coach Odum, Mike, and not me being a Kansas guy. We talked, when he was at Mizzou, and he said now he loves the Jayhawks right now.
I had no idea we were going to play them in the bowl game.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
And then I thought they would reassign us bowl-wise because we play them this year non-conference. So anyway, I've got enough of Kansas.
I forgot you were playing them this year.
Anyway, we've got them. They moved that game to a Friday night ESPN game. The stadium there's, I guess, undergoing renovation. So we're playing in the soccer stadium in Kansas City. My guess is it'll be sold out. It'll be a great environment. And obviously they got a heck of a team.
Yeah, well, Coach, you get to the championship game last year. You host the championship game, and we talked to Ricky White and a couple of your players yesterday, and they just said how much of a motivator that was just to get there and taste it and not be able to get it done. You guys picked second again to get back to the championship again. How eager are you? How ready are you guys to build off what you did last year and try to finish the job this year?
Yeah, I really like this team, and I think every coach says that at this point in the year. But I like what they've done. Really in every aspect, from off-season workouts to spring practice to summer ball, they have poured into the process, and they understand, we didn't achieve our goals last year. We came up short, and we got a taste of it and want to get back there and have an opportunity to compete for a championship. And they also know how delicate it is, and every single detail and habit is going to matter for us. And our margin of error is still very, very slim. The schedule is set up that we've got to be really good early to have a chance. And so the work they've done, I've had a lot of fun coaching this team. They're last year we were new and young and didn't really know anything. I think fast forward a few months, we're a veteran team. We've made some great additions in not only high school recruiting, but in the portal world. And it's been kind to us. Now, how good can we play together as a team? That's what's about here, which is crazy. We're almost staring at practice one here in a couple of weeks.
Coach, I want to piggyback off the roster construction in your first year, watching how you built that first year team. The transformation of the program was incredible, but I think a lot of teams have gone out and completely turned over a roster. A good friend of mine, TJ Woods, was an offensive line coach on the staff before, and he was really impressed with how you were getting to know the individuals on the roster that were left from the previous staff, and did a really good job of bringing those guys into what you did, plus adding to it through the transfer portal. What have you found to be the perfect blend, at least in your situation, between retention of your own roster and bringing in from the outside?
Yeah, when we got the job, I wanted everybody to stay. I really did, and we didn't have that. That didn't happen. We had some movement on the roster. We're going to always be a high school recruiting program. And we've signed 48 high school kids in the 2 cycles that we've been here. But then also, if somebody leaves that's older in the program, it's our job as a staff to have a list together, be ready to go to replace them with an upgrade somehow, some way. Let's get very aggressive, be select and direct on how we're going to do that. But I'm not going to be able to not sign high school guys because I don't know. I want investment in the program and the development phase of what that looks like for high school kids. And then also the roster distribution from your senior class all the way down to freshmen. We're a huge senior class this year because of some of the transfers we take, but also with those 48 high school guys that we've signed, now another year in the development, another year in the off-season program, the Winning Edge program, going into now the second year, and then fast forward after this year's over, that first class we signed, they're going to be going into really the third off-season. That's how you build a sustainable program, in my opinion. And then, again, everybody's got their opinion of the portal. It's been really, really good to UNLV.
Yeah, you guys have done it well. And one of the outgoing members of your team, Jeramiah Dickey, goes to USC. And, we were talking yesterday about, going to a place and not necessarily knowing that you're going to be the starter, most likely going to be a backup. To me, it's I don't agree with that, but that everybody's got to make their own decisions. Moving forward to 2024, how's the quarterback room shaking out? How do you like those guys that are competing for the job? And what did you do to address that departure?
How important that position is, at every level of football. Because if you've got a quarterback that plays winning ball, you can win a whole bunch of games. And then if you got one that turns the ball over, not effective, not efficient, not a leader, then it's going to hard to be, you can't win any games, no matter how good you are around them. We feel like right now we've got three guys we can win with, that we can play winning ball with. Cam Friel became the backup last year. The things he's done workout-wise, another offseason in the program, schematically keeping things the same. He's advanced a great deal. Excited about him. And then we signed two transfers, Matthew Sluka. This came in at the first part of June. Has had a great fall or great summer camp. And I know he'll go compete in the fall. He's a dual threat player, a lot of accolades coming into UNLV. And then Malik Hodge Williams was here with us in January, went through spring ball. He was from Campbell University. That's right. And so really all three of those guys, they're similar in some of their skill sets, but unique as well in what they do. And we got to find who can command the offense, who can lead, who's going to protect the ball, who's going to go make the right decision. And it'll be an interesting, exciting battle to watch this fall camp.
How is UNLV continuing to kind of, Vegas is becoming this sports mecca of the world, and you've got obviously the Raiders and the Knights and stuff. How do you see UNLV continuing to kind of push into that and become, on par or as close as you can with some of the other teams that are happening? Because there's a lot of momentum in Vegas right now, and you're getting to play the games. Boise State, you guys play on a Friday night, and 2 days later, Patrick Mahomes is playing on the same field. It's pretty cool for these college kids, and it's got to be something you can recruit to in the facilities. How is UNLV continuing to kind of make its mark here in Vegas?
Yeah, it's a sports mecca of the world, really. You look at what Vegas has become, and that's without even the entertainment side of things, just the Super Bowl and Formula One and the Raiders and the Aces and the Knights and all the different things that are here. There's still plenty of space for college football, and we're becoming a hot ticket in a city that is built around sports and opportunity. So, at the end of the day, everybody likes a winner. And if you've got a chance to win games, then you're going to become important, and more people are going to follow you. And we saw that as the year went on last year.
Final one for me, Coach. Ashton Jeanty, preseason player of the year. You guys played him in the championship game, obviously. You've seen, in your coaching career, a lot of great running backs. How do you feel Jeanty in terms of this conference and nationally, and where he ranks, and how much of a challenge is he the focal point when you play Boise State?
Nationally, I think you can't talk about the top running backs in college football without him being in the conversation. And fortunately or unfortunately, I've gone against some great ones over the years, and I think he's trending towards the top. The things he does in pass protection, the things he does receiving the ball out of the backfield, his ability to break tackles, the way he runs, his vision. I can't say enough great things for a lot of respect.
You good, Mike? You got one more?
Yeah.
Coach, go ahead.
Yeah, had a chance to get to know Coach Odum at the state championship game.
Yep.
Son, how's your son doing? He's back in Arkansas, right?
He's doing great. Thanks for asking. Yeah, went back there in January. Wanted to really graduate with his friends and his buddies, and not easy on his mom and I, but we're making it work. And I'm fortunate. My wife and I've been married 24 years. We got 3 kids. They've loved Vegas. It's been a great experience for us, and very thankful for the city for embracing us. And he had a great year with your dad. And that was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on, Coach Odum. Best of luck, even against Kansas this year. Best of luck.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Barry Odum, head coach of UNLV, and Boise State will be down here October 25th, 26th, I believe it is. It's going to be a fun Friday night game. We actually have a cool announcement to make at some point about that pretty soon. The old trapper guy in the background here, Mike. They're wanting us to get him on for an interview here. So
all right, old trapper.
We may have to. We got Coach.
I like.
We got Timmy Chang coming on in just a second here, but we may need to try to get the old trapper guy on real quick. I don't know.
It is chaos. There's like a amoeba of humanity that's just following the old trapper man.
People are definitely feeling. He's just standing in the background. All these coaches are all seriously talking, and he's doing photo shoots and stuff.
Oh yeah.
He was actually in the media room and doing a photo shoot. Spencer Danielson was trying to answer questions, and he's on the other side of the room. And they're like, turn your chest a little to the right. You know, and he's going like this, getting like an actual.
The world is all branding and marketing, man. That's all.
And they actually have two people around the corner here passing out about 10 different flavors of Old Trapper beef jerky.
It's good beef jerky.
Did you get some yet?
No.
It's down there around the corner. So we may need to get you some. But we will make every effort. We're going to have plenty of times where I'm looking for guests here to fill 6 hours of coverage. We will do our best to get the Old Trapper guy.
What his name is? He looks young too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is he the young trapper?
I mean, what are we doing with our lives that we couldn't be the old trapper guy and come down to Vegas? And
I wouldn't want to be wearing fur right now in 117 degree heat. That's for sure.
Well, we're going to have Timmy Chang join us here in just a second, the head coach at Hawaii. And I know, Mike, you're excited for this interview.
Yeah. Got a chance to play against Timmy a couple times.
So. Did you really? Wow.
Yeah.
All right. We need to hear about that. Timmy Chang, the head coach at Hawaii. Just realizing Mike Sanford here. We've heard you guys. We've heard you guys have played against each other. Have some battles here.
He was on the field. I was holding field goals, but back in the Boise State, the Hawaii rivalry days of the early 2000s.
Man, just think about all the quarterbacks that Boise has had over the years, man. I mean,
same with Hawaii.
You know, I was just in Canada, right? And you know, we play against all our Boise guys, and it's such a. I say it's a rivalry. I've never beaten Boise, you know, as a player, but I got to start meeting a lot of the guys as again the coaching profession and playing profession. But you know, my dream was to be I wanted to be a coach. And then I happened to run into this guy in Winnipeg. That's a quarterback in the quarterback room. His name's Ryan Dinwiddie. And so we start hanging on, and I'm like, man, I'm going to be the offensive coach. So you're going to have to go to defense, Dinwiddie, if we're going to coach together. And lo and behold, he's winning the Grey Cup in Toronto and moving on his career. But you know, Mike too has been a great offensive coordinator and the head coach. And you know, look, it's kind of unique and you know just fun to see where we're all at today.
Yeah, and I think I'd take that to the mentors we had and you had, right? I think the mentors that was the quarterback room. I was in there with Ryan Dinwiddie, you know, but Chris Peterson, Dirk Cutter, those guys were mentors to us.
Yeah,
and we saw what it's like when you coach really well and you love kids and you push them. Makes you wanted to do it for a living. So tell me about your mentor, you know, especially as a player and how he's impacted you. And I know you have a lot of them, but namely Jude Jones and the system and how it's kind of come back to life at Hawaii over these years. And it's evolved, but just tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, 100%. You know, June has coached in the year in 99 to 2007, where it was the greatest years that Hawaii football has ever had. And we're just trying to recapture that. You know, I look at the Boise program and from that 99 until now, I mean, how many different games and important games and big games have Boise played in? And we're kind of the same way, but in a shorter amount of time. And all I'm trying to do is kind of replicate that time and do it correctly and do it in a way and that we have to do in 2024. Well, I happen to have my position coach, my quarterback coach, and Dan Morrison back.
Stud.
Yeah, and so he coached some great ones, man, and he continues to just evolve and just be so important for us, for me, for Braden, and our football team and our offense. What a presence to have and experience to have in our room.
I had a great conversation with Braden Schrager. What an awesome young man. I mean, he just well-spoken, intelligent, and even just hearing him talk about the system, you know, in the run and shoot system, which I know it's evolved. It's not the original system, but there's a lot of similarities to it. I was talking to him about the drift drop, you know, how he uses, you know, momentum to get to throws. And that's something that I remember you doing as a player.
Yep.
And I've studied your film recently, seeing different ways to create space to get advantageous throwing lanes.
Yep.
Talk about the system and what Braden Schrager is doing as he evolves in it himself.
Yeah, going into year 2 for him, you got to imagine it's going to be more comfortable. The guys are going to get on the same page. His skill guys that he's accustomed to. They start to see things. They start to they talk. They're communicating. They got that nonverbal communication. That hey, I see it, you see it. Hey, let's get to those spots. And so he just has a better understanding, and that's where he's at. He has a calming presence over him now. He has 20 to 30 games under his belt.
It seems like he's got the Aloha vibes going now a little bit. He's leaning into the culture, which is awesome. He talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, and the mainland boys that come over, half the team is made up of local Hawaii guys, and another half is made up of guys that come from around the country. We have a bunch of guys from Texas, where he's from. But they start to adapt. They start to learn a different way of life, different values. Things that are important to Hawaii people. He starts to adapt them, and so the island has embraced him, and he's embraced the program, the people, his teammates, and so he's just living. He's just having a good time, and I expect him to be pretty damn good this year.
Yeah, we talked yesterday after we were done with Braden just about the challenges of the schedule, traveling, the road trips. I mentioned, I think that the system that you're running offensively in particular, so much of that is class on the grass and practice and understanding spacing. And because you can't have the game plan like maybe a traditional pro style where you're game planning for, 100 hours straight and then you're trying to implement it. But when you're traveling all the way across back to the main line, back and forth, the system, talk about the system and how it fits into the challenges that you guys inherently do have, being thousands of miles away from all your competition.
Yeah, Miles Davis's run and shoot system is so important. It has such a great Hawaii tie over the years of high school, college. June Jones bringing it back in those years. It's been the greatest offense that Hawaii has ever seen. And so for me, being in it, throwing for a bunch of yards, it only made sense to run it. And it's a system that you have to get comfortable doing it over and over and over and over. And so in doing so, those guys are going to get better. And so going into year 2, I expect them to be better.
Final question, Coach. You mentioned year 2. Just your team is, what's the outlook overall? Just how you feeling about your team? And obviously, you do have Boise State coming out to your place this year, so you get that opportunity. You said for the first win there, but just overall, how you feeling about the group?
Yeah, it's been a good 2 years of learning. Going into year 3, you know what the conference looks like. You know what to expect. You know what your team does. You have a standard. You have you feel like you're on the brink of doing something great. But you got a tough team like Boise, and they're the conference champs and the conference favorites going into this year, and rightfully so. And so that's where we're going to be measured when Boise comes down. It'll be a tough game, and we look forward to a great challenge.
I don't see Coach Calhoun here yet, so I'm going to go one more question for you. Just you talk about the challenge, like the stadium issue. You guys are dealing with the stadium issues. You're in a smaller stadium now. I was talking to Steven Tsai. I'm sure you love Steven. He was saying you may even have to have like the offense practice at a different time than the defense because the field's not big enough. Like, what kind of challenges are you guys facing over there right now?
Yeah, we got our stadium on campus like Boise does. And what's so cool to see is that when we played in 2004 was my last year playing there, and I came back to Boise and with Reno in 2018, you could see the city change in those 14 years, and for the better. And so, having the stadium on campus right now, I kind of look at it like, man, the potential to be great could happen. And so, there's definitely challenges, but as a head coach, Mike, you control what you can, and then you adjust.
Yep.
And so that's what we're doing. We're just adjusting and moving forward.
For Boise State fans that are thinking about making the trip out to Hawaii, I think there's a lot of ideas of what the stadium is, but until you go there, you don't really know. Anything about the stadium that you could sell to Boise State fans to come out and make the trip?
He doesn't want them coming out.
I mean, it'll only be a couple hundred.
It'll be good. It'll be good. I do want the fans from Boise to come out. Their section will be right where the team comes out. It's really intimate, but it is a rocking environment. We had just a quick example. we played Colorado State, and the night before there was the high school state championship was there, and both games were absolutely rocking. And so I expect when you guys come out there, it's going to be rocking as well. We'll make it very tough for you guys to play some football out there.
Can you get some good Hawaiian local food too? They play lunch they got some Kahlua pig and some play lunch and some spam musubi.
Oh yeah, you got all the kind you want.
Hey, we appreciate your time, Coach.
Mahalo.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you, mahalo.
Thank you. Timmy Chang, head coach at Hawaii. We appreciate him for joining us here on Bronco Nation News. We're going to go straight to Jay Norvell here in just a second. There he is. Come on in, Jay. We'll go right from one to the next. Jay Norvell, we got Mike Sanford, PJ Raines with you.
Hey, guys.
How's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
Now, we're doing great. Now, when we were talking to Torrey Horton yesterday, I asked him about last year's Boise State game. A lot of our viewers said they'd mute it for a couple minutes and come back because they don't want to. But I'm sure that's one you love to talk about. I mean, the final 4 or 5 minutes there, you ever been a part of something like that?
It was very unique for sure. And no, it's one of those phenomenons that happens sometimes. It's very rare, but we didn't play well for most of the game, and then all of a sudden the last 4 minutes, just everybody did everything that they needed to do to put us in position to have a chance on the last play to win. And so it's a great reminder, I think, in sports that you don't have to play your best always to have a chance to win. And if you do the things at the right time, you can give yourself a chance to win. So if you look at those last 4 minutes, there are a lot of things had to go right. And our kids did a lot of special things in the last 4 minutes that gave us a chance on that last play.
And I think that was either the first or you've only had not a ton of success against Boise State in the past. It might have been the first win over Boise State in like program history or something.
Colorado State had never beaten Boise.
Yeah. So
So it was important. And actually they had been in situations like that before where they had a chance to win at the end and they just couldn't come through. And so I just think it's a tribute to our kids. I mean, we play pretty comfortably at end of the game situations when it's 2-minute drill. It's kind of what we do. And so, but the creativity of some of our kids and the plays that they made at the end of that game was pretty special. And
Dallin Holker, I mean, the Dallin Holker plays, I mean, that is etched in my brain for all the wrong reasons as a Boise guy, but as a football guy, it was impressive.
Well, I don't know if Torrey told you, but when we caught that play was really impressive, but really the play right before it was even more impressive because, to get down the field to even have a chance to throw the Hail Mary, we never practiced that play.
Are you talking about the Hail Mary play?
No, I'm talking about the play before.
Oh, yeah.
So we got into empty and we put Torrey in the slot and we ran a double shake and we ran him down the middle, and Braden, the kids thought it would be really good. But the throw that Braden made was really special on that play. And then I don't know if Torrey told you, but when the timeout happened, Torrey said, "Be ready for the tip." Because he just knew that was going to happen. We practice that every Friday. And the guys were exactly where they needed to be to have a chance to make the play.
And then the kick too.
And then the kick, everybody runs on the field and it
ends up being about a 42-yarder or something.
I got my chief of staff was trying to keep everybody from running on the field, and we got the penalty, and then, we had to kick the extra point. But all those things had to happen to be able to make the play. And then the onside kicks, I mean, all had to go right to give us a chance.
How are you feeling about a lot of people see maybe you're going to be a sleeper team in the league this year. I mean, how are you feeling overall about the roster you put together? And you obviously have some star power there with Torrey and some of the players you have on both sides of the ball. How are you feeling about your group?
Yeah, when we took the job, we had to make a decision whether we were going to recruit high school kids or portal kids. And I just have always been a believer that the best players we can recruit are high school kids. So we've been young the last 2 years, but we've had really good recruiting classes. We really like our players. I believe in recruiting high school players. I think we recruit kids that have all the qualities we're looking for, and they're just a little bit young. So we've had to take our medicine, played with young quarterbacks the last 2 years. And those kids are growing up. We have size and experience at every position. And I really like our leadership coming back. I think we're bigger and faster than we've ever been. And we're giving Braden more weapons. And so I'm super excited about this group.
When you look at Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, I really like his skill set. I like his ability to be an athlete, move around. He sees it well, can make all the throws. He had a really interesting journey. Started out in San Diego and ends up going to Alito, Texas during the COVID year because he wanted to play real football. It was not, without any restrictions. His development, his growth. What can you say about that from last season where he did some really good things to this season where he's got some great weapons at his disposal?
Braden he had a typical. First of all, we really think he's going to be good, or we wouldn't have played him as a freshman. And so we knew he would have some growing pains. And the biggest thing when you play a freshman, you really need to play well around him. And I think the thing that really affected him last year is we had to play with a walk-on running back for the majority of the season.
Boise State game.
Yeah, so a lot of pressure was put on Braden to carry the load. And and he's got to cut his turnovers in half. But I really think he'll make a big step from year 1 to year 2. He's still got 3 years of eligibility. He's a freshman last year. And so throwing for 3,400 yards and having more weapons, being better in the offensive line and at running back, we'll be loaded in that room this year, where last year we were totally depleted. I think that'll help him tremendously.
Coach, you have a very interesting offensive brain trust between your background as a bit of, if you go back 10, 15 years, West Coast offense, kind of how I cut my teeth as a young coach.
Right.
And then, having Matt Mumme come in and at Nevada and putting these two worlds together. How is that blend? Because it does create issues with throwing the football and having to defend it.
Yep.
But also, you can run the football.
It's
split zone and
football continues to evolve and I think it's important to understand that. And even with some of the new rule changes with coach to player communication and the timing of games, it really changes the way you think about it. I always felt like it was always easier to teach a team to run after it knows how to pass instead of the other way around. And so if you can get good at throwing the football, that gives you an element that a lot of people don't have. And then as your personnel improves and you can run the ball effectively, now you got a dynamic, powerful personnel group that's hard to defend. And so we've done that. We've been able to recruit really good receivers and quarterbacks. And our offensive line now is at a point where I think we're going to really be more effective running the football.
Last question for me, Coach. Spencer Danielson was pretty outspoken about it. I called some coaches that were trying to call my players that weren't in the portal, and he called them out. And I heard you had said some things maybe similar, or you've at least called out some coaches, and you've obviously have some players that I'm sure other coaches would have liked to have had that you hung on to. But what do you just make of the current state of NIL and where the group of 5 teams sit in terms of you do all this work, you recruit these high school guys, you develop them, and then there's a good chance that it's tough to hang on to them for, if another school really wants them bad enough. What's your take on all this?
I spent 6 years in the National Football League. Okay. So there's no tampering in the National Football League. And if there's tampering, then there's serious penalties that are in place. We don't have that in college football. So, and it's very difficult to turn a school in for tampering. You have to have a lot of information. But I have my kids, and when my kids tell me that certain schools call them and offer them money, well, then I think those schools are responsible for handling their people. That's just my opinion. So I don't have a problem with that. But we've had, I think in our league, in our level, we can have great football programs if we can keep our elite players. If Boise can keep Gentry, if we can keep Horton and Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, we're going to have a great conference, and we're going to develop great teams. And so we just got to keep fighting to do that. And people that are not doing things the right way, they just need to get called out on it, because we don't have any recourse as a program other than that.
Well, we appreciate your time, Coach. I know you got a lot of other interviews to get to, but thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you guys.
Best
Great
of luck
to see
this
you,
season.
too.
There he is.
Thanks.
Coach Jay Norvell, Colorado State. We appreciate him for joining us. And that was Colorado State's first win against Boise State, but he got them once at Nevada too. So he's 2-3, I think, against Boise State. One more coach going to join us before you get a little bit of a break here. You're Troy Calhoun, Air Force. What are your thoughts on Coach Calhoun? He's getting ready to join us.
He's living the dream that every coach and especially coach's wife and kids would love to, is continuity. 19 years at Air Force Academy, not to mention that he was himself a graduate of the academy. He's done a great job. He's a model of consistency. I'm anxious to talk to him about just this kind of the amount of returning starters, the lack thereof. Not what that looks like in the typical cycle that Air Force has to go through, especially because they can't address their needs in the portal.
Everyone talks about how hard it is to go for the triple option. What was it like as an offensive coach going against their defense?
I hate it. Well, no, you have to make every single play count, because there's a chance that if you go, if you turn the football over, or if you throw 2 consecutive incompletions, you might not see the ball again for 30 minutes. And that's a challenge. Like, just sitting there and you're like, we have no rhythm offensively, and they're just going to march 4 yards at a time.
You also don't like falling behind against them.
No, you got to start fast. And just historically, if you're playing at the academy, playing on base, if you will, it has challenges.
What is that like as opposing? I know they have the sign right outside the locker room with they're trying to scare you with the elevation and all that, but they've got and I know you guys are in the locker room for part of it, but the flyover, the parachuters, they got the cadets running into the stands. I mean, I know you don't get to see all that, but it's a different game day atmosphere.
Of it I think it's really cool. I think that's cool to lean into it all as a visiting player, visiting coach. The bigger challenge it has nothing to do with the altitude, has nothing to do with the marching of the cadets. Has everything to do with the fact that they just can possess the football for long periods of time, and you better be right.
Well, it didn't. There he comes, Coach Troy Calhoun, Air Force. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us, Bronco Nation News. Coach is going to put the headset on here, and we were just talking. Coach Mike Sanford, the Boise OC in 2014. We were talking about that game there in the academy, but just the challenges, and we were talking about how unique the game day atmosphere and how much fun it is that for a game at the academy there. And I know they do it right. It's special, and I know it's got to be a bucket list item for any fan to go see a game there.
Well, it is pretty neat. You know, you think of a parachuter dropping a ball into the game, and they're actually a part of the student body. The march on, and to literally feel and know these are young men, young women that have committed to go serve for our country. So we have the freedoms that we do. And then right at kickoff, you get a couple of F-15s or a couple of good ones from Mountain Home Air Force Base from Idaho, that buzz right over the top of the stadium. Yeah, you're going to be jacked and ready to go.
It really is one of the most incredible places to play. But Coach, for me personally, I've coached there at the academy at Falcon Stadium when my dad was the head coach at UNLV. Took a loss there. Did it again, Utah State 2019, took a loss. Boise State 2014, and then Colorado when I was the offense coordinator. But I'm 0-4 in that stadium. So I have PTSD when every time I'm driving down on I-25 and I look over there, I kind of get the shivers. No. It's been a house of horrors for me. I dang near gotten fired about 2 times after that very game. But
hey, you know what? You want to get right to it. You want to talk about a tremendously talented football coach, and I mean that wholeheartedly. His dad is unbelievable football coach, and yet the path you've created in your own way too. I mean, just the organization, the creativity. You don't want to play against this Mike Sanford either.
Well, you beat me 4 times.
No, we didn't.
Coach, watching the roster, and you don't have the luxury per se of going out and just addressing needs in the portal. Very similar to Stanford, a place I coached at. It's challenging. It's a traditional 4-year plus a prep school route. This is a team that doesn't have as many returning starters. Very senior heavy team the last 2 years, really. How do you feel about your team going into this year and about that cycle of when the cadets are 4th and 5th year guys versus when they're playing as 1st, 2nd, and 3rd year guys?
Mike, I don't know.
Yep.
Just because they're really, I don't have any. Usually, you head into a season and you can draw some parallels where this year you're not able to at all. And certainly the way the landscape and the workings of college athletics, have unfolded, we still have guys that enter the transfer portal but not to be able to add anybody. Boy, that does make it very difficult in this day and age. Now, that means new possibilities, new opportunities, somebody to get in there and scrap for a spot. And the one thing I do know is I really love the eagerness of this group. That doesn't mean there's anything that's automatic in terms of a result on the field, but I do like being around guys that have drive.
We're visiting again, Coach Calhoun at the Air Force Academy, and I was talking to the basketball coach. They were doing some Lindy's Magazine stuff with Coach Scott, and he was just he lost some guys in the portal and can't replace them. And we've talked about this, but just and I know you said in your previous answer, but you just can't explain, I guess, and I know when you say it, it comes off as an excuse or whatever sometimes, and I get it, but the fact that you can't just plug those holes and you can't do the NIL and I guess technically you can get a transfer right, but it's very rare, I guess. I don't know what the rules
are.
I've
never had a transfer.
Okay, there you go.
And I've been there for a couple of years. So
yeah, I actually want to touch on that.
Yeah. But before you get to that, just this whole the way it is now and the disadvantage that you guys are at. I know, like I said, you're not going to say it's an excuse, but it's a real fact. How in this changing landscape, how do you try to stay ahead of that and stay competitive?
Well, that's hard, very, very difficult to do. But it's a must that we have to recognize and be aware of it. If you pretend like that's not occurring, then you aren't living in reality, and then you don't adjust as well specifically when you're putting a summer game plan together. So, all right, they added this guy. Let's go back. Do we have high school film? Do we have some snaps when he was playing at USC or wherever? And to help with that preparation and. Yet what you do is no different when you're in the Air Force. They go from propeller planes, then to jets, and then they break the speed of sound. You got to evolve. And it's a must for us to continue to do so.
Coach, you have what I think all coaches and especially coaches' wives have had is continuity and the ability to be in one program. Now, I think combined between as a player, as a coach, assistant coach, as a head coach, you get 25 years at the academy.
I don't know the exact number, Mike. It's probably in that area. Yeah.
In that same time, I think I've moved 16 times between my dad being a coach, me, being a coach. But what has it been for you and what your family in particular to have that opportunity to be at a place that means so much to you, to have that continuity and be able to build the program the right way over a long period of time, which is it's rare in this day and age of college football?
Well, you've been beyond blessed. I mean, goodness. I'll tell you candidly, when I first got there, I thought out of these first 5 seasons, if we could just have one where we got to it, you were able to earn a bowl bid, then maybe 4 or 5 years later, you can have another. And I thought we were living from reality. We really were. And we've just been incredibly fortunate. You got to have good players that are disciplined and well coached. And that means you have some guys that are capable on the field, that embrace the right kind of structure, yet still have the freedom to be able to instinctively make a play, and then have really, really good coaches. And we do. We have exceptional football coaches on our staff.
Coach, on the defense side of the ball is Brad Norb, defense coordinator, does a great job. Different pressure packages coming from different angles. That's been a big improvement at the academy over the last 5 years. Brian Norb taking over as an assistant, becoming the defense coordinator. What do you expect to see out of the defense, both schematically and then also just in terms of personnel?
Well, we lost a lot.
Yeah.
We only have 3 starters back on defense, and you're right. He's done an extraordinary job. And you look in the last 2 years, we've been 5th. In the country in total defense, and the other year we were number 1 in the country in total defense. And we do a good bit with what some up front and with our coverages. We think you have to be really, really multiple. Naturally, you've been raised in this ever since you were in diapers, probably. I mean, you can do too much too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Ultimately, it's going to come down to how well you execute. But we believe you have to push the bounds in being multiple. And it's a real credit to the quality of instruction that our coaches provide individually to those spots and to our players to embrace that, because you got to be really good at the nuances of each particular technique too.
No question.
Coach, weird to not have Boise State Air Force on the schedule this year. I don't know, it seems like
I'm trying to think. The last time that was the case probably would have been.
I don't think either school's too upset about it.
I'll say this: what I do love about that trip, the people of Idaho are absolutely magnificent in terms of the support they have for our military, and that goes way up in that northwest part. As Fairchild's just over the border near Spokane, at Mountain Home.
Mm-hmm.
What an awesome area. And it shows there's a reason why people want to move to that area.
Yep.
The quality of life, the values. And so how thankful we are to those people and how well they support our service members.
We're getting a lot of comments. Air Force Class C program, proud they're part of the Mountain West. Others saying the same thing. So don't play in the regular season, but you guys should be one of the top teams in the league. Maybe we can get a championship game. Air Force and Boise State. You'll take that, right?
Yeah.
Coach, one more for you. It just dawned on me that some incredible battles for the Commander-in-Chief trophy have taken place between you and Ken Niumatalolo, and now he's in the league. He's at San Jose State. He's certainly been a familiar face. Some great rivalry games between the two of you. How excited are you to have Coach Niumatalolo in the league?
You know how you look into another set of eyeballs and you just know, golly, this guy's made my life miserable a little bit. I'm looking into a pair right now.
The stats say otherwise, right?
No, when I got them on my play, wherever I was coaching, we did pretty well. I just didn't do. It's been Falcon Stadium that I have. I can't even go to a game. I'll
seven turnovers in 2014, maybe 8.
It was bad.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
But Kenny, I mean, the class, what a great competitor he is. And I'm just telling you guys, as years go by and as decades go by, we're going to look back at what he did at Navy.
No question.
And we're going to say, there's no way that happened, that kind of run. Mm-hmm. And, the decency as a man, he is a tremendous football coach too.
Well, we appreciate you coming on, Coach. Thanks so much for the time. Best of luck. And as I said, December 5th, 6th, whatever it is, let's meet up in either the Academy or Boise and have a championship game with
wake me up. I'm having a good dream right now. Don't wake me up.
Thanks so much, Coach. Troy Calhoun,
yeah.
head coach at the Air Force Academy. Looking forward to that. Mike, you are almost done for your first session here. You powered through a little over an hour straight, all these interviews, 5 coaches. That was fun.
That was a lot of fun. Some really good people too. I think it was the one. It was great to talk to Coach Calhoun, and certainly I didn't mind the compliments that he was throwing my direction. I've stayed in touch with Coach Calhoun a little bit here and there, and just asked if I could go to a practice. And it's a tough spot because I am a Boise guy, so I don't want to be giving any of the trade secrets away. But just a tremendous class of an individual, and one of the 4 longest tenured head coaches at their current institution in all of college football, and you can see why.
Yeah, no, it's I didn't realize you hadn't fared too well for you down there, other than
just in that stadium.
You're right though, man. And you fall behind against them and
chasing points.
They have an 8. I forget what year it was because you were gone, but Boise State had another year where they went down there and it was the afternoon game and the sun was in a bad spot.
Yep.
And they had a horrible first half. I think it was 2018 maybe. And Brett Rippon got stuck 4 times at the goal line to try to get in, and they lost the game. And then that ended up being the game that kept them out of the championship. But it should be on everyone's bucket list to go to a game there.
No, except for if you've been there 4 times and you need to wear Depends the 5th time. So I'm gonna stay away from that place. It was also great catching up with Timmy Chang. Embodies everything about the islands. Both his personality, his understanding of that football program, and the culture of Hawaii. He's leaning into it. He's embracing it. He's actually a lot of the media people, the national people that I've talked to, he's kind of become everybody's favorite dude just because he's such a real one. Just so authentic and so down to earth. And it was really fun seeing him.
We're going to have Mike Palm, the vice president here at Circa Resort and Casino, come on and talk some Mountain West odds in a little bit. And then we're going to play the Ashton Jeanty interview as well. So, Mike, appreciate you. We're going to give you about an hour off. We'll see you for Ball Talk with John Mallory, if that works, about 11:30.
I got to go check out of my hotel and throw my stuff down at the bell desk.
Or you can put it in my room if you need to. I still kept my room.
Man.
So all right, appreciate you, Mike. Yeah. There he is, Mike Sanford. We're going to go from one Mike to another with Mike Palm, Vice President of Operations at Circa Resort and Casino. We appreciate him for coming on. You can sit there, but maybe slide. Actually, go ahead, Slade. You can join us right here. We'll just go from one interview to the next. Mike Palm, Vice President of Operations, Circa, the D, Circa Sports, Golden Gate, now a TV commercial star, too, with some of the commercials out there. Mike, I'm liking them.
Derek's always very creative, right? And part of the fun is what we end up doing with the commercials. And, there'll be 3 or 4 concepts pitched to us each year. The one with the crazy ideas, the jingle and the bigger check and all that. That's the one that won out. I think second place was like shot at Stadium Swim, and Derek comes on the screen to reveal the guarantee, and like people are panicking and just rushing towards the screen and falling into the pools, like a scene out of Airplane when they have turbulence.
Well, save that for next year, maybe.
Yeah,
I like
maybe,
that. Yeah. We appreciate you joining us here. We've had a great relationship with Circa and Bronco Nation News and Boise State fans, and we're super excited again to have that partnership going. And I know we're excited about October 26th, I believe it is, the Friday night game.
Yeah.
Boise State UNLV. We've been putting some plans together for a cool weekend, and you guys are going to discount some rooms a little bit and throw us a party and get some fans here. And I know we're excited for that.
Well, Bronco fans turn out. We've learned that through our partnership with the Mountain West Conference. You guys are a very dedicated group, whether it's football or basketball, and so we always look forward to hosting you. You like to have a good time, and we like to show people.
Yeah, we've had come down here for the basketball tournament and done some other things here, and media days last year, and super excited. I know the game is Friday night, and that's a Chiefs Raiders weekend as well. So it's going to be a busy, packed weekend here. But we're excited for that. And I know Boise State, you got them as the clear favorite here to win the Mountain West. I mean, I was telling people I don't think the plus 135 is actually like that great value because of where they're at, and what do you make, I guess, of the Mountain West Conference betting odds when it comes to Boise State here?
Well, I mean, I think you ought to take a shot at 4-1 to make the playoff. I feel good about this team making the playoff. 4 linemen back. You're bringing the quarterback from USC. You already have the Conference Player of the Year in the backfield, and and this is a deep wide receiving core.
Yeah,
he played well under Spencer Danielson. I think it was like getting out of jail when they made the move with the coaching staff. and
I haven't heard it phrased that way, but you might not be wrong.
And the conference, it's a lot of turnover. I mean, all these new head coaches. I like the Mendenhall hire at New Mexico, but what's he got to work with? That's a long rebuild there. Coach Ken is not going to run the triple option. He's going to run a wide open passing attack at San Jose. If they lose their coach, he moves on to Arizona, right? That's been a good stepping stone. Like Tedford comes back, but I mean, his health. You have to worry about his health. I actually think Colorado State's the second best team.
Interesting.
What's UNLV going to do for quarterback? I mean, they were Odum's great, but they have to replace that quarterback. It's a tricky Friday night game. It's a big game.
Yep.
You guys don't have to play. You don't have to play.
Who, Boise? They don't play Air Force or Fresno.
You don't have to play Fresno, right? Or Colorado State. So you go and you're respectable in a loss. I'm not saying you're going to lose, but you're respectable at Outson in week 2 and you run the table. Makes for a lot of a good attention on the Mountain West Championship game. And I don't think the committee will put an undefeated Liberty in because they look so bad in the bowl game.
I was going to say you have Liberty at plus 275, I believe. You have them as the betting favorite to be the Group of 5 team.
That's why I think the value is at 4-1 with Boise. I actually think Memphis is sneaky for that Group of 5 bid. I would bet them before I bet the short shot with Liberty.
Now, I do have a little bit of a bone to. Now, you guys are one of my sponsors. Maybe I'm not allowed to speak negatively here, but Ashton Jeanty needs to have Heisman odds here. I mean, you have the quarterback on there, Nelson. I get it, but Conference Player of the Year. I mean, he's. I don't know if that's just an oversight or if you guys don't think he has a chance, but we got to get Ashton Jeanty somehow on the Heisman odds here.
Well, let's see how he performs. We expand it, right? The guys that start out in the field, we will add as we update them, through the first 7 or 8 weeks of the year. Tough for a Group of 5 running back. It's just really tough. I mean, 115 and 170 overall is not going to get the Heisman on a Group of 5. I don't think it's really hard for a running back anyhow. It's you look at it, it's very quarterback dominated, but I get the point. I think the kid transferring in from USC has a better shot at the Heisman if this team is a
Boise gets to the okay. All right,
I do.
I think fans in Boise would maybe disagree with you on that,
because the kids proved it.
Yeah.
For you guys, I think it takes a lot for him to be able to win it.
Sure. Anything else Boise State related? I know that the win total was started at like 8 or 8.5 and is up to 9. I don't see this team going 8-4. That would be a super buzzkill for this team. So I feel like you take the over, and at a minimum, the 9 gets you a push. I mean, how are you feeling about the? Obviously, you guys think it's a good number because that's where you have it set. But 9 for the over/under.
I think it will get bet up tonight. I'd be really surprised if this team loses 3 games. I think they're a 1-loss team. But even if you let them say they stubbed their toe somewhere along the line, that's 2 losses.
Yeah.
Right? And they'll be favored in a Mountain West championship game, unless we're just dead wrong about this team. But I think they tower above the rest of the Mountain West right now. And I think we don't really know who that second place team is going to be yet. But there's a lack of returning quarterbacks, a lot of changes going on in the Mountain West. And you guys have the stability of bringing a team back and bringing, although it was interim, a head coach back. I feel really good about Boise this year.
Anything else that stands out to you in terms of the Mountain West, whether it's win totals? You mentioned Colorado State, maybe taking a flyer on them for the conference, but where are you at Mountain West wise? Anything else that stood out to you? I mean, the Nevada 2.5 win total for me when they get that 13th game. I gotta think they can find a way to win 3 games, but just what else stands out to you from the Mountain West?
How about New Mexico?
Yeah,
win total. I mean,
Bronco Mendenhall.
He's really good. He can't win 2 games. You know,
are they 1.5?
Yeah, 1.5.
Wow.
I mean,
we'll have to ask him about that when he comes on.
I mean, wow. I love the hire by them. I think that's maybe the best hire. Obviously, people stayed within their organizations and like Wyoming, but that's a low win total for me. I would look Colorado State over, and I'd look New Mexico over as 2 win totals.
I kind of hinted at it, but I guess we need to officially say we are doing a party with you guys. I believe you're going to include some drinks. It's going to be a good time. We have you can email me. We'll get the graphic up on the screen, but we have an official package we're putting together. It's about $500, and you get 2 nights hotel. I think that's the prices start at the D. It's a little more expensive, as I said, at Circa because of the Chiefs being in town. You guys are rightfully charging a little more for rooms that weekend, but we're going to have a couple nights at the D or Circa. You get transportation to and from the game, and they're going to throw a pregame party either at Stadium Swim Friday during the day or the bar nearby, and that also includes round-trip airfare on Southwest Airlines. So the only thing it doesn't include is your game ticket. Folks kind of be particular about that, want to sit certain areas. We didn't want to include that. So $500, round-trip airfare, 2 nights hotel, and a party with some drinks and having a good time, and then a ride to and from the game. We've got 50 spots for that. We're hoping to get more than that, but reach out to me if you want to go. And I know you guys have done very well in helping take care of Bronco fans and us here at BNN, and we're hoping to return the favor and pack this place before the game.
BJ, it's always good to see you. I'm sure we'll have some fun on Thursday night too before the game.
Sure.
Some Friday afternoon.
Sure.
Hanging out, and then after the game Friday night. One of these years, Derek's going to be here during these media.
You know what? I didn't want to disrespect you and say that I like talking to you, but I wish Derek was here. But yes,
this year he went to Italy for 2 weeks.
I feel like last year he was in Italy or overseas somewhere too.
But when he made these plans, see, when we met with the folks from the Mountain West, they were targeting 2 different weeks. Right, next week All-Star break. We really thought they were going to go there, but then they ended up with Big 12 in town. Perfect, that's fine. And that was part of the thing about building that big stage down there in front of the book. I said, oh, it's a perfect week because we'll give you the whole screen. There's no sports going on next week, but it still worked out.
Yeah.
Because I love the way they did it, the way the crew put the shots together, the 2-shot with Jess with the VSIN in the background, and then the coach sitting there with all the odds. I mean, a lot of national media has talked about it's the most awesome media day set they've ever seen, and it sure turned out great.
And I took credit for it because it was my idea, but the field goal kicker out there doing the field goal, I texted Derek when I heard they were bringing the kicker and said, we have to make this happen, and that got pretty good play on social media as well.
I was there. I watched it. I mean, he was just wide right on the first kick.
Yeah.
And then, he
said he hadn't, he hadn't even kicked the ball. It was literally his first kick in, however many days. So that was kind of a warm. He was just trying to kick it, but he made the next 2.
He buried the second one. It looked like Yamin Lamal. I mean, he just drilled it low. It would have been good. We say 60 yards. Who knows? But if that was 60, that would have been good from close to 70.
I think he said it was probably 53, 54.
Right.
But he hit the building behind it or whatever.
Did it right too, because the closer to the screen, the better to block the wind. If you did it mid deck, that wind can get pretty tricky. He did a nasty crosswind blowing to his right, but no, he was awesome.
Well, that's the thing I love about Circa. You get crazy ideas. You guys love them. Yeah, it's a good time. It's a good party. And I've become really good friends with like Tyler Mays and Antoine Andrews and all these guys, and just getting to see them every time I come down here. And you guys really do treat us like family here at BNN. And I hope we can sell this thing out and pack the place for that weekend against UNLV. And I remember thinking, I'm sure Derek, all these guys are UNLV guys. We're in Vegas, and Derek showed up to our last party wearing a blue sport coat, and I asked him about the championship game, and he said, "I'm wearing blue, aren't I?" And so we've developed a pretty good partnership. I think Circa's kind of become the unofficial home for Boise State fans down here when they come down for games and stuff. And so looking forward to, I'll be coming back for a contest weekend, and then looking forward to getting back down here in October as well. So going to be a lot of fun, and appreciate Circa and you and what you guys are doing, and looking forward to another fun year.
Well, let's hope you got such demand that you say we need another 25 for this deal, because
you know what, with
awesome.
the Chiefs in town, I don't think you're gonna have a problem selling rooms that weekend. But
it's all right. We like the college fans.
Appreciate you, man.
Thanks,
BJ. Mike Palms, Vice President, Circa Resort and Casino, the D Golden Gate. Really appreciate him. You guys want to hear from Ashton Genty, Boise State running back? Ashton Genty spoke with the media. Looking forward to that, and I want to play that in just a second. But I want to thank up more of our sponsors. TCS, Transportation Compliance Service. Check them out. Transcompservice.com. All your trucking needs. You want to get the trucking industry. TCS, Transportation Compliance Service. Taco Bell, TacoBellWorks.com. They are hiring. You can also get half your wages the next day after your shift. Great promotional opportunities as well. Free food while you work. So you're looking for a job? Look no further than Taco Bell. And again, the SON Management Group, the Nicolason family. We appreciate Taco Bell for their support of BNN. Lithia Ford of Boise as well. Their anniversary sales going on. Check out Lithia Ford of Boise. Next time you're looking to buy or purchase a vehicle, we hope you use the fine folks over at Lithia Ford of Boise. The Blue and Orange Store, theblueandorangestore.com. Great gear at the Blue and Orange Store. Boise State gear, all the NIL gear, all that stuff. The Blue and Orange Store, theblueandorangestore.com. Thanks to Travis Hawks and Company. Make sure you check them out. Idaho Central Credit Union, ICCU.com. All your banking needs. Make sure you check out Idaho Central Credit Union. That mobile e-branch online banking, so easy to use. Check them out at Idaho Central Credit Union. RoePaint.com, our title sponsor. ROEPaint.com. Check them out. The official paint and coatings company at Boise State Athletics is RoePaint.com. So check them out, ROEPaint.com. We appreciate their support. And Cutwater Spirits as well. More than 35 flavors of pre-mixed premium cocktails. Pick one up at your local gas station or grocery store. Cutwater Spirits. All right, Spencer Danielson live in 20 minutes, but let's hear from Ashton Genty. Again, KTIK, BNN. We had a chance to sit down for about 20 minutes. Was going to cut it up, but it's all such good stuff. A really candid, open, kind of rare interview with Ashton Genty. Came down to Vegas. They couldn't get him into Circa. He set up his own hotel room across the street at Golden Gate and sat down with Johnny and Prater and Bob and myself last night. So here is 20 minutes with Ashton Genty. Great stuff. And then as soon as he's done, coming up at the top of the hour at noon, Spencer Danielson live in this chair in 20 minutes. So fun next 30, 40 minutes for you, Boise State fans. Here is your running back, your preseason Mountain West Player of the Year, Ashton Genty.
Well, Ashton, you're here at Media Days. Just talk us through like why you wanted to be here, how this all came about, and obviously you couldn't get in Circa, but you still thought it was worthwhile to want to be down here.
Yeah, I just think not only for myself, but for the program, just to be a representation of the whole team. I think it was important for me to come out here and just put a face to the name. Everybody sees me in the pads and all good stuff, but just to see my personality more and get in front of more media and just express myself.
You may have to up the mic on this. Apologize, folks. Not much we can do. So turn your mic up for the rest of this Ashton Genty interview. Turn your sound up. It's the best we can do. But here he is.
It was important to me, but definitely the media team and the staff. I know I was talking to Coach D, and he was saying I was a little bummed at first that me being under 21, but he said him and the rest of the staff were talking and just trying to find a way to get me here and get in front of the media.
When you talk to the national folks and stuff, how does that feel, I guess? And just what's kind of the message that you're trying to get across about yourself and your season here and your team?
Yeah, it's definitely a exciting thing to be able to talk to the national media. But just the message is that Boise State is getting back to that winning history, and we're going to chase after everything this year and do something that this program's never done before.
I saw your tweet. You're not shy from saying we'll see you in the CFP or whatever. You seem pretty. I guess everyone's going to say that, but you're not shying away from some big goals.
No, we have high standards as a program, as a team, we're expected to win, so I'm not going to shy away from that. I mean, I was just talking about the game, but, obviously in real life, we definitely like to make it there for sure.
Where do you think this team's going to be better this year?
I just think as a whole, first of all, on the defensive side of the ball, I just think as a whole, our defensive back unit will be a lot better this year. And then as a receiver core, getting Latrell back, getting some guys out the portal. So I think our passing game attack will take a big step this year also.
How do you stay, kind of the normal, humble guy after kind of getting all this attention over the last 7-8 months? How do you do it?
I think it's just understanding how I got to all this stuff, all the recognition, all the accolades, all the awards was from being humble in the first place, working hard, putting my head down, and kind of keeping that chip on my shoulder, and not becoming complacent, even though I got everything that I want, but chasing after even more.
Even though that's probably your background and instilled with you since your parents, did you feel like you had to work extra hard to kind of bump up that game a little bit because the pressure's been coming hard?
I definitely think so. I mean, the goal every year is to elevate my play and get better and play at a higher level. And being what I did last year, I played at a really high level, but there's still areas of my game that I can improve, and I've worked really hard this offseason to do that.
Yeah, I was mostly just talking about like your offseason and how you've had to be humble, how you had to go back to your roots and remind yourself a million times that, man, it's tough right now, but I'm sticking to it. Was that kind of the process you had?
Yeah, I think it's, what I say really, or, when somebody gets all the stuff or the money, the cars, the status, they're usually going to be more the person they already were before they got to that. So that's just really how I think about it, and, that's who I am. I'm just being more the person I already was, and, hopefully I can get even more by keeping that same mindset.
What's that been like, though? Just now being, talking all these national media, and you're moving up, seeing yourself on a lot of these draft boards and lists about running backs and grades and video games and stuff. When you're a little kid, could you have ever imagined just to be in this position and having them finagle a way to get you down here just because it was worth it? What's all the recent fame and stuff kind of been like?
It's just a testament to the hard work that I put in. But obviously, every little kid dreams about being in this place as an athlete, being in a video game, getting all the accolades, getting all the awards. But it's truly been amazing. But once again, it's just a testament to the hard work.
How small or big is your kind of inner circle? And I know whether it be the portal thing and agents and all kinds of people. That sometimes can consume guys and it ruins the season or whatever. How have you been able to try to, as they're talking about, just compartmentalize it all and only keep the things that matter in your focus and stuff like that?
Well, yeah. For me, for one. Obviously, family and friends, the ones who were there before I got to this status, the ones who've been ride or die supporting me before I had all this attention on myself. And then I think it's just important as an athlete, especially now in the NIL, or just to handle yourself as a professional athlete, and you have to build a group of people around you that you can trust that can help you accomplish your goals.
You're the number one kind of star celebrity athlete in Boise right now. What responsibility, if any, comes with that?
I just think it's just upholding the standard of this program, knowing that, I have a big logo that I'm representing in being this Bronco. And I take that very seriously. And just knowing that a lot of people are looking up to me, they're watching everything I do. And it's that more important for me to watch what I do and be the real leader that I am.
Your game, I guess, and there's just so much hype to talk about. I know you still want to get better and do more things than you did last year. Where for you do you hope to be better this year, or where have you really been focused on?
I think as far as for the team, just being a more vocal leader, just leading guys on the team, bringing everybody along, whether things are going good or going bad. And then for myself individually, just being a better pass protector. I think I've shown how versatile I am with the ball in my hands, but now I think where I can take steps is what I can do for the team without the ball in my hands.
Since
Since the last time you played a live game, specifically this offseason, where do you feel like you've gotten better, maybe on and off the field?
Yeah, definitely football IQ, just being able to recognize defensives, know exactly what we're doing each play, why we're lining up like this, why we're running this formation to this coverage. So really just understanding what we're doing each and every single play, not just lining up and letting the ball snap, being able to identify and process things before the ball snaps.
Is that all through film work mostly with the crew or the gang?
Yeah, film work, extra work with coaches. I mean, even me and some of the running backs, we meet with Coach Montgomery just to learn more about the run game. So just being more locked in on everything, which will take your game to the next level.
Do you, I mean, this offense, I mean, I know it's, you don't want to hype it up too much, whatever, but you look at who you guys have back on the line, the receivers. I know you feel pretty good at quarterback, and you got everyone's, Dirk's influence, obviously. I mean, is this how special do you think this offense could be?
I think it'd be really special. We have a lot of guys on this offensive offensive side of the ball, who can make a lot of big plays, and I think taking the pressure off me would be it's going to be very amazing. Me being fresher and then having other guys in the running back room. Now, our running back room isn't limited. Now, we got a bunch of guys who can go, and that's just not the running back room. I mean, in the O-line room, we got guys who can go. In the receiver room, we got guys who can go. Quarterback room, the whole team, it's just on the offense is just stacked. And, when if the number one guy were to go down, I mean, I don't think any slack would, the slack would be picked up even with the number two guy. So that's really what you want on the offense or any side of the ball, just to have depth.
How did the way the team finished last year, you think, set you guys up for this year?
Yeah, just our determination and just not giving up, not quitting with the odds stacked against us, and all the transition, the adversity that we went through, and to be able to finish on top, I think just shows us who we are as a team and, what we can do this year to expand on that.
And what's the vibe right now? We're in the middle of summer. You still got basically, 3 or 4 weeks left before you guys start. What's the vibe? What's the feeling?
I mean, good vibes, great energy. I mean, the best it's been since I've been here in my 2.5 years. I mean, guys are super excited to come in the building, to work. I mean, guys are ready to go, and, everybody's mindset is similar, and, we're all unified in our goals and what we want for the season.
I don't know. Go ahead, Buck.
Your relationship with your offensive line, you're always talking about them. Is there a group chat or something? Like if you said, hey, I need some help, is someone going to call you instantly? Like you guys got together this summer? Just where are you with your line right now?
I wouldn't say there's like a group chat, but, I'm very close with all of them. I feel on a daily basis. I mean, we all talk pretty much every day. Like we're getting back from vacation, all asking each other what you did, like how was it, that type thing. I mean, like I said before, got an NIL deal with the James down. We're not downtown, but right on Broadway. But just giving those guys cards and letting them go get meals for free, that kind of thing. And I'm gonna have like a big barbecue for them, all that type stuff. Just a bunch of different things to build that camaraderie. And then I've been telling all the other media people, but me and Mason Randolph, we made a bet. He wanted me to make a bet with him, so we did it. And he said, if I rush for 2,000, then I got to cut my dreads off. So he recorded it and everything. So I've just been saying, it's just gonna make him block better. So that's why I did it.
How long have you had those for?
About 2.5 years now.
See, that was going to be my question when he was asking. I was going to ask you about goals, and I don't know how specific you get or if you even share your goals, but there's only 4 or 5 people in the Boise State history, all-time history, 2,000-yard club. Are you aware of that? Apparently you are. And how important is that, and how detailed do you look at that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very detailed, being that, I want to be the next best running back to come through here, and I think that's one thing that will certify me as, a legendary running back to come through Boise State. And just for the team and just the O-line, I mean, it'll show how great of an O-line they are for me to be able to rush for that many yards.
You mentioned legacy there. I mean, I know we talked about when you came back, but I mean, I know you, Spencer, the city. I mean, there's a lot of factors to it, but how much of it was like you could have a statue built outside the stadium someday, or if they ever retire numbers, you could be one of those. I mean, being one of those all-time greats here that maybe you wouldn't have had if you had gotten a bigger check to go somewhere else for 1 year. How big of a part of your legacy in this program in this city and always being welcome back here? How big a part was that of your decision to come back?
That's very important to me. I mean, it was a big part of my decision. And you know, one thing before I even stepped foot on a college campus was, you know, where am I going to be able to go leave my legacy and impact for years on after I'm done playing the game. And, you know, Boise State is the place for that, and nowhere else I could do that. So that was really important to me, and there was no way I could walk out on that opportunity.
The EA Sports college football video game, the attributes, the rankings came out. Just your thoughts on where you are there, and a follow-up to T. Crow not being in the game. Did that bug you?
Yeah, it definitely bugged me. I mean, he's been a huge player for us. I mean, he's made some big, tremendous plays for us, and, you know, just kind of like the old line, how it goes unnoticed. I mean, he's been an extension of our run game really since my freshman year, making big-time blocks for us. You know, so I was definitely bummed for him. I know he was pretty sad, and, you know, it being his last year, so it was really his final chance. So it would have been nice for him to be in the game, but hey, I mean, it is what it is, man. You know.
Your rankings?
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with my ranking. You know, 91. I'll take it. Top 50. So I can't be mad at that. But I will say they could have made my strength higher. You know, I squatted 600, and I mean, it's known that I run through defenders. So I mean, they could have made it just a little bit higher. You know.
Did you look at the running backs in front of you and take note that there was 4, 5, or 6? And you don't seem like a chip on your shoulder kind of guy, but very much a competitive guy. So that had to impact you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, just another way to show me, you know, the competition and, you know, how many great running backs there are in college football right now, and it's just more motivation for me, honestly.
Outside of you, the storyline is the quarterback situation. I'm sure you're even with both of them, whoever wins the job. But how are you going to help both of these guys? You know how competitive it is. Like, how can you lend a helping hand to both of them when you need to?
Yeah, I think it's just like any other position on the team, building a relationship with them and building a connection with them on and off the field, and learning how we can play together, you know, learning how I can be better in pass protection for them, learning what they're thinking when I'm running a route, or, you know, when they're calling the protection this way, or those type of things, you know, getting in the film room with them and, you know, just treating it equally, you know, because either one of those guys could be the starting QB, or if one goes down, then it's next man up.
I think we've asked you this question before when we had you in the studio, and we saw the video the other day, the EA trailer with the quick Heisman pose. And just again, how much is that important to you? How much do you think about that? It's a byproduct at the end. I totally get that, but it's also this amazing opportunity that will never come again.
Yeah, I mean, to be in the Heisman consideration, I mean, it's big time. You know, you dream about stuff like that as a kid, but as far as importance, I mean, it's not the most important thing, and like I've said earlier, it'll come. You know, with the team success, things like that come. If, you know, our team doesn't handle business and win the games that we need to win, then all those awards and accolades, they won't even come. So I would love to win that award, but it's not the most important thing to me.
Just for you, I mean, you play football, Pee Wee football, whatever, your whole life you've been playing this game, and to maybe be, you know, 6, 7, 8 months, year, whenever, you know, on the cusp of achieving some of your bigger goals. I mean, what I know you got to do the work, but what's that like, just to be close but not there yet? You know, there's still a lot of work left to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great feeling. It's a great place to be, but you know, you just have to remember that the job's not done yet. And, you know, when I was first getting to college and dreaming about being a All-American, a prestigious athlete, you know, I had to keep doing the work in between each and every single day. So it's that same thing, and, you know, to keep working until I get there, and then when I get there, work's still not done. You got to do even more work, prove yourself again, all over.
Camp starts 3 weeks from today. How do you get your mind and your body, that last 1% or whatever it is, ready? How do you process these next 3 weeks to get ready for the big run?
Yeah, so I think first off, just understanding what the goals are for the season. What's ahead of us. How can we better ourselves this last week, whether that be more condition, whether that be IQ, learn the run game better, passing game, whatever it is. We've all, Coach D said, man, focus on one or two things, right, that you can get better personally, and that's going to make the whole team better if we all focus on those one or two things to improve on. So I think that's just what I'm doing, and a big focus right now is, getting in football shape, so just attacking each and every workout.
You mentioned, the other running backs in the room, Breezy and Sire. I mean, how much can they help you in terms of not making you have to carry 30 times a game, whatever, and being fresh, and how much are maybe, Sire in particular going to surprise some people with how good they can be too?
Yeah, I think both of those guys are working hard. I mean, for them to, step up and at such a young age and learn the offense and, be ready to have a big part in what we do this year, I think it's amazing, and I think it just is a testament to Boise State football and, the running backs of Boise State football not only, and, how we just keep the line going, keep the legacy going, and, those guys are working hard each and every single day, and, it's been great to watch those guys because I see a lot of myself in them, being a young guy, having a chance to play at an early age, but understanding how important it is and being able to attack it with pretty much a pro mindset and, not the mindset of a high schooler.
I believe you said in the past, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you've basically committed to the next 4 months. You want to play a great football season and then enter into the NFL. That's correct? I think you've said that. That's kind of your working goal. When you compartmentalize it like that, does it make the job a lot easier knowing that I just four hard months and then we can see what happens after that?
Yeah, I think just focusing on the right now and being where your 2 feet are. Obviously, I play this game and I have goals and aspirations beyond just playing in college. But I think when you lose yourself and not keeping the main thing, then you won't even get to that point. So that's been a big focus for me is to, just keep taking it day by day. And, when the season gets done, if that's a decision, that's a decision. And if it's to come back, it's to come back. I really can't tell you right now, but the way the market is and, how it's going for running backs and, being that football in general is not really a long career, I am looking to, enter in the draft if it's best for me after the season.
Do you have an agent? No NIL agent, no other signed agent, no representation?
No.
Family, friends, mentors?
Mentors, different things. Like I said earlier, you need a good group of people around you just to be there and support you, and that's the most important thing. But when it comes to agents and all that stuff, don't really need it, and I kind of just let things come to me, and there's plenty of people around the building, Boise State, who have been more than willing to help me out with all the stuff in the NIL space.
Does your family get pampered a little bit?
Yeah, they do. I mean, that's just the benefits to them, being related to me, and it's a blessing for them and for me.
So you've talked 2,000 yards. You've talked, CFP. I mean, what's the dream season for you here? How does this go?
Dream season, undefeated, win the conference, go to the playoffs. Obviously all the accolades and stuff that all the preseason, all the just all the stuff, that comes with it, all the winning, pretty much.
Any upcoming events before camp starts in 3 weeks, NIL, anything? I mean, is Bronco Nation going to have another chance to see you before the season starts, like publicly?
Yeah, there's actually this weekend, it's a little Optimist football event, so I'll be out there with the kids, throwing the ball around and stuff, and then sign some autographs after. So that'll be another chance before the season.
And we're back here live, Mountain West Media Days coverage, Circa Resort and Casino. Going to have Spencer Danielson, head coach of Boise State, sitting down here in just a minute or two to chat with us. Looking forward to that. We'll get Coach's chair brought in here a little bit. And talk to Coach. So if you got a question or comment, we only got about 10 minutes. He's got a busy schedule. But if you have a question or a comment for Spencer Danielson, let us know. We'll do our best to get that to him in the next 10 minutes or so. So appreciate Boise State, Patrick Walsh doing it last night with Ashton Jeanty. I thought that was really cool and super appreciative and thankful for Boise State for doing that with Ashton Jeanty last night and him coming all the way down here. So you see all the action behind us, and Spencer Danielson finishing up another interview right now, and will be coming over to join us very, very shortly here. And we got some good stuff for Spencer, so we get about 10 minutes with him here. I had about 20 minutes earlier in the print interview session, and we'll get that video posted over to the Bronco Nation News YouTube channel when we get a chance later today. Mike Prater also sent me a column. We'll get that posted here shortly. So Mike Prater column from Las Vegas for subscribers of Bronco Nation News. So we will get that posted here very shortly as well. Having a ton of fun. We're about 2 hours into our coverage right now. We're about halfway through the coaches. We got Spencer coming up here momentarily. Then we've got Sanford and Johnny are going to get a little ball talk for you coming up, maybe bottom of the hour around 11:30. And then we're going to have Jay Tuss join us. We're going to have the rules of conference coordinator of officials, Mike DeFee, talk about some of the rules changes and things this year. Jeramiah Dickey is going to join Mike Prater and I coming up around 12:30. And then we're going to get back to the coaches. We got Jeff Choate. We've got the new Wyoming coach, Utah State, Sean Lewis, San Diego State. We got Ken Niamataolo at San Jose State, and then Bronco Mendenhall at New Mexico as well. And then we'll be live simulcasting, and that should take us right up until 3 o'clock Pacific. 4 o'clock Mountain Time, we'll be live simulcasting on KTIK. Those guys will come over and join us at the set, and we'll keep it going. So we're going to go over 6 hours of our live coverage here on Bronco Nation News, probably about 6 hours and 20 minutes. So having a great time, day two. And again, appreciate all of our sponsors for making this happen. Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, rowpaint.com, the Blue and Orange Store, Lithia Ford of Boise, all of our major sponsors and all of our sponsors, Ridley's Family Markets, Voucher Real Estate, Lean Feast, Timberstone Golf Course. I know I'm probably leaving somebody out, but super appreciative and thankful that we were able to be down here, and it's because of our sponsors. So please support the sponsors, and Transportation Compliance Service is one that I mentioned, Taco Bell as well, Cutwater Spirits, our studio sponsor. So again, $50 gets you a 1-year subscription to Bronco Nation News. You can use that promo code at the bottom of the screen. BNN50 deal is the promo code. So would love if you get a chance to subscribe, help us with some of the expenses and things from the trip and being down here. And so again, it's been a fun couple of days, long couple of days. We're going to finish strong here. We're 2 hours into 6 hours and 30 minutes of live coverage here on Bronco Nation News, and then we will all head to the airport and fly back late tonight, and hopefully make it over to Settlers Park early in the morning for my kids' state baseball game at 8 a.m. So was a little distracted earlier, was watching his game a little bit before we got started, and crazy with the technology now, what you can do on kids' baseball games. So good luck to the Meridian All-Stars here in Game 2 this afternoon. But having a ton of fun, and this has been a great setup so far. Circa does a tremendous job. Let us know, good, bad. What do you think of the coverage? Anything they're thinking we can change for next year? Things you like? We've got the multiple camera setup here that I think is going pretty well, and so we're having a really nice time down here. And it's been a huge help to have Mike Sanford. He's doing a great job with these coach interviews. He really doesn't need me. I mean, there's no need for me to be in any of these interviews. You got Mike Sanford. That's all you need. So looks like Spencer is on his way over right now. Here he is. We'll plop him right down. Hey, well, you're 5 minutes late, so we are live right now. Spencer Danielson, head coach at Boise State. Scoot on a little closer to me, Coach. We'll make it look good here on TV. Here's your headset for you. Right here? Yep, and we got 975 Boise State fans waiting to hear from you. We just played the Ashton Jeanty interview, talking to him last night. And I know you're making the media rounds, Coach. Appreciate you stopping by. How's it going?
BJ, been looking forward to this. All the 970, whatever it is, live Bronco Nation. Thank you for hopping on and listening. We're fired up. It's been a great day so far.
What's the question you've been asked the most?
Oh man, It's something.
Who's the quarterback?
That one's every time. How good is Ashton Jeanty? How much is Ahmed bench? How old are you? That's about the. There's a random run of it. I got to get a beard or something out here. We'll be ready to rock next year.
What has it been like? I talked to you in the print room about the taking over as head coach and the other duties that come with that, and now getting a chance to represent this team down here at media days and see all the other coaches and the commissioner and the folks from the conference and get to chat with the media and really kind of talk about your team and represent them down here.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Obviously, this is my first media days, and anytime I get an opportunity to talk about the young men in our program, I get so excited, BJ. I know you guys get tired of me saying it, but I absolutely love our football team. I love these young men way more than just football players. I love them as young men, and I know they're going to be world changers in life. And I'm also very, very excited for what they're going to do on this football field. Now, I also believe, and I've heard every single coach that walks through talks about how good they're going to be this year and how talented. I don't think anybody July 11th is talking about how they're going to have a bad season. And it's also something at Boise State, you love the expectations are through the roof. Since I've been here, we've always been picked to win the Mountain West. Now, we haven't done it every year.
Yeah.
We were able to get it done last year, but we hadn't won the Mountain West Championship since 2019. And so talking to our players yesterday, I talked to them about, hey, preseason accolades, deserved. All these things are awesome, but they really don't mean anything. We got to go put the work in, do the work to make sure that we're ready for game one out in the heat, in a hostile environment to make sure we win game one, August 31st against Georgia Southern. That's my message. And right now I got to make sure July 11th, when Coach Hilgart's with our team working out in Boise, Idaho, we're handling business. So go ahead and swing by the facility, make sure we're getting it done.
We'll go one quarterback question. I know nothing's probably changed, but I mean, that first rep of fall camp, is the plan still for Maddox Madsen to get that first rep and kind of see where it goes?
Yeah, right now, Maddox Madsen will get the first reps. Malachi will get the 2 reps, and they'll compete. And we're going to get it. Everything will be graded. It is a true quarterback competition. May the best man win, and who gives us the best opportunity to win games will start. And both do things really well. I'm fired up for Malachi, who now has been here for about 6 months, knows the offense. He is the only quarterback in that room that had to learn a new offense coming in January. Now he knows that he has command of it. So I'm excited to see Maddox and Malachi compete during fall camp, and we'll see how it goes through competition.
Well, I'll ask you first offense, then defense. But everyone's talking, Genty, everyone's talking about who's a name or two on offense that we're not talking about as much as we should be.
Yeah, I'm really excited how Austin Bolt did in spring ball. He's healthy. He's playing at a very high level. Matt Lauder, I mean, you talk about how he finished last season. I know Coach Cutter's going to do a great job getting our tight ends the rock and being a much bigger weapon in the pass game. Those are 2 guys. And I mean, even behind Ashton, Breezy and Cy Gaines had really good spring balls and have had great summers so far too. So fired up for that group. And our offensive line with 4 returning starters with Cage Casey, Ben Dooley, Mason Randolph, and Roger Carrion. I mean, that's going to where our offense is. That's going to be the lifeblood of our offense, is making sure those 4 guys, and competition for the right tackle spot is going to be high. Hall Schmidt did a great job through spring ball, but there's going to be a lot of competition for the right tackle spot to find that 5th one.
What about defensively?
Defensively, we got a really good crew coming back. Obviously, early on last season, we knew we were going to be young on defense. We took our lumps. We gave up a lot of explosive plays that we need to work on to improve. But the exciting part for our team is that the majority of all those guys now are coming back. So they got game day experience. They know what it feels like in the heat of battle, and they played their best football down the stretch. In our front 7, DJ Schramm is obviously a young man that I love dearly that moved on, but Marco Notarini is going to be healthy. Our front 7 is going to be really the same starters that finished the season. Jaden Virgin has had a great offseason, finished the season great last year. We obviously have talked about Ahmed. I mean, Andrew Simpson is going to be a force to be reckoned with. I mean, he's a Swiss Army knife for us. We can put him on the edge. He's going to blitz at times. He's one of the best blitzing linebackers we've had at Boise State. And it's awesome to have our D tackles with Herb, Braxton Feely, Sheldon Newton, Mike Callahan. I mean, we're going to be deep at D tackle. So our front 7, I'm very excited to see them take a step from last season to this. And then obviously in the back end, we gave up a lot of explosive pass plays. Now we've got our back ends returning. Ty Benefield finished the season great last year, and he had a great spring. Fired up for him going into his true sophomore year. Sheila Depot started and played a lot of games for us at nickel. I mean, Alex Tubner, Amarion McCoy, These are guys that have done a really good job that now have cut their teeth. We've been through it, and we've been able to add some guys in the offseason that are going to even push competition even higher. I mean, Rodney Robinson did a great, he played a lot for us last year. He's had a really good summer, but bringing in Jeremiah Irby, he had a really good spring. Devon Banks just got here a couple weeks ago. Very excited about who he can be. Markel Reed's working his tail off. He's healthy now. So competition is going to be extremely high in the back end.
Folks said, by the way, that you look like you're hitting the weight room. They're liking the camera angle here.
I got to keep wearing this polo if that's what people are saying, man. I got to make sure I get home to see my wife.
Somebody else asked if you bought enough extra suits since being hired. If you added a few more suits.
Nope, I still only have 2. I know you guys are going to mess with me when I wear. I got my black suit that I got from going to my brother's wedding, and Coach Shenander bought me a blue one. So my wife tells me I got to head to Men's Warehouse prior to the season.
Coach, the hype around this team, it's at an all-time high that I can remember my 12 years here with the new playoff being added and just all the stuff that culminated with Genty staying and getting Malachi and Dirk coming back, and there's so much hype. How do you, it almost seems like if you don't make the CFP, some fans are going to see this as a disappointing season. And I know the expectations are always high, but how do you look at the hype? Do you embrace that? Do you want your players to feed off that? Or do you try to eliminate all of the external noise? And how do you look at all that?
Yeah, great question, BJ. First off, Boise State expectations are always through the roof, and they should be. Bronco Nation deserves that. And no different when I came to Boise State 8 years ago. And no different than what we were talking about earlier. We were picked to win the Mountain West every year. It should be. This season, we got a great group of guys coming back. We're going to have a talented team. We got a team that I love being around and care about. We haven't won any games yet. All these preseason accolades don't mean anything. So my message to our team, with a lot of things outside that is awesome and is deserved, we got to focus on making sure we handle day to day. And I talked to our team about stacking days. Right now, like I said, July 11th was a big time workout for us back in Boise, Idaho. I got to make sure that our team handled that workout really well. Tomorrow is July 12th. We got decks, we got training. We got to make sure we out there and we get everything in we need to. So that's the focus for our guys. I hear a lot about we got Oregon and this. Yes, that's going to be an amazing game that we will be ready for. But we got Georgia Southern game 1. That's going to be 110 degrees in a hostile environment with a loaded roster coming back. We got to be ready to go start fast and win game 1 August 31st. So my biggest message is control what you can control. Right now, that's summer training. Let's make sure we do that.
Your athletic director, Jeramiah Dickey, he's been in the news lately. Contract. Not sure what you want to say about that or can say, but how important has he been to this program, to you, and how much do you want and need to see him stay?
Jeramiah Dickey's a 10 out of 10. I don't say that lightly. You talk about a guy that since he's been here, the What's Next initiative and what he's pushed forward to, even being the head coach here for 8 months, but even seeing all the things he's been able to do to this point. I know even in the seat I'm in, the support that he gives me, being on the cutting edge, how to support our players, how to push forward. We need Jeramiah Dickey to stay at Boise State, and he wants to be here. Jeramiah Dickey is a huge part of our football program, of all the sport programs. We need Jeramiah Dickey to stay, and I know our administration's working hard to get it done, and we need to.
I only got 90 seconds left, Coach, but I know you switched the schedule up. Nothing on Sundays now. Maybe talk through that a little bit.
Yeah, so something I did a lot of research with a bunch of coaches through the offseason. It's something that's been on my heart for a long time. I want to give players, obviously, after a game, making sure they have time to get in the training room, get their bodies right. Maybe someone got banged up for the game, so the training room's going to be there. But I want the rest of the day to be off for our players so they have an opportunity to go to church. They have an opportunity to be with their family. They have an opportunity to get a jump on school that week. And no different for our coaches. I'm going to leave the morning, nothing mandatory in the morning for our coaches. So if going to church is something that they want to do, I want them to have an opportunity to be around their family in the mornings, go to church, have some opportunity to get rest and recovery. So then we come back in the afternoon as a staff, we are refreshed and ready to put the game to rest that we just had and be ready for the next day. And then we show up Monday. A huge positive is going to be we're going to practice at night on Monday. So now when we do opponent prep, our coaches have actually had time to go through the opponent. So we're actually going to be putting in true game plan reps, and a lot of coaches that I've talked to are doing this now, and it's going to help us not only perform on the field but make sure our players and coaches are refreshed off of it.
Well, final question, Coach. Just your excitement level. Year 1 as the head coach. We mentioned all the hype, the excitement. it's got a chance to be a special season. I know you got to get it done on the field, but your excitement level going into the year.
Oh, it's through the roof. I'm fired up, BJ. I cannot wait to get started. We start fall camp July 31st. I love our team. I love our coaches. Bronco Nation, I got your back. We are in this thing together. We got a lot of of work left to do. We got a long way to go, but I'm excited where we're at July 11th. But my excitement's through the roof. I can't wait to see this team take the field August 31st, and I promise you we'll be ready.
Got to wait 4 weeks, though, to get a home game. So I know the fans will be fired
Yes.
up at that point.
Or you can come to Georgia Southern.
Yeah, thanks, Coach. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, BJ.
There
See
he
you,
is.
Bronco Nation.
There he is, Spencer Danielson.
God bless you
Appreciate
guys.
him for jumping on with us. There he is, the head coach at Boise State, Spencer Danielson, and always enjoy his time. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks,
Appreciate it. Yep. And again, Georgia Southern game will be here before we know it. But yeah, a little bit of news and notes there. Switching to the Sunday no practice, and then Monday night. He says the Chick-fil-A mindset. Love it, Coach. So yeah, appreciate Spencer Danielson for sitting down and joining us, and that's great stuff. Wish we would have had twice as much time, but he's got a lot of interviews and things he's got to get to, so understand it. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the interview there. Spencer Danielson. Somebody was asking about Jeramiah Dickey. He is coming up at 12:30. That's Pacific time, so 1:30. I've been saying the timing wrong. 1:30 will be Jeramiah Dickey with Mike Prater and I. So I apologize I'm getting this Pacific zone, Mountain time zone all screwed up here, but we've got a very special edition of Ball Talk. John Mallory and Mike Sanford Ball Talk coming up in about 14 minutes. You'll have Mike Sanford, John Mallory Ball Talk coming up in 14 minutes. Then you're going to have Jay Tust is going to join us as well from noon till about 12:30. You'll have Jay Tust join us. You're going to have Prater come on, and this is Pacific time. So again, I'm once again wrong on my hours here. We're talking 12:30 for Ball Talk back in Boise, 1 o'clock for Jay Tust, 1:30 will be Jeramiah Dickey, 1:30 Mountain time for Jeramiah Dickey with Mike Prater and I, and then we get back to the coaches. Oh, I think we may have Mike DeFee, the rules analyst, filling in there, and then we'll get back to the coaches in a big way. Jeff Choate at 2 o'clock Mountain time live. We'll go, Coach Saville at Wyoming at 2:20. Utah State's going to be 2:40, I believe, with Coach Dreiling. And then what a final 3 o'clock hour. Sean Lewis at 3 o'clock, Bronco Mendenhall and Ken Niamataolo as well. So we are not going to have much trouble keeping the live stream going here, and we're going to go all the way through my live appearance on KTIK radio at 4 o'clock. So we're going to go about 6.5 hours of live continuous coverage here on Bronco Nation News. Again, this would not be possible without your support, your sponsorship. I know $50 is a lot of money, but if you're able to help us out, $50 gets you a full year. And it's just a one-time fee, and you don't have to worry about it till media days next year. And would really appreciate all the help that you guys can do. So if you're able to fork over $50, help us pay, Johnny and Prater and Tuss and all these guys and the expenses to be down here, we would really, really appreciate that. It adds up. May not seem like much, but it's a big deal helping a small business out like ourselves. So really appreciate all the support we've gotten. Somebody's saying there's only 11 likes on the video. I can't see that, but if you are watching on YouTube, if you wouldn't mind taking a quick second and smashing that like button, we'd appreciate that. If you could subscribe, we would really appreciate that as well. We do have about 160 of you watching live on YouTube right now, so we should have 160 likes, you'd think. So help us out if you can. And again, we do have a monthly option, $6.99. If you'd rather have a smaller fee and pay monthly, that's fine too, $6.99. But we would prefer probably the yearly option. Just pay it and be done with it. One-time fee. And again, that is $50 using that promo code BNN50 deal. You get a daily email. You get to read Mike Prater's column tonight. You get some exclusive content, and we're trying to add value to that every day. We really don't want to have to make these YouTube shows behind a paywall. There is some talk maybe of a day of the week in the morning, or maybe a pre or post game show going behind the paywall. So I hope I don't have to do that. But if the easiest way to make sure that doesn't happen is to go ahead and subscribe, and I'll have all of your content for you at Bronco Nation News and BroncoNationNews.com. If you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching on X, we appreciate you guys as well. But the easiest way and the best way is to just start watching on YouTube. There should be a link, or I think there's a button or something, a notification button. You can turn that on. So anytime we go live on Bronco Nation News on YouTube, you'll get a notification on your phone, and then you won't miss any of the broadcasts there. So that's probably the easiest way to do that. But again, like the video if you can. If you're not subscribed to our channel, we're trying to push past 5,000 YouTube subscribers. I haven't looked lately. We were only about 150 away, or 350 or something. We were approaching 5,000. So we'd love to get there. If you're watching on Facebook or X, please switch over and subscribe to the YouTube channel. I mean, there's 36,000 people that go to a football game. We should have more than 4,800 subscribers on Facebook or on YouTube. So tell your friends, subscribe subscribe if you can. And again, this is not a shot. I guess it kind of is a shot, but it's not intended to be. But I mean, you look around, there's no newspaper here. Idaho Statesman, Idaho Press, they're not here. So, I mean, you're not getting the kind of coverage other places. And hopefully that's worth $50 to you to help subscribe. Jason says, best subscription I made this year, changing the landscape. Appreciate you so much. Thanks, Dylan, as well. Again, not trying to make this a telethon or an infomercial for subscribing, but while I have a second here, it's just the reality of it. Could use your $50. Keep this thing going. Keep this thing pregame, postgame travel and coverage. I mean, we're, trying to get to every basketball game this year, every football game. I know it's tough work going to Hawaii for a football game, but that does cost some money to get over there for that. So all these road trips and things and anything you can do to help us out, I would certainly appreciate it. Matthew says he has moved over to YouTube. Hit the like button. Appreciate you for that. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Please subscribe if you can. And we got a lot of cool stuff still coming here over the next 3-4 hours. Thank you to the Mountain West, by the way. The Mountain West did a tremendous job setting us up here. We got a nice setup where you can see all the action happening behind us here. I don't know what the lighting, it looks yellow back there. It's really not, but at least you can see us a little better than yesterday. So again, schedule coming up here in about 9 minutes. You're going to have Ball Talk, John Mallory and Mike Sanford. You got Jay Tuss coming up, Jeramiah Dickey and Prater. That'll be at 1:30 for Jeramiah Dickey here Mountain Time. So again, I love the folks that work at those papers. I wasn't trying to speak negatively of them, but it's the reality. They're not investing coming down here. Neither local paper is here. You have KTVB, you have KTIK, and you have BNN. I think it's become pretty clear where the coverage should be at this point. And so hopefully you're a part of that and a subscriber, and would love to refresh my computer this afternoon and see a few new subscriptions come in. That would really help us out. So thank you guys for the support you have given us. It's been a lot of fun, and we're super excited about that. I see Mike Sanford is making his way over to the set. We will bring him in just a second. Then we'll let John Mallory take over as well. And I'll maybe be able to sneak out and get some lunch for a few minutes. That would be nice if we can do that. But let's see if we got any other sponsors we need to thank real quick. I do want to throw in a plug for Alex Martin. Alex Martin, Cam Martin's brother. We're renting a bounce house again for a team party, and 417-629-6832. Alex Martin does a tremendous job with the landscaping business, with bounce houses. If you need anything, landscaping, or like I said, kids' birthday party, you look no further than our friend Alex Martin, and he's doing a great job with his business and stuff, and we appreciate him. So Alex Martin, check him out at the phone number there, 208 Lawn and Landscape, with our friend Alex Martin. All right, I got on the fly here, Mike Sanford fix the camera angle here. There we go.
There we go.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
Checked out of the hotel room. You good?
Yeah, brought my bags down here, and gonna be on for a few more hours here.
We got you in the limo though for the ride back to the airport tonight.
All right.
So we're gonna let Mike Sanford ride in style back to the airport tonight. It's been really cool to see you catch up with these coaches, and some that maybe know you're doing media, some that sit down and look up and go, "Oh crap, there's Mike Sanford," or "Oh, I know that guy." Like,
what the heck's he doing? Why is he on Bronco Nation News right now?
Yeah, but it's been pretty cool, and to see the connection you have, and I know I give you crap about it, but the football, ball talk, so to speak, is really interesting to listen to.
Yeah, no, and there's certain coaches that are known for different things, and when you prepare for certain defenses, certain philosophical organizations of a program, this is so invaluable for me. Just these are questions that I wish I would have been able to ask of these guys long ago, right? It's really interesting. I love the Jeff Tedford talking about different protections that he used to use, and even hearing Aaron Rodgers was never once under center in his time.
That was crazy.
Was 100% under center, never in shotgun in his time at Cal. It's crazy.
What percentage of snaps in the NFL did he take under center versus
now?
Shotgun?
Now I think it's 70% shotgun. I mean, there's probably 30% for the run game and some of the hard play action naked game. So
they said nice to see you're hydrating. So
always.
Yeah, there you go. Sanford is
got to keep your
you're getting some nice comments here. Sanford's an absolute stud. Really enjoy his perspective. Roy says love Coach Sanford. So
well, we appreciate you. It's been a lot of fun, and just to have a chance to be down here with BJ and even just reconnecting with Prater and Bob Bueller and Johnny Ballgame. It's been really fun. It's been a lot of every aspect of it, starting at Big 12 Media Day, getting a little bit of taste of that for myself. And this is I love this conference. Like I've always loved this conference. I've loved the Mountain West. I love the people in it. Some of the same people that are actually in positions of leadership in the conference were here when my dad was coaching in the conference. It's 20 years ago, so it's a lot of fun.
It's funny because like Brad Bedell always joked, all the fans hated me when I was here coaching, and now they love me because but I think you won the Fiesta Bowl your 1 year here. I mean, I think you never had any fans. Did they not like your play? I mean, you had there's no reasons for fans to have any ill will towards you.
No. They've been great. I mean, no coach is perfect. There's all kinds of issues. You could look at any one individual game and say, man, this is bad. Or you could say, man, this is the greatest thing ever. And then the next week, it'll probably be the exact opposite. So you just have to learn that as a coach. You serve the people that you're entrusted with serving. That's the players, but also the fan base. And you love them, and you have to put your blinders on at times when it gets a little nasty.
You mentioned being at Big 12. We had the Pac-2 thing. You have the Mountain West here. Like they moved it up a week, so there's still like 3.5 weeks, I guess, till we actually get going with practice. But is media days? Is that kind of like, I know you did a couple of times as a head coach. I mean, but is that kind of the time when like you start to get like does the last couple of weeks go slow or fast here to get to fall?
Yeah, you feel like you're pretty much dialed in. You're done. Like you are already in that spot where the season is here and reality is coming right away. And some of it's really good. Some of it's exciting. And then some of it's just going into a season with the unknown standing right in front of you. And I think every single season that I've been a part of, including Andrew Luck at Stanford, like there were times where you just don't know until you start the season. You don't know what other teams are going to exactly be like. And that's even more now, BJ, with the fact that teams are changing their personnel with the portal and everything that's happening. You don't know exactly what you got, and you don't exactly know what everybody else has until they play that first game.
I wanted to ask you about something Spencer Danielson said. They're going to not practice on Sundays anymore. They're going to switch to Mondays, and they're actually going to not practice on Mondays till Monday night. They're usually a morning operation. I don't know what I know. Some teams take Sundays off, some takes Mondays off.
Right.
Some would like to get out there and do a light walkthrough to kind of put the previous game to bed and get the legs moving a little bit, conditioning wise. But he's saying, hey, even the coaches, nothing mandatory in the morning. Go to church, get a little bit of family time after the game. I'm sure tons of guys will be in there on their own and all that. But I mean, just what do you make of that? And I don't know how you did it when you were head coach or what the difference.
Exactly the same way. It was. I actually wouldn't allow the staff to physically be in the building before noon on a Sunday, which it's honestly pretty common practice around college football. Just with all these late night games, these late night travel games, like to think that you're going to be in the office at 8 a.m. the next day with the film graded, it's not sane. It doesn't. You don't get any good work when you're grading the film on the way home or 4:30 in the morning. So it's just the way. It's the way to go. BYU, where my brother-in-law coaches, because of it being a part of the LDS Church, of course, they have Sundays completely off. Nobody's allowed in the building the entire Sunday. So and that's one of those honoring the Sabbath deal. And I actually think that's really good. And when I talked to my brother-in-law about it, and to Kalani Sitake, and I've known him for a little bit of time, I asked him. He said, well, think about how much time wasting happens in a college football office. And it's so dang true. Like I've been guilty of it. Everybody's been guilty of it. You kind of get into that frat room environment. You joke and you're laughing. It's like 35 minutes before you got any work done. Taking a Sunday off completely vis-a-vis BYU. I mean, it forces you to be really efficient the rest of the week. So I mean,
probably at home doing some stuff though. You're probably
people are doing stuff at home. It's not to the extent that I've been where you're in the office the next day, 8, 9, and 10 in the morning, and it's awful.
This is more of a ball talk question, and I don't know what you want to say or can't say, but who are some coaches, I guess, on the good side that lets you have some family time and tried to get you out of there 8 o'clock in the evening or something and not be there till midnight?
I never
if
worked.
There were any.
Yeah, so to be honest, for me, I'm a little bit of a psychopath from this perspective, but I love to have the mornings to see my kids. And so like David Shaw, he didn't go to the office at 5 in the morning or 4:30 in the morning. And we lived on campus at Stanford. We were in those housing that they had built for coaches. And I had a golf cart to drive to work and back. So it was always important to me to see my kids wake up, because the reality, when you have young kids, you're never going to have a chance to see that. Like 8 o'clock, they're asleep. You're not going to see them anyway.
Yep.
So I like to maximize the time in the morning with my kids. And then once you have practice plans and stuff already, I like to work late at night, because I'm not going to see my kids anyway, and I barely see my wife. Like, so I've always worked till 1, 2 in the morning, and then get a good night's sleep, see my kids when they wake up, and then start again the next day.
Was there ever coaches that would just like kick the coaches out of the office, like get out of here?
Coach Pete was like that apparently. I mean, I never worked for him, but he would walk around and do that and kick guys out. I think especially later on in his tenure at Boise State and then certainly at Washington, just to force the efficiency, because the time wasting is those are out. Like it starts out as minutes, then it turns into hours. Frankly, it starts turning into days and weeks that you don't have back for the kids that you're raising, your own kids.
Why is that? I mean, basketball plays twice as many games, 3 times as many games. They play 2 games a week, and just the vibe around that, sometimes is so different than football. Where in football, it's like every single minute is and it just. I mean, could you from 9 to 5? Would that be enough if you had to play?
No way.
I mean, why do you need that much time?
Well, okay, so part of the hard part about being really efficient is that nowadays, in the last 5-10 years, players come up to watch practice with you, or players come up and watch game planning with you. So what that does to an offensive staff is it breaks them away from being able to stay on task, and so. That's where you do have that time. You're at practice for sometimes 3 hours. If you include pre-practice and, post-practice, you're on the field for 3 hours, and you spend a good chunk of your time actually preparing that practice, scripting it. A lot of times you have to draw scout cards of what the defense that you're going to be facing looks like. When I was at University of Minnesota, I spent probably 6 hours a day drawing the scout cards for my next practice. So I left the office typically at Minnesota between 1 and 1:45, and we were back in the office at about 5:45. So, I mean, I was getting 3 hours of sleep, and I'd always drive home. I was like, but that was the environment that was created there. And I mean, it's bad. And if you look around and you see the coaches on that staff, they look like freaking the walking. I mean, it's a zombie apocalypse every single, week of that building.
Well, I said something.
It was absolutely miserable.
Well, I said something to you about, it's going to be a couple long days or something. Get some, and you said, that's okay. I've slept more in the last couple of years than I've slept in, the last 25.
I said, so you're like, hey man, I know it's be long days. I want to make sure, I don't overwork you. I'm like, dude, I'm fine, man. I've worked harder and I've slept more in the last 18 months than I have in the last 18 years combined. So
someone's saying, is it the coaching paranoia? Is it the
Tons
preparation paranoia that keeps you there? You always
coaches,
think there's something else you can be doing.
I would say in their purest form, I think coaches are schizophrenic, paranoid individuals, right? It's like it's the fear that somebody else is outworking them, that the optics are that, if we go home, a half hour early or an hour early, oh man, what are they doing over there at New Mexico? But it's interesting. New Mexico with Bronco Mendenhall, he has that same model. Because of his time at BYU and has used it at Virginia as well, with the Sunday completely off. And so he'll be doing that at New Mexico. Wouldn't surprise me if Ken Niumatalolo's in that same vein. But I think it's really smart.
Does that get around too with the coaching profession? Like when you're looking at jobs and talking to people, like how the head coach handles some of that kind of stuff and how late you're expected to be there and the quality of life and stuff?
Like, to be really honest, when I was at CU, and I was the interim head coach. I'm going through the process of hearing all the rumors of who's going to be the next head coach. I'm like, Bronco Mendenhall would be awesome. Because I know my dad's really good friends with him. My mom and his wife, Holly Mendenhall, are really close. But I also know like the quality of life working for him, the culture he does create, and that looked like something that I wanted to be a part of. And so I was like hoping he'd get that CU job. Then I was going to go, after whatever position. I didn't care. I'll be a tight end coach. I'll be a running back coach, receiver coach, whatever. But of course, it didn't go that way.
What about your health? I mean, you talk about not sleeping very much. You don't get to leave the office in terms of food and meals and eating at bad times. I mean, how we've seen, some coaches over the years that, overweight and just, it's got to, some have had health issues, while they're coaching. I mean, it's been, how, from that standpoint, how much does a toll on the lack of sleep and all that stuff take on your body?
Takes a lot, and then, so you don't sleep very much, then you work incredible hours. You then go from sitting in an office game planning, with the dark room and film on the wall for sometimes 7 consecutive hours. Then all of a sudden you go out to the practice field and you're sprinting around everywhere. And not to mention that you're supplementing your lack of sleep with freaking Diet Cokes or just pounding energy drinks. In my case, it was always coffee until about 11 in the morning, and then it was water the rest of the day. But a lot of times it's not very, very sustainable, the lifestyle. I got to the point at Minnesota, those 2 years there, where my wife was like thought that I was going to drop down and just die because of how many hours I was working, the stress that I was under, the incredibly paranoid environment that was created from the top. I got to the point where I was like, this isn't healthy. In fact, I've never struggled with any form of mental health that I know of. Never really, I have a hard time sometimes relating to mental health. I had my first panic attack when I was coaching in Minnesota. I didn't know what was going on. I asked my wife, I was like, hey, I'm laying there in bed and my heart's like just beating through my chest. I'm sweating. And I go, Amory, what is this? She's like, it's a panic attack. I have them all the time. So it was, I couldn't breathe. It was wild. I'm like, this isn't necessarily sustainable for the long go.
She did send me a text just now because she's watching, and she said I asked you about the hours you need to work that long. She said, I've been asking that question for 18 years.
Yep, that's right. That's right.
You mentioned not seeing your kids. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, and it's I've been making up for long lost time, and I will say this: every single head coach that's tried to hire me, they talk to my wife. Almost all of them have called my wife, and they always tell you how much they value kids, your kids and family. They always tell you that this is going to be a really good environment to work. I'm 0 for every head coach I've ever worked for. My wife, for sure. It never changes. It's always the same. Like you don't see your kids. And anybody who says that you're going to really see your kids, they better get in that facility because that's about the only time that you're going to see them, and certainly in the season.
Well, it's great perspective. I didn't intend to go down that road, but I think it's an interesting story that never really gets told in terms of.
Well, and I think it's relevant because of Spencer moving to the Sunday morning off. My wife texted me and she saw it on Twitter and she's like, is he doing like the BYU Bronco Mendenhall Sunday completely off? I go, no way. There's no way. But till noon.
Even saying you don't have to be until noon, that's a big deal, right?
Yeah, but I'd say that's a pretty standard for what I've been a part of. But when you think about it this way, you play on these 8:30 kicks, right? 7:30 kicks. I mean, by the time you actually get home, what time is it?
2, 3 in the morning.
Yeah,
4.
Yeah,
you get recruiting sometime after the game and all
after
that.
The game. Yep. So noon. If it's 3 in the morning, noon is 9 hours away, and that's like not even having breakfast with your kids. Sometimes I've lived 45 minutes, half hour away from the facility. And it's like it's not that big a deal. That's just sane, to be honest. Like getting back at noon is sane. Yeah, it's a good move because I'd heard there were some exhausted individuals in that building the last couple of years. So I think that's a good move.
And what about when you play on like a Friday or a Thursday? How much does that suck as a coach? We were even talking to Spencer yesterday. He was like, the San Diego State game on a Friday coming off of some other, like right away, that's what a coach goes to when he's looking at the schedule is what short weeks do we have? And that's got to make it even tougher.
It does. A lot of times with the short weeks, you really have to almost, put the previous game to rest right away. Like you can't do your typical 12-hour, 24-hour rule. You almost have to you just chalk it up to whatever happened, make it maybe a quick cut up of about 6 really impactful plays that need to be made by position group or as a team. But yeah, you just got to start. Typically those you get back in early the next day after a Saturday game, get in Sunday, and you just go straight to game planning.
Gosh, man.
Yep.
Do you miss that part of it?
I love the camaraderie of game planning. I love the strategy part of it.
You don't miss the 3
I'll say
hours of
this.
sleep.
The sleep part never really bothered me. It was it was missing out on the most important things that my kids were going through.
Yep.
And so I think it's funny. Some people that follow me on social media, they're like, man, you're just doing everything. Yeah. I'm making up for my daughter. I'm making up for 13 years of lost time that I haven't been. So this past year, I coached probably 25, 30 softball games for her.
Yeah.
I'd never been to a full softball game of hers or a sporting event for her.
You try to rush over with 1 inning left.
Yeah, get an inning. Yeah, no doubt. I'm here. Hey, you see me?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just it's FaceTime. It's not real time, And my dad was really good as a coach to make it about the quality, not the quantity. But yeah, even that era of college football, there was a lot more quantity of time available than there is now.
I mean, even for me, I'm missing my kid's baseball game this morning, and I'm trying to follow it on my phone, and I'm feeling guilty when he's, not doing well pitching, and I'm not there to talk to him, and I'm already feeling bad about that. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to hurry back tonight. They guys got a game at 8 a.m. tomorrow that I want to try to get to, and I can't imagine as
as a coach, the hours, the things you miss.
I've even worked for a head coach. I won't name him by name, but you could probably fill in the blanks. There's
been some guesses on the chat, by the way, on some of the other stuff we're talking about.
But I've worked for a coach that would literally, if he found out somebody had had a recital, like their kid had a recital, or if they found out, like he found out through kind of that somebody had a youth baseball game to go to, he would schedule an emergency staff meeting after hours or before hours so you would miss it. Vindictive, awful human being. Wow. That's happened to me. So
I heard the opposite recently. I'm trying to think which coach it was, but I just saw on
Bruce
Twitter.
Arians. Yeah, he's won
maybe that's what it
Bruce
was.
Arians won a dang Super Bowl. Actually, two of them maybe. One is an offensive
was he just
coordinator.
talking that, or is that legit?
No, he. Everybody that I know that's worked for him.
He says he would fire you if you missed the game.
Yep,
your
100%.
kid's game.
Yep. Yeah, miss a recital, miss a kid's game.
And
I'll
you had
fire
the opposite.
I had somebody that would come up with a staff meeting fictitiously and make everybody stay if they found out that there was something
that you were trying to
get to. And
Right.
I'm talking
What's
about
the point of that?
Just control. Like you said, schizophrenic, paranoid individuals. You can control your staff. There's a lot of other dynamics in play, but I won't get into. But ultimately it's control.
What about families being allowed at the facility and stuff?
Like every head coach always said, "Oh yeah, they're all about it." And then I've had a facility that I brought my kids to, and then I had the head coach's number 2 person, like the chief of staff, tell them to open the door and tell them to be quiet. Made it a very unwelcoming situation. And I'm like, you know what, screw that. So I'm glad I'm not at that place anymore. It's like literally hell.
Oh man. Well, John Mallory is supposed to be here right now, but your friend Petros Papadakis, he jumped in.
We got to
for a
work
quick
on your
interview.
Greek pronunciations.
How is it?
Petros Papadakis.
Papadakis. Okay.
Yeah.
You know him though, right?
Very well.
What's the connection there?
So my dad played at SC with his father, and then recruited both Petros and his brother Tasso Papadakis. They're like the Greek. I'm not gonna say Greek mafia, but of Los Angeles.
Sure.
They had a Greek restaurant, Papadakis, and it was belly dancers. There was all kinds of all the celebrities in Los Angeles went to it. It was a great place. And Petros has been calling games and doing high school sports since I was a high school athlete, and I got to know him that way even more.
Well, he does 3 or 4 Boise State games a year on FS1 or Fox.
He's a really good dude. He's everybody's got their preference and opinion on his voice. I love it on the radio. I love listening to it on radio with but yeah, he's just a great dude.
But yeah, he's finishing up an interview with Johnny and Prater that they had to reschedule, and then Johnny's going to step in here for a little bit. But in terms of the afternoon coaches that we're going to talk to, I want to go back to Jeff Choate for a second. Twice he interviewed and got passed over at Boise State twice. Is that something? I don't know if you've had an opportunity where you didn't get it and you held a grudge. I don't know if you ever came back to play him. I don't know. But for a guy like that was on staff at Boise State, was a part of some of the glory years, and then twice to feel like he should have got it and did. And this was before Avalos got it. He was one of the 2 finalists, him and Avalos. Jeramiah Dickey flew to Montana State to interview him and then flew right to Eugene for the final 2 interviews. Right. And the next day he got the job. And then the second time when they went with Spencer, I think he was in the mix a little bit as well. Just your thoughts on him and how he can do, I guess, at Nevada, first of all, but also if you think there's anything bigger about that Boise State game.
Oh, there absolutely is going to be something bigger about that Boise State game. I don't think he's obsessing over it. I don't think he's making it the only thing that matters. I mean, Jeff Choate's a professional. He's an intense motivator, a great recruiter. So he's gonna make the main thing, which is just preparing to play good football this season. But you got to believe that there's been some circling of that game for sure, right? I mean, if I'm Jeff Choate, I'm pissed off. I'm gonna be honest. I'm pissed off. I think I'm more qualified than guys that have gotten the job. But Jeramiah and his staff have done a really good job, particularly in just getting to know the team and what the team needed at the time, and that was Spencer Danielson to be the permanent head football coach. So I'm anxious to see how that game plays out. I'm anxious to see the kind of the physicality, mentality that a team like Jeff Choate and the Nevada Wolfpack play with. But I'm excited to talk to him. Apparently, Prater's been trying to get him on several times over the last several months, and he's kind of stiffed him. So do we know we're getting him on?
We are. 1 o'clock.
You sure?
1 o'clock Pacific, 2 o'clock in Boise. He is locked in. We got 10 minutes right here.
All right, let's go.
They're supposed to get him as well. We'll see if that happens. By the way, the game channel here, top of the first, RBI single for Naismith Reigns.
Let's go.
Let's go. We're game 2 of the state tournament here, so I got my eyes in different directions here. But the Mountain West Conference, as you see the national media that's here, you see these media days. You're at all these different spots. You've been at at Western Kentucky. I don't know how did they do an in-person media day?
Yeah. The
How did theirs compare to
Conference
this?
USA.
Yeah. Conference USA.
The first year it was at a hotel in Dallas, and it was a smaller version of this, very compact. The second year was at the Frisco Star,
That's right,
and it was pretty dang cool.
Okay.
All the stuff was around the Dallas Cowboys practice facility and the Omni Hotel and all that. So it was good. This is better though. I mean, this is big time. The Big 12 event yesterday was phenomenal. It was 2 days ago that I went to.
Oh yeah.
Phenomenal.
Legion Stadium.
I mean, phenomenal.
Yeah.
This is really cool. That was you could tell the Big 12 conference wanted to show up and say, we're here. We're here to be we want to make our media days, our events bigger than the SEC's event, bigger than the Big 10 event.
The Mountain West though, like I mean, they're with the way the playoffs said, they're just calling it the top 5 conference champions. Right. Technically, 2 group of 5s could get in, but it's never going to happen.
Right.
But could. But there is one guaranteed spot. What do you make of the Mountain West and these teams? And you look at these coaches and the future of this league. I know it all hinges around realignment and Oregon State, Washington State. I get all that, but I mean, do you think this league can get to that? Premier every year. What the AAC has had for a couple of years here.
It's funny
rotating through. I mean,
the conference that has come up in the last couple of years, the dang Sun Belt. That Sun Belt conference is, I think, like that was the conference that you did not want to be associated with 10, 15 years ago. And that's a dang good conference. Everybody thought the AAC was going to pull away from the rest of the group of 5s, man. It's kind of in the Sun Belt. They have some really good football teams in that league. But what I would say is that, Boise, I didn't even realize this until I was driving or flying in, was looking at my Lindy's magazine.
There you go.
The 2014 Boise State Fiesta Bowl.
Yes.
Not only was the last group of 5 appearance, it was the last Mountain West Conference appearance. So, I mean, the Mountain West it's cannibalized itself a little bit the last couple of years, but the Mountain West needs a team to emerge this year, in my opinion.
It's a money thing. It's a status thing.
Especially with the Washington State and Oregon State situation. And, if one of those 2 teams both those teams see that this could be a good destination, but you got to put it on display in a national environment, in a national moment. And that's really that's the only way you can do that is through the playoff.
Roy says anxiously awaiting for my subscription to BNN to renew. Great coverage. So we appreciate you, Roy. I can't find it on here. Somebody was asking about your tattoo. Are you willing to show that?
Yeah.
They saw that a little bit. You willing to
here
talk
we go.
about that?
Yeah. So it's the Flatiron Mountains that are over the top of Folsom Field at CU. And the actual scripture is Matthew 14:23, which is very simple. It's when Jesus went up to the mountaintop and to get away from the disciples and just pray. So the mountains for me, particularly the mountains of Colorado, have been just a great place to get away and to reflect and to pray. And I went through a stage of my life right after everything went down to CU, figuring out where I wanted to be next and what I wanted to do next. And it really, my refuge, my safe haven was going up by myself to go snowboard in the Colorado mountains. I did it 30 times that year.
That's great.
So yeah, it's just an impactful time in my life. And I think it steered a lot in terms of the next steps for me and my family.
A lot of great comments about you, Mike, but one, I know it's in good fun, but says, always liked Sanford until I realized his departure meant that they didn't get Torrey Horton.
How does that really though? How is it just because I would have loved him? Is that the thought process?
Stayed and you would have offered him.
I definitely would have.
He told us yesterday Boise State did not.
Which especially because Tyler was such a dang good player.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, Tyler's a great player, even as a freshman. I mean,
I remember I think it was 91 yard.
And you see his brother, and he's a lot taller than Tyler. I mean, he's probably got 6 inches on Tyler.
What is that? I mean, because I know Malachi Nelson has a younger brother who's a receiver.
Okay.
I know Hank Bachmeier has
Tiger.
I mean,
dude, you and I were at the Stanford CU game, and Tiger Bachmeier is going off, man.
Right.
We're like,
that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. But what is it about when you're recruiting a guy? When they had the younger brother, was that? I don't know if there's any good stories there.
Great story.
Okay.
So for me, Stanford, I started out before I got there at Stanford. Dave Shaw was evaluating the oldest McCaffrey boy, which was Max McCaffrey, who ended up going on to Duke, had a great career. Now he's coaching at the Miami Dolphins. Amazing young man, but we didn't offer him a scholarship. Obviously Ed McCaffrey was a big deal at Stanford. He's a legend in his own right. So we didn't offer Max. So then I go and I'm the running back coach, and I go offer Christian McCaffrey. Or like I stood on the table. I'm like, this dude is a real baller. Of course, he wants to come to Stanford. Sure enough, it happened. The next brother was Dylan McCaffrey. He was 6'5". He looked more like Ed. He was a quarterback. And I was the quarterback receiver coach at the time, and I did not offer Dylan. Then the next brother was Luke McCaffrey. And I was at Notre Dame at the time, and I wanted Luke McCaffrey, so I offered him at Notre Dame. And, of course, I left before that, tried to get him at Western Kentucky, but at that point, he had committed to Nebraska. And now Luke McCaffrey's now a third-round draft pick, going to be playing at a high level. But it's funny how just that family, I always joke with Lisa McCaffrey, Christian's mom, that your even number kids are more like you athletically than Ed. The first and third were a little bit more Ed-like, even though Ed is a total stud. That Luke and Christian are both more like dynamic speed guys, make you miss, and really good players.
Is there more of an expectation though, like with a Torrey Horton type, that like, hey, the brother's already here, like of course you got to offer the other brother, and there's hurt feelings, and they like that. I mean, oh, why did you wait 2 months to offer me? I'm going somewhere else.
Bottom line is that you just got to evaluate and see if he fits the program. There are some brothers, that are older brother, younger brother that aren't nearly as good. If they're not good enough to be a scholarship athlete for you, then don't offer them. I think that we've all learned though that Torrey Horton is probably good enough to be offered by the Boise State Broncos at some point. I mean, that guy is an absolute unit. Did you see the release? Today, Coach Norvell talked about $600,000 was offered to Horton by K-State.
He flat out said K-State.
Yeah, he called it. He kept receipts, and he was.
He came on with us and talked a little bit, but I didn't know it was a team. I didn't know
K-State.
Okay.
Yep, K-State $600K is what he said.
That's all Torrey Horton could get on the. That's all they were offering was $600K.
Well, it's K-State. I mean, it's K-State. There are other teams involved too. I can't remember the teams, but that one in particular, because K-State's it's a good program, but you're not talking about SEC, Big Ten. I mean, $600K is a lot of money for a 1 year receiver rental, in my opinion.
That part of it, I mean, I'm trying to think when you got out, that was the first season, right, of the transfer portal NIL?
We had it in 2021 and 22.
Though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was coming. It was coming. I mean, that's what happened to me at CU is that we ended up losing a ton of players before my background check even cleared. I think we had like 7 offensive starters enter the portal. But, very similar to our conversation with Troy Calhoun that said that we have guys leave, but we can't get them in. CU had some issues with the admissions side of things and progress toward degree, where we couldn't actually get as many guys in as we lost.
Why do coaches not turn other coaches in, though?
You can, but right now, man, the NCAA just washing their hands of it all, man. Just completely washing their hands free.
But I mean, they just don't want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, because it's a he said, she said. Even if you have receipts, it's a lot of digitized stuff. You can use AI to create digitized receipts. I mean, there's all kinds of issues.
Because Spencer called and said, hey, or not called, but Spencer told us that he called some other coaches and called them out for.
Yeah, and I think that's good. Like actually, man-to-man accountability, but it doesn't do anything.
No.
I mean, it's freaking like, hey. Don't do that, bud.
But all the fans were like, "Well, oh, that's great, but why don't you, name names, say who it is? Why don't you?" I mean, obviously, Norvell did that, but I mean, is that just because then the other thing is, oh, well, you're doing it too, so that's why you're not going to say anything.
Right.
I mean, I guess nothing can be done about it.
I mean, there's something can be done about it. Just the NCAA right now, in terms of enforcement, they don't want to go down that path. I mean, how long has it taken the NCAA to come down on sanctions that were 3-4 years in the past? By that time, you might be fired as a head coach. So, it's not worth majoring in the minors, even though it really is significant rules.
Oh, Boise State fans are still ticked about all the sanctions with Peterson, where they had the McDonald's and all that, and some of the super minor stuff that now you laugh about.
Yeah, the stuff that was a little bit more significant at the time was all the international players on the tennis program and how that, there were some issues more on that side. That's why I think the football stuff just got kind of lumped into it. But at the end of the day, the sanctions themselves were basically a hand slap to Boise State.
I guess he name dropped A&M and Ole Miss.
That's right. That's what I heard. A&M and Ole Miss. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
And that doesn't. Those coaches. Like you said, nothing happened. Who cares?
Yeah. No harm, no foul.
Who cares? Wow. Well, their entire 3-hour show is going to be Petro on there. I think.
Oh yeah.
They've literally been talking to him for over half an hour. I mean, this is a 2-segment interview here.
Well, they're going in, man. Petros was on yesterday on my radio program in Denver.
Yeah.
With Altitude Sports Radio, and check out the socials if I retweeted a post, but he talked about King James, the LeBron Lakers, the LA Bron Lakers. He talked about it's like the scene from American Beauty where the real estate king is kind of getting after his Annette Benning, and he says, and she keeps yelling, or the king is grilling you, and that's exactly what LeBron James is doing to the Lakers franchise. The king is grilling you. It was.
I think they're finally done.
All right.
I was hoping to get 15 minutes, and you're trying to get a break. You will get one in a little bit because we have Jeramiah Dickey coming on. Me and Prater are going to do that.
What time are you guys doing that?
That's at 12:30. But
awesome.
If you give me another 20 minutes with Johnny here, if he makes his way over.
Where's Tuster? Is he coming over?
Tuss should be coming over at some point as well.
Yeah.
Maybe Tuss and Johnny can talk if you need a break.
But, I don't. I'm good.
Yeah, we're.
I got juice.
We're rolling here. I was just hoping it lined up a little bit, but here comes Johnny, I think, and we'll let you guys take over and talk for a few minutes.
Yeah, that's all good.
It's been great having you down here, though, man. There he is. Yep, come on over, Johnny. I stalled an extra 30 minutes for you while you.
Oh, geez, you good?
We are live on here, BNN special edition of Ball Talk with Sanford and Johnny. Coach Mike Sanford. Gosh, look at Petros Papadakis walk by. 10 minutes with Petros is like 40. It's the beauty.
I think you actually did 40 minutes with Petros.
Did you? Yeah, right.
He
was telling Carson Palmer stories.
Oh, yeah.
Some really good stuff. But appreciate everybody for tuning into this edition of Ball Talk, and the 8 straight hours of coverage continues. Number one thing that stood out to you so far, Mike, with Mountain West Media Days is what?
Well, I think the most newsy topic is Jay Norvell coming out and saying that Kansas State, without Torrey Horton even being in the portal, that Kansas State offered $600,000 and essentially like at the podium or at a local media, like that is calling out another team for them tampering with and also offering an NIL deal that he turned down. And he's still in Colorado, in Fort Collins. He's still in a CSU uniform. So that to me is the most newsy topic. Of course, Spencer Danielson changing to a Sunday off day for the players. That's been pretty common in a lot of the places that I've coached. I did that as a head coach myself.
Did that too. Sundays are off. NFL's going on.
Yeah, I think in the last several months, I actually had a conversation with Spencer about that in particular, and it's just like you need your players need a day of rest, but your coaches need it like definitely. So I used to actually 12 o'clock. If anybody came into the building before 12 o'clock on a Sunday morning after a game, I would basically tell them that you're fired. So
okay, yeah, absolutely. Take the Sunday off. Spencer's going to do that.
Now they're still going to grind. But like I was talking to BJ about it. I'd love to talk to Ken Niumatalolo and Bronco Mendenhall as well. But a lot of people give people the entire day of Sunday off. I'm talking like you're at home, might be watching film, but you are not coming into the building. That's a BYU staple. That's been going on at BYU since Bronco Mendenhall was there. So
doors are locked at BYU on Sunday.
For sure.
Yeah, you're not getting in the building, even if you want to work out. Well, you're going to have to probably go work out, do push-ups and sit-ups in your room before you get going.
Yep.
There. Okay. So those are the things that stood out. Where are you after Boise State? Do you have that team that you're thinking, you know what? I'm just buying into what they're doing. And I think when it's all said and done on that first Friday night in December, Boise State's going to be playing this team.
Fresno State, after having an awesome interview.
How was Tedford?
He was great, man.
Was he cold and prickly? But still,
no, he was great, man. We were able to talk about the good old days of different protections that he used to run when he was at Cal and Oregon, and I played in a lot of the similar offensive stuff when I was playing at Boise State, and he was great. He's a ball coach's ball coach, meaning that he is not about the riffraff. He's not about the, being the guy that gives the awesome podium session. He's just a ball coach, man. And I'll say this, in this day and age of college football, I love just a good old-fashioned football coach. Like I love Willie Fritz at Houston. That's a ball coach. I love Jeff Tedford as a ball coach. And it's, nowadays it's all about, NIL, marketing, branding, put yourself out there for the next job and all. Like, just coach your team. And that was my biggest takeaway from Fresno State and talking to Jeff Tedford is that, he's just going to coach his team.
I talked to Tedford a little bit this morning too, and maybe I was kissing his butt. But I said, college. I said, I'm happy you're in this league. This league needs you. College football needs you.
Yep.
And he just kind of, how he was shook it off. I don't know about all that, but thank you. And it was like, Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this league, and it's kind of weird. Jeff Tedford, for whatever reason, has slipped through the cracks on names that should instantly roll off your tongue when you talk about developers of the quarterback position, offense, that scheming that college football has went into. I mean, people forgot. I mean, it's funny that they fired him at Cal because he went 8-5 too much, right?
Yep.
And now they go 3-9, and they're wondering where the 8-5s went. He got fired at Cal because he couldn't win 10 games without Aaron Rodgers, type of thing. Cal's never recovered from firing Jeff Tedford. Really?
Sonny Dykes era was a tough era, man.
Yeah,
it didn't go
Goff.
well.
He couldn't win with Jared Goff.
Yep. I mean, it was tough sledding, and Wilcock's done a good job of, being a guy that's going to win 6, maybe 7 every third year.
Yeah.
But a lot of years you're dealing in the 4 or 5, win territory for Cal football.
Yeah, definitely. So Jeff Tedford, I like it. I picked him second. I picked them second in this league too. I've said that on this show a couple of times so far. Are you buying Barry Odum, UNLV this year?
I was really impressed with him. I've gotten to know him a little bit through my dad being here in the area as a high school head coach, coaching Barry Odum's son. So yes, Garrett Odum is now transferred on to a school back in Arkansas. He's a ball coach. He's a good evaluator of talent. He's serious. There's not a lot of BS with Barry Odum. I think he's a little bit on that line of a guy like Jeff Tedford. He's not going to get in front of a podium, and it's not a dog and pony show. And there's not, but football coach.
Absolutely.
I do have my questions about replacing Jaden Maiava. I got questions about the offense. Brendan Marion's he's gotten a lot of popularity. He's kind of branded his offense as like the go-go or whatever offense. I think it's good, but I think the reason that Barry Odum was successful was because of the player of Jaden Maiava, and then winning the transfer portal and doing a good job of maintaining like the previous players, but then also adding the right players. I think Barry himself and Jaden Maiava have a lot to do with the success of last season.
This conference had 2 players drafted last year, one of them from Colorado State,
2?
The other from Air Force.
Total.
That's it.
So Mo Kamara.
And a safety at Air Force.
Yeah.
That was it. The year before, I think there was 3. Okay. 5 players, I believe, drafted in the last 2 years. And
I did not know that.
It would keep me up in the middle of the night. If the Mountain West turns into, in a college basketball term, the Patriot League,
right,
just a league you go in and it's great, but you're not going to get to play in a bigger league here much. But I was talking with Jay Norvell about it, and he was talking partly because, players who may have been drafted have transferred out.
For sure.
They were pillaged a little bit.
Yep.
Do you see that? But Jay Norvell also said he doesn't see only 2 players drafted this year.
No.
Obviously, Genty and Horton are the first to come to mind, but several others. Ahmed, heck. But do you see that possibly trending up? Does the league have better players this year?
I do. I think the top end of the league is very good. What's really interesting is it's the last time a quarterback was drafted out of the Mountain West Conference.
Jay Kaner. He was just 2 years ago with Fresno. He was one of the 3 players drafted.
Like sixth or 7th round.
Day 3.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a day 3.
Yep. I just find it interesting. That's there is so much stockpiling of talent happening in the Southeast Conference. So much. Like when you watch the draft, and then you do have your Ohio States and your Michigans and Penn States that seem like they are in that same conversation of stockpiling talent that gets drafted. But there is a big void of West Coast players that are getting drafted. What really changed for me, Johnny, is the SEC started recruiting the best players out of California.
Yeah. Yep. Keep going, because the quarterbacks, it was Stroud, it was Bryce Love, and it was like whoever the other great quarterback in the country was at that time. It was like, oh, that dude's a Los Al kid or an L. Like, wow, the Pac-12 used to always get the golden boy quarterbacks.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden they didn't.
Seems like the only team right now in the West Coast that's even competing for the best players, high school players in the West, is I think it's Oregon right now. I mean,
Oregon's on fire.
They are, man. I actually think Oregon's going to win the Big Ten this year.
Do you really? Yeah. I mean, Ohio State comes there.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough for them.
You heard it here first.
Oregon winning the Big Ten. I just think Oregon, financial reasons, they put themselves in a wonderful position, Coach, to be able in this next era to be one of the blue blood big time programs, and maybe even challenge your beloved USC Trojans as kind of the premier West Coast
They're in trouble,
program.
man. That program is in big trouble.
That's what Petros was saying too.
Big
He's
trouble.
not loving what's going on at USC. He thinks they'll struggle more in the Big 12 than people think.
Big 10, right?
Big 10. Sorry, than people will think. I'm like, really? USC is not going to figure its way there, but.
It's big boy ball, man. It is big boy ball, and Oregon's the only school that's built right now for big boy football. I mean, you saw it even with University of Washington with all the talent that they did have, and a lot of it's gone. Is when you had to go play Michigan and deal with the trenches.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone can say Michael Penix Jr. had an off game. No, he had people in his face the entire game and a lack of any run game.
And they pressured him.
Yep.
And they pressured him. What's the biggest headline for you going into college football this season? Can it be something that has to do with actually the playing of football? Or for you, is it still NIL, portal, this, landscape, that? When you're thinking about college football starting, do you have something that you just really want to take a huge bite of the apple with?
Yeah, it'd be this. It'd be which of the quarterbacks going into this season on a national level, the quarterback is going to have that Heisman Trophy and first pick of the draft type of a year.
Think of the quarterbacks we had last year, right?
They were unbelievable.
Huge, big names.
And I think there's a drop-off to this year's draft class. But one guy that I personally think is going to be sneaky is Jackson Dart at Ole Miss. I love Jackson Dart. I think he's going to be extremely successful. I'm not extremely sold myself on Quinn Ewers. I think he's a bit of a ham and egger, big arm talent. I just don't think that style of quarterback necessarily is the NFL's game anymore. I don't think he's athletic enough. I'm just not there on him. Will Howard, I personally think is going to be a little bit of a letdown at Ohio State. They're going to have a great backfield. They're going to run the football really well, but I'm just not seeing it on Will Howard, especially for whatever the NIL money was. Another sleeper for me is Riley Leonard transferring from Duke to Notre Dame. I think that guy is going to be a good player. And we'll see out west. Dylan Gabriel at Oregon. That guy's going to be really good in that system. Dylan Gabriel.
You're buying Dylan Gabriel.
Oh yes, yeah. And he's got by far the most complete surrounding cast. O-line, tight ends, receiver, skill position, running backs. I think that Oregon is the team to beat in the Big Ten.
I've been watching your guys' interviews on Ball Talk or on BNN today.
You got to do something, Chris. Don't leave him.
I do.
Okay.
But I'm trying to book. I'm going to blame Petros Papadakis. I love him though.
Yeah.
But it was
a 40-minute. That was a 40-minute interview,
and it was a half hour. So it got in the way of my 5-minute interview with Chris Vanini.
It's all right, man. I know you're big timing me, but I'm going to big time you back because I got to be on right now with CBS National with Zach Gelb in about 12 minutes. So I'll see you there, pal.
Well, Jay, I guess so. Jay Tuss was coming over too, so I guess if you both got to go, I'll take back over myself, I guess here. But maybe Prater can come in a few minutes early at some point here. We can. Hopefully you can hear me okay. We're going from one guy to the next. But Mike Prater's going to come sneak over for a few minutes. You didn't have. We got Jay Tuss coming over. We can probably make do for a little bit if you got stuff going on. But we can. Maybe you and Tuss can talk for a few minutes, and I can run and get something to eat. But Mike Prater, how we doing?
Good, BJ. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I'm gonna get the camera fixed up here a little bit. We got juggling a lot of things. We're going from
it's crazy
one
today.
thing to the next. I guess we'll start at the top with your column. You posted a column to BNN. Fill us in here.
Boise State has crushed the offseason, and even more so the last couple of days in Las Vegas, a city of high rollers. Boise State has crushed media days. How do you crush media days? They walked in here with the offseason of confidence, and they've just taken it to a whole nother level. Ashton Jeanty talking about 2,000 yards. Jonah Dalmas with publicity stunts and talking about all-time NCAA records. Ahmed Hassanin talking about killing quarterbacks and going to the NFL. Spencer Danielson with confidence. All the results of the preseason polls, the preseason players of the year. I mean, Boise State has just dominated everything, and it's really cool to see this brand, and they're pushing it, promote in a city like Las Vegas, promoting this brand and doing publicity stunts. And it's all really beautiful. It's been one of the most beautiful off seasons that I've ever seen, but it comes with consequences. Now you have to win.
The hype is crazy. The hype is real. And can Boise State live up to that hype? Will that be their next publicity stunt, living up to this hype?
Yeah, you've been, as I said, I always respect you because you don't always give the most popular opinion, but you give the realist other side that a lot of people just ignore. And you've been very vocal on your show, and I think we talked about it out by the pool, that, you know, the chances of this season going in a much different way negatively versus the chances of them actually making the CFP and this dream and everything that everyone expects to have it actually happening. I mean, it's not this foregone conclusion that, and it may work out, whatever, and people want to call you the negative guy, whatever, but like there's a real chance. I mean, it's hard to win games. It's really hard. And there's a lot of people expecting, you know, Ashton Genty to stay healthy for 14 games and a lot of things that have to happen. And you've been saying like it would be great and it'd be awesome, but it's not a slam dunk.
It is definitely not a slam dunk. And even Spencer, even the hardcore fan would say that, I would think. So yeah, they've definitely got a lot to prove. But you know, let's not get too carried away, because right now we're kind of celebrating Boise State and this amazing offseason that they've had. And just the last 2 days, we've all covered dozens, hundreds of media days. This one felt different. It felt like back in the olden days when Chris and Kellen and they had it going on, and Sports Illustrated covers and Top 5 and Kickoff Classics. This media days had that kind of feeling in terms of the Boise State dominance.
Do you like Jay Tust? I'm not sure how you and Jay Tust are.
I aspire to be Jay Tust left arm.
Can you talk to him for 10 minutes while I take a quick break here to keep the stream going?
Is it for lunch? Because I haven't had lunch either.
How about I just use the restroom and get a glass of water and come back?
No,
can I get a couple quick minutes here?
I can do whatever.
Well, in 20 minutes we got Jeremiah. I don't want to skip you from getting a lunch. We both walked down there and it was not a. Maybe we just make Jay fill for. Jay should put the mic over here in this conversation, and then we could just fill for the rest of the time. But at least I'm going to use the restroom for a couple minutes and let you guys talk if that's okay. We're setting this. I think in a 5-minute span, Prater. We're having 5 show hosts here, so we're setting a new record here. But Jay, there you go. Thank you.
It is the kind of pace that we're setting here at Mountain West Media Days, and it's kind of plug and play. You bring in one interview, you get rid of the other one, and then here we go. Jay Tust, what's going on, brother?
This is a first, though. I've been in Boise for, I think, 12 or 13 years. I don't know if I've ever actually talked to you on a broadcast.
You don't talk to me, period. Like you're a television star. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally, Prater. How's it going, man?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Doing well. It's good to see you in the day. I've seen you the last couple of nights. You know, you're doing your news. We're out and about in Vegas. You kind of show up late to the party. It's good to see you in the daytime.
Yeah, we knock out the news at 10 and late arrivals. But we had a chance, to catch up with Spencer Danielson a little bit. I know that you guys spoke with him, but I kind of heard you saying about just the vibe, the energy, and it just. Maybe it's the newness. Maybe I'm a sucker for it, but it does feel a little bit different.
Absolutely feels different.
Yeah.
It totally, I mean, even for an old curmudgeon like myself, the last 2 days have felt different. The off seasons felt different, and they just continue to build. You know, Spencer Danielson's favorite phrase, we've already heard it like 97 times today, stacking days, and they're doing that right now. Now, here comes August 31st real fast, and we'll see how it all plays out, the reality of it all, and living up to it. Can you imagine if this football team lives up to this hype? I mean, that doesn't include Ashton Jeanty like winning a Heisman Trophy, but it certainly means them going deep into December. And if they could live up to this hype, is that Sanford's head? Just like right in the middle of our shot? Is that Mike Sanford's head right in the middle of our shot? That's a hell of a left ear, man.
This is the better version of me, I think. You guys got to see the back of my little bit bald spot.
I'm not even sure where I was, but Boise State going deep into December would be fun.
I think I noticed something that a very relaxed approach down here, a confident approach. And man, Prater, it's the little things. And I know it might not seem significant, and it was just kind of a funny publicity stunt. Jonah Dalmas out kicking a field goal at Stadium Swim. How many times in years past would that have been allowed?
Ooh, 0.
I honestly think the answer is 0.
You mean in terms of inside the Boise State family?
Yeah. Having a player come down here and just get outside there and do a publicity stunt like that just gets a little bit of attention, a little bit of fun. It feels like in years past, it is the business trip mentality, get in, get out, don't say anything stupid, and get back to Boise.
100% agree.
Again, I think it was a simple little thing that could be overlooked, but I've never seen a Boise State player do anything like that down here away from kind of the normal routine or schedule. And so I think that's just a small example, trusting your players, a culture that isn't so I'll call it rigid at times, and just kind of embracing who you are. And it was so innocent. I mean, Jonah's 25. He's a big boy. He can handle himself, and you let him go do that, and it created some fun and got a lot of buzz on social media. Nothing bad could have came from it. Only good did come from it, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I just filed a column for Bronco Nation News talking about, I don't think Boise State's ever had a publicity stunt in Vegas ever. And yesterday they had 2 in like 6 hours. And I think you would even include bringing Ashton Jeanty down here and being the rogue interview is what I like to call him. And poking the bear a little bit, say, okay, he can't come to your place, but I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go over. It's a publicity stunt. It's a tour. It's promoting. I don't think that would have happened in the past either.
There would have been a crutch that they leaned on that said, oh, no, we don't want to make it about one person.
Yes.
Well, you know what? You got a generational talent, Ashton Genty, that literally might be the best running back in college football, and he knows how to carry himself. There is no reason not to do stuff like this. And so I am right there on the same page with you there, Prater.
That probably scares you a little bit.
You released that yet? Is that out there yet?
I just put it out there in the last hour, so it's out there. I know we had a chance to spend about 25 minutes with Ashton last night, and then you jumped in and you guys and your crew took. Talk about calm, cool, and collective sitting there on the couch.
Yep, 1,000%. It's the not necessarily the content we got from the interview, but just his he seems so comfortable, his demeanor. He's ready for the moment. He's embracing the moment. I thought it was the best interview we've ever had with Ashton Genty.
Wow. I would agree with that, but it's also the first time we've ever had like him for 20, 25 straight minutes. And
might be the case too, but in terms of just like, and maybe it's normally the entire group setting versus just more the, hey, here's a couple guys to talk to directly. Yep. But in terms of just that, I thought it was the best interview. He was super comfortable and he was super open. He seemed super honest. And I really enjoyed just chatting with him yesterday.
The honesty is amazing. And that's part of the confidence that I wrote about at BNN is Jonah walking around talking about setting all-time NCAA records, Boise State records, Mountain West records. You ask him about that, and they talk about it. Yep. You ask Ashton Jeanty about the Heisman. He talks about it. You ask Ahmed Hassanin about going to the NFL. Hell yeah, that's what he wants to do, and he openly talks about it. So I think the transparency, the honesty, the openness that these guys can be themselves is really refreshing, and that's part of the confidence that I see walking around here. The high rollers here in Vegas, it's Boise State this week.
Mm-hmm. I agree, and I agree with it, and I appreciate it. And we take no credit for this in the media, but I also think that we've been clamoring for something like this for a long time. Quit giving us just okay, this is what you're supposed to say if they ask you this question, answer, regardless of what it is. And even they're embracing the college football playoff talk. I mean, I remember once upon a time, and this is actually one of my favorite stories. It was one of my first years here, and Jarrell Gavins, the cornerback, in 2011, he got hurt. And we know how close they came to being really good in 2011. Yep. He comes back in, I'm off of here. 2010, he got hurt, and that was close to a national championship team. He comes back in 2011, has a great season, but at the very beginning of fall camp, we're interviewing him right outside of Joe Nichols' old office with the brick background. It was back in those days. And you could tell that Jarrell was he came to that interview session with something on his mind. You could have asked him how blue's the sky today, and he would have given you this answer. And he said, if I didn't get hurt last year, we would have won a national championship. That was the last time we spoke to Jarrell Gavins as a member of the Boise State football team. That did not sit well at that point in time, and we didn't talk to him the rest of the year. And now you have guys, Jonah Dalmas, that says, no, this is what we're chasing. We're chasing a bid to the college football playoffs. Yep. We think we can be that team. And the openness of it, I love it. And I don't know how that does not somehow psychologically play into the confidence of your team. And it also says, hey, guys, we're going to put this out there. We need to go back it up. And I love what that does for the excitement of the season, how the fans will interact with that and feed off of it. And it's just going back to almost how we just started this, Prater. There is just a fun energy and a fun confidence down here at Mountain West Media Days as it pertains to the Boise State football team.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And Spencer is the guy that gets that done, and it all starts with him. And, I cannot wait to see how this whole season plays out. I mean, let's not forget, he is his first ever full-time season. They're still trying to figure out that. He's still got to try to figure out a quarterback. He's still got questions on the defense. So there's some things to work on, and he'd be the first one to talk about it. Fall camp opens in 20 days. Are you ready for fall camp in 20 days? That's shocking to me. But we're going to talk about all that stuff. There's going to be a lot more to talk about than just the quarterback battle, which I'm also fascinated in. We had a chance to talk to Spencer about the quarterback battle earlier today that we're going to air on KTIK, but just in terms of getting a quarterback ready, do you get a quarterback ready to beat Georgia Southern, or do you get a quarterback ready to tackle the entire season? And that might give you two different answers, and that's just part of the layer of this onion that we have to undevelop with the quarterback. So I cannot wait to see how this quarterback plays out.
Yeah, I'm not going to give away too much of it then, but just him talking about the quarterback situation, and I'll just say this about Malachi Nelson too. It definitely seems like he's in a different spot now than he was when he arrived on campus in terms of knowing the playbook and things like that. So, I'm not going to give away too much when it comes to that. So that people, kind of tune in and pay attention. But another guy we talked about is Chris Marshall. It's so interesting because whether it be Jonah or Ahmed or Andrew Simpson or Ashton Jeanty, like there are a lot of known commodities coming back on this team, but then there are some of these question marks that could be exclamation marks here in a few weeks. A guy like a Chris Marshall or the Indiana State transfer at wide receiver, and we don't know a lot about those guys. It seems like they're on track. And one thing that I guess I'll take away from our chat with Spencer Danielson is that he thinks that everybody right now is on track to get back and be healthy for the start of fall camp. That would be huge. Maybe I don't want to say the first time ever, but it's got to be a really rare circumstance where the whole team is healthy to start fall camp. That would be a very rare in my time covering this team.
Absolutely. And he did. He used the phrase, I was standing right next to you this morning when he said that 100%.
Yeah.
That goal is to have 100% health by the time we started play. He said there was a couple of dudes trying to work through some things in August.
The first couple of days of camp, they're just kind of easing back in. But
when my beloved Utah Utes football team opened up last year's football season, on the season opening game, they had 8 starters out. And I immediately said, season's done.
Yeah.
You can't start a season with 8 people hurt. And for Boise State to think that they could be 100% healthy on August 31st has to be inspiring.
I think, too, like when it comes to that, it's not only the talent that you're missing, but so much of this is about routine, right? When you got 8 guys out of their routine and 8 other guys are going to be out of their routine, and that's a tough way to start a season. And if Boise State can have those, their talent and their players aligned and healthy to start fall camp, that would be very, very beneficial. And we're almost getting to the time of media days, Prater, where we talk a lot, we ask a ton of questions, and then it all of a sudden hits you. It probably won't happen until, I'm going to say, the final hour of your show, where it's like, okay, I'm ready to actually see what all this talk is about.
Yep.
And then we'll go home. Everybody's going to rest up for a couple of weeks. And then in 20 days from now, it's going to be this all-out sprint until that first week of December. Thank God we got 2 buys this year. I will say that. I'm a big fan of the 2 buy setup.
Yes.
But we are getting to that point in media days where I'm actually just kind of excited to stop talking about it and start seeing it with my own eyes. And is Chris Marshall the real deal? And can Malachi Nelson, edge out Maddox Madsen, or will Mad Dog just prove that he is just the tougher guy in this battle that has some intangibles that are really, really hard to ignore? And we're 20 days away from really starting to figure all that out.
I cannot wait. And you've mentioned Chris Marshall a couple of times. I know that came up with Spencer this morning, but the whole wide receiver room is fascinating to me, and there's so many different ways that could go, and I think that's going to play a big part. Cam Camper was mentioned also this morning.
Yep.
Is one of the guys that's getting close injury. Latrell Caples, Cam Camper, Chris Marshall, Austin Bolt. Out of those 4, which one do you think will end up as the wide receiver 1 on this football team? Because all 4 of them are possible.
Yeah, wide receiver 1 meaning most catches. I'm still going to favor Latrell in that situation. I think that Latrell is going to have a big year. I think that he's in a great spot mentally, physically. It's unfortunate what happened to him last year, but I think he's hungry, and I think that Latrell is going to have a big season. I mean, you go back 2 years when he's only a sophomore, and he had some really nice moments. And I'm going to go Latrell. Who are you going to go with?
I kind of like Chris Marshall.
Really?
To kind of rise up and be the surprise. There's going to be a couple surprises on this team.
Okay, so I don't know how much we're allowed to reveal about the Mountain West preseason voting setup. Teams nominate players, and then we, the media, get to vote on the players that are nominated to make the preseason all Mountain West team, right? Yep. The only wide receiver that Boise State nominated this year was Chris Marshall. Now, I want to tell you why this is unique for a couple of reasons. He's never played a down for Boise State.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, Boise State has a way, at least in the past, of you have to make some type of postseason team. It could be honorable mention for all freshman Mountain West, but you have that accolade. So that means that now they're willing to nominate you for a preseason award next year. Chris Marshall doesn't have any of those types of accolades to his name. And so they made a couple of exceptions and they put him on that list. So maybe I'm not buying into that enough, Prater. Maybe he is the guy. Maybe you're right. But I will say that is another something that's a little unique and a change that has been made within Boise State.
And subtly behind the scenes, I think they feel even better about Cam Camper. They talk, the superlatives are stronger when they talk about him, just the injury factor and how much he can get healthy.
He did it at Indiana. He's done it at the Big Ten. Just got to stay healthy.
He could be the guy.
He could be the guy. We all talk about the quarterback. I mean, the receivers, that's a very competitive, deep group with, again, unknowns, some knowns, but a ton of potential across the board there. And so who does emerge even at that receiver position? It'll be fun to kind of figure that out.
I just hope it's not 5 guys with 23 catches. I want a superstar.
Hey, I'm right there with you, Prater. And if you do go back and you look at just like this last decade, maybe a little plus beyond that. I mean, because that, the early Coach Pete days, they get like the trick plays and passing. I mean, they were really more of like a run-oriented team when you really get back to it, right?
Which they obviously will be this year.
And they will be this year, but still a lot of those years where, like, especially the Brian Harsin era, they had a Cedric Wilson, they had Matt Miller back at the beginning of it. They had a bona fide go-to receiver that was going to have 70, 80 catches in a year. I do think that you do need somebody like that. I really do, because when it's crunch time, you can't rely on the brain of a Kellen Moore to know exactly where you're going to go with the ball and how you're going to throw it and all that stuff. At times you just got to go, I'm going to my guy. Yeah. Like I'm going to give him a chance. I mean, a deep ball to Cedric Wilson or something like that. Shaq. Like you do need to identify that guy, I think. So,
and we haven't even mentioned Prince Strong.
Great point.
Are you kidding me? This wide receiver room is fascinating. So I can't wait to see how it plays out.
They're loaded. And then, on the defensive side, excited to see how all that comes together. It seems like they're going to be deeper. It's still that I will say with the defense, Andrew Simpson, elite. Ahmed Hassanin, elite. Ty Benefield, I'm going to say he's elite. Bronco Nation, you're going to get to see how elite he is in a very short amount of time. I will say, if there is anything that I'm still going to be a little skeptical about, I want to see improvement from day one.
Yeah.
And that the great Boise State defenses in the past, they might have a bad day throughout the season, but it wasn't like 5 or 6 bad days, like week in, week out. How can that defense put the offense in a position to go win football games?
Yep, no, I agree with that. The depth, and there's a lot to be learned about that, but I feel like the pieces are there, the parts are there, and what does BJ keep looking at? He just keeps walking back over looking at
I think he's just excited to check out all of his new technology. You eat lunch yet, buddy?
I did not get a chance to eat, no. But I was able to get a drink and a Diet Coke, and they did a photo with the coaches. Brady was getting it for us, so you guys are covered, but I can give it to you if you need it. And I was trying to get the cameras back set up for our 3-person shoot here for Jeramiah Dickey. But Jay, appreciate you, man. Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. Jay, he gets the lovely drive back to Boise tomorrow, Mike Prater. But thank you, Prater. We'll just do this on the fly because I have no other way. Can we slide this chair out a little bit more and have you take your chair right there? We're going to slide on in. So we have 3 chairs here when Jeramiah Dickey.
When is he showing up?
Like in 1 minute.
Oh, wow.
He's about to be here. If you have other stuff to do that you need to get going on, I can your clock's off. 12:30, right? That was the time we had set?
Yeah. No, that's fine.
All right.
So we're here for the next half hour with Jeramiah?
No, we only got him probably for 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
And then I'll but if I need to take the interview, I can here. A lot of moving parts, but you guys tell us about your show coming up, because you had Petros. I know you had a lot of other stuff going on. You guys are loaded today on Idaho Sports Talk.
Yeah, we're still missing some interviews, and I don't want to talk about them until we get them locked in. So we're still juggling a lot of stuff today, but we're going to get Spencer Danielson for sure, and juggling some other things. We're going to play some of that Ashton Jeanty interview from last night. So the rock stars of the day for sure.
There's our 3. All right, we're good. I think we're good now. I was worried on the camera angle, but I can interview JD if you guys stuff to do. Sorry, we're on the fly, and they want the Mike J. Tuss and Mike Prater show. People are asking for the Jay Tuss and Mike.
We
Prater
had
show.
a pretty good little 10-minute roll right there, so it was good. We had good chemistry, as Spencer Danielson likes to say.
First time you guys have talked. You said on air together.
I don't think we ever have. No.
Wow. Chinese fire drill microphone edition. Yeah, we're just kind of moving stuff around on the fly. But being down here, what's this been like for you, Mike? Was so happy we were able to make it work with BNN and be able to make this happen and get you guys down here. And you guys have had great shows, and just being able to shake hands with these coaches and see what's going on and talk to everybody. It's always a fun couple of days.
Yeah, it's been intense. It's been crazy. It's been fun. We've learned a lot of things about all these football teams. Obviously, the focus has been on Boise State, but the way they just conducted and carry themselves. And I was talking with Jay about the column that I just filed for BNN in terms of the confidence. And not only have they crushed the offseason, now they're crushing the media days. And the momentum continues. Boise State's brand is pushing. They're promoting, and everything's coming together. They just have to get to camp in 20 days and start winning some football games on August 31st.
Someone said Tuss with anyone is a good show. So it was Tuss carried it.
Tuss does carry things. Literally and physically, he can carry a lot of different things.
Oh, man. It's weird to be in a week earlier, though, this week. Now there's another week we got to fill. Usually it's like, fall camp starts next Friday. Now there's like an extra week in the middle here where we're back to trying to get closer to the season here.
I'll get this. I'll get the standard eye roll out of you. I'm going deep into the mountains next week.
Good for you, as you should. I'm going back for my high school 20-year high school reunion.
Oh, nice.
Get another excuse to get a long weekend in St. Louis.
There you go.
Yeah, so I'll be able to make it back. But it did actually luck out that it was this week, at least for me, because I'm looking forward to next week switching back to basketball coverage a little bit. They got the TBT once a Bronco team in town, and their scrimmage and all their practices are next week, so it works out pretty good. And Jeremiah is walking over right now, so there you go. Jeramiah Dickey, Boise State athletic director, nice enough to put on a headset here and join us. I'll unmute you there, Jeremiah. Appreciate you sitting down. How we doing?
I'm good. I'm sorry I'm running late, man. I've been pounding coffee. Had to take a restroom break.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Well, since you're late, then you have to give us all the lowdown on Houston. So,
yeah. Wow, right off the bat.
Yeah.
Not even warming him up or anything.
No softballs. No, honestly, and I'm glad you asked, because I know there's a lot of questions out there. And one, I'm really grateful that's a testament to our team. My name doesn't get thrown out there, and I get way too much credit. That's a testament to the people around me, the coaches, the staff, our student athletes. And I think that's a point of pride and should be for Bronco Nation. We're doing really good things. We're heading in a positive direction, and I love being a Bronco.
What can you say publicly about, and from what I can understand, the Houston process, they're still getting organized. They're still doing their thing. I know they got the search committee now, and
Right.
President Reno Couture is out there doing her thing. I don't think that they're gotten to the point where there's anything final decisions are being made, but I'm assuming at this point, whether it's official, unofficially, or just by your nature of attraction to the University of Houston, you're still part of the process or not out of the process, I guess is what I should say.
Well, it's difficult for me to talk about things that tie into my contract and personal, things, especially when these jobs come open.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything publicly. I'm going to control what I can control. I love being a Bronco, and I'm excited about what's next.
Simple enough.
That's fair.
What is your being down here? You came down Tuesday, you've been down here a couple of days. What's kind of on the agenda for you in terms of why you wanted to be here and what you're trying to accomplish?
I think it's important. I think every AD should be here. The number of people I've gotten to speak to over the past 48 hours is powerful in terms of us telling our story. That's a big part of my job, and you all know me well enough. I'm screaming it from the mountaintops. I believe in what we're building. I believe in our program, specifically football in this case. And I think I'd be doing everyone a disservice if I wasn't here to not just meet with our local media and our partners, but also to talk to a lot of the national guys in terms of what we're doing and where we're headed. And I think that's brings tremendous value to our brand, and my job is to continue to grow and build it.
What I've seen over the last 24, 48 hours down here in Vegas, Mountain West Media Days, Boise State Athletic Director Jeramiah Dickey is, I wrote a column talking about, I've never seen Boise State in Vegas do a publicity stunt. And yesterday in 6 hours, you did 2 of them. And it's not really a publicity stunt. It's more of a play on the words, but you're telling your story. You're pushing your brand,
Correct.
Letting Jonah Dalmas kick a field goal across the swimming pool. I don't know if that had ever been allowed before.
Right.
Sending Ashton Jeanty down here for a couple of what I called rogue interviews because he can't get into Circa, but he He's still out here telling your story, promoting your brand. You had to sign off on all these different kinds of things, big and small. So pushing your brand, telling your story.
Right.
The last 48 hours down here, it's been spectacular. And I know that's always what you try to do every single day, but the continuation of crushing this offseason and the last 24 hours of pushing, promoting this brand, I think that's taken it to a whole new level.
I would agree, and that was our goal. Our team is empowered to be creative and innovative, and we have that blue turf as a reminder daily of what it means to live that out in action. And so to be able to ask our media members, and I know BJ, I think, took credit for the kick, right?
And the Ashton Genty interview.
But we talked to a lot of people, you all and nationally, and in terms of, is there going to be interest? And you don't know until you try something. What did we have to lose in bringing Ash, who's a Heisman candidate, an unbelievable man in general, but on and off the field of play, and what he means to our community and what he means to Bronco Nation? It's our job to give our student athletes an opportunity to tell their story, and he does a tremendous job representing everything good about Boise State. And so it was an easy decision once we ran out all the things that we needed to run out and make sure that it was okay. And I love what Circa's doing. Like, obviously it limits you if you have a kid who's not of age, but there's always opportunity. You just got to curiously question, and that's what we did.
Obviously, they're doing the Mountain West, studio show down there right in front of the sports book.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something, unfortunately, now with gambling, you just can't ignore. And obviously, it's obviously not legalized in the state of Idaho. But just how do you guys, as we saw the stuff that happened at Iowa State and other places, like how, as a department, now that's gaining steam, and whether it's just letting players know what's going on with that, but also just the hoping that they're, all kinds of issues. We've seen the documentaries on Netflix, stuff that happens with college kids. I mean, I don't know if that's more prevalent or less now with the way it's changed. But just how do you guys try to stay in front of all that? How does the athletic department deal with sports gambling?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's the continued education piece and the reminders, and our compliance team does a tremendous job with that. We also have partnerships through the conference in terms of following, they're following, the data in terms of the lines and how it's moving. And, I think like most things, you can't control it all. But the way we professionally develop our student athletes and giving them, the education around why this isn't good in many cases. And then there's another piece that probably doesn't get as much coverage. It's less of, I'm probably worried less about our student athletes doing something inappropriate. I'm more concerned because of social media and how that ignites the flame of those that maybe win or lose on any given Saturday.
Ashton Jeanty doesn't get that extra yard, and he's got 50 people saying, I need you to get over 120 yards in this game. Yeah.
And you've heard some nationally that, the number of DMs they get, and it's, I've gotten them before in terms of decisions and whatever. But for these student athletes, it's something that, social media, there's a lot of positive social media, but it also creates some challenges. And, but that's our job to help prepare our student athletes.
Jeremiah, what about, in terms of this fall camp, and how are you going to process fall camp? What has the athletic department done as Spencer Danielson 20 days from now dives into a new season? Just maybe new things that are going to crop out there. And I definitely want to talk to you about the North End Zone project and how that's being updated. But, how are you approaching fall camp and what you can do to help this football team?
Yeah, my job is to do everything I possibly can, behind the scenes for Spencer and those guys. They do a tremendous job. It's obviously been a good off season, as you said, and that doesn't surprise me. That's who Spencer is, but there's a lot that goes into fall ball, and especially in August, because it's not just football. We got cross country and volleyball starting too, and then soccer, and so it creates a lot of work for the support staff. But our goal is to eliminate any issues that our coaches have so they can concentrate on the X's and O's and the culture of their program. And especially in August, going into a very important season for us, I think that's going to be that much more important for Spencer and his staff. They've been going 24/7. And, any relief that I can give them and get involved, I'm going to do that. And our team will too. And that's something that we take pride in terms of serving our staff.
Brad, I'll let you ask about the North End Zone in a second, but I want to ask about Spencer Danielson. I mean, when you hired him, everybody, former players, fans, everybody had their choice for candidates, and it's never 100% slam dunk, when someone's hired. But I can't imagine anybody that wasn't on board with the Spencer Danielson hire, like how they could still not be on board. I know he hasn't coached an additional game since then, I guess the bowl game. But I mean, in terms of winning the offseason and what he's done with the roster retention, with just the stuff that he's said publicly, the appearances that he's been making around town, like could Spencer Danielson have done anything else in terms of to please you and this fan base, I guess, as he gets ready for the season here?
No, he is, quite honestly, it's too good to be true right now. And, and that's a testament to Spencer. What you all see publicly is what I see privately. How he talks and treats people publicly is how he talks and treats people privately. Those things matter. When you're building a department culture, and especially around football, because football is a priority, that matters. When he's showing up to beach volleyball matches and softball games, and I'm not texting him saying, hey, do you mind? The whole staff showed up to our all-staff kickball tournament at Donna Larson.
Is that the one you actually showed up wearing a suit and tie and they kicked you out?
I did.
They told you to go home?
I believe I was, I think we were interviewing track candidates. So we made an appearance, but, Spencer and them had, I think, recruits in town, and, they made an appearance, and I think those things go a long way. So no, he has been outstanding, and that doesn't look, whatever we do off the field, it doesn't guarantee wins on it. It's why we take a 1-0 mentality. It's why we go what's next on everything, because winning is hard. But when you look at what he's done, and from a recruiting standpoint, and the culture of that team and how they're embracing the standard that he speaks about, I'm so excited for this season, and I can't wait for Georgia Southern. But that is all my concern right now, is just getting to Georgia Southern and how we can support him through that process.
Earlier this summer, you unleashed the first major details about the North End Zone project.
Yeah.
Lots of details out there. You asked for lots of feedback. I think you got a couple of deadlines coming up in terms of, season tickets, or not season tickets, but just people's interest and response. And what have you learned? What has the public feedback been? How have you been smarter about this project over the last month?
Yeah, I mean, July 15th is one of the deadlines coming up, and I believe we have over 200 responses to what we put out, and that aligns with what our pro forma was and where we needed to be. And so there's still work to be done. There's always going to be work to be done, but we're in a really good position going into August, and that excites me. I mean, that's in conjunction with getting to 20,000 season tickets, and I think we're close to 8,000 donors, and I believe we just eclipsed 20 million again for our fundraising, which would be 3 consecutive years, and that's a testament to the team and the work being done off the field that I think others recognize and see. But I'm so proud to lead a department where you have complete buy-in, and the things that our staff is doing that's elevating, our institution and our department. You're seeing it lived out in action, and I'm grateful for that. So we'll see what, we have some next steps for the North End Zone. We still got to get approval on construction and shovel and ground. We got to get approval on the financing package, but we've planned the process, and now we're working that plan.
Not to get back to the beginning of the conversation with the contract and all that, but just generally the future of Boise State with you at the helm. If you can be here long term, what can I mean, it seems like the sky is the limit in terms of what could be accomplished here. I mean, what do you see in terms of if you're able to get a new contract, stay long term? Like how exciting should fans be? How excited are you of the potential with this end zone project, with the football season coming up? Basketball's going for 4 straight tournaments, and all the smaller sports, you're doing a lot of stuff there. But it just seems like with conference realignment, all this, I know fans get down, get passed over, whatever. But it still feels like Boise State can do a lot of great things here long term.
No, it's a great question, BJ, and I'm bullish on it. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe, and I know that we haven't hit our ceiling. There's so much more that we can do and live out in action that innovation that we've been built on. And I look at I'm always looking at opportunity, and there's obviously risk reward, but when you see some of the things, whether it's the facilities and the things that we can control, or even having the group of 5 having a seat at that CFP table, you look at what Leon's doing, you look at what Gordy's doing, and how he's rebuilt the program and has everyone returning this year. It makes a difference. And when you think about our community and how it's growing and the pipelines we're creating and how we're connecting our camps to our kids club, to our Corral student group, to the Blue Collar Club, to the Young Alumni Program, to it all matters. And this has been 3.5 years of getting the pieces in a row that now it makes sense. And now the infrastructure changes that we made make sense. And now we're prepared for the success when it happens. And I believe it will.
How important is it for BSU to complete the deal this season and get to the CFP? It's a lot of talk. It would be great branding. It would come with a lot of money. If you don't get there, it's not the end of the world. You just go back to work the next day. But they've made such a vocal priority about this. How important is it to complete that mission to the overall broadness of this athletic department?
Yeah, it's not something I think a lot about. I control what I can control, and that's the process. And winning is hard, like I said, and it's 1-0 mentality. But not much has changed for us, guys. Like, all we've done is now instead of Fiesta Bowl is the goal, for Bronco Nation. Now it's the seat at the CFP table. And so the expectations have always been there, and I'm grateful for them because that's why I'm here. I want the pressure, and I know Spencer does, and I know our team does. But at the end of the day, they're going to control what they can. They've done a heck of a job in the offseason doing that. Now we get into fall ball, and we'll start identifying starters and all that stuff. And not something I get into the weeds on, but we're going to control what we can, and I'm looking forward to Georgia Southern.
The new speakers, how are they coming in? The new sound system, the new changes to the game day atmosphere you guys are working on for this year.
Just got a 6-figure donation for speakers. We're still, sometimes you got to put it out there, and we did, and we've been very fortunate. Bronco Nation stepping up, and so speakers should be paid for now, and they're in the process of being put in, just like the back of the board, and in
time for this season.
And our goal is to continue to improve on the fan experience. We know what we compete with, and we want to give people every reason to show up. And between what we're doing with concessions and how those have improved, and the different options that we have, and trying to even little things that probably people don't pay attention to, but getting more of the virtual entrances going, where you can get people into the games quicker. We know we have line problems, but we also know that this is the hand we've been dealt and how the stadium was built. And my job is to improve on it. And I think we've done that in many ways, and there's still more to be done.
The lights last year, the sound system, and the sound system needed it so bad. I mean, that bass, when the team runs out, it is just, I was thinking the speaker might blow at one point, some of those games. I mean, so how big of a difference is the new sound system going to make, you think?
I think it's going to be huge, just like the lights
to the other end, right?
To the other end, and you had probably some feedback or whatever you call it, because of where the speakers were. They were on top of Blameyer, and moving it to the other end, I think is going to make a huge difference. And everything is coming together. Some things probably take a little bit longer than I would like them to, and that's not an indictment on my team or anyone else. It's just it just is what it is. And so we're going to continue to chop wood. We're going to continue to work on some of these projects. There's so many. I think right now, I think we have 36 what I would call deferred maintenance / capital projects going on in the department. And we're never going to stop. You can't, and not right now. You said in terms of where we're at in an industry, the next 3 to 5 years is key. And we are in a much better position than maybe others. And that's something that I believe we need to take advantage of. And that's my goal every day. How can we be better than the next or than the last day? And we need to keep chopping wood, and we're going to find solutions. And, and I believe in our process. I believe in the people that are doing the work.
How much of that at the end of the day, because, and I'm going back to Houston now, but this is a softball question in terms of, they could come back and offer you $1 million up to $1.2 million, but you feel like you have a job left at Boise State. And how much does that weigh on you when if you finally have to make this kind of a decision in terms of the job left undone?
Yeah, it weighs on me. I'm a loyal guy. My goal was to be an AD. This was a dream job, and be an AD where I could make a difference, and where there were high expectations, and this job, it checks a lot of boxes for me. It's always challenging, fighting for your value. But at the end of the day, money's never it hasn't necessarily been the driver. There's the security and the peace with my family and my wife, God love her. I can't do what I do without her and my 3 kids at home and the support they provide. And, they've sacrificed a lot for me. And, when you take into account everything, these decisions for me aren't as easy as maybe they are for others. And there's no judgment. I approach things very differently. I think you guys have learned that about me. And, I'm always going to give it to God. I'm always going to make sure my family is 100% in, and it's always what's next.
And I guess final thing then, what would you say to the hundreds, almost 1,000 viewers watching right now, I guess, that are nervous, worried, whatever, about your future, whatever's going to happen? I guess, is there anything you'd want to speak directly to the fans and say?
No, I said it earlier. I love Bronco Nation. Guys, it's been so humbling, the number of people that have reached out, and it gives me chills. It's emotional because this job is hard. It's not easy. But to know that I have, Bronco Nation has my back, to know that my coaches and our staff and that they're supportive, that means everything to a leader. I'm still getting used to having this title that somehow makes me different from everyone else. I'm a member of the team, and I just happen to wear a hat that I get to lead and talk to you guys. But it's a testament to them, and I'm really grateful for all the support.
Well, we appreciate you coming on. I know Prater and John, you're going to go grill you again on the radio side over here, but thank you for coming on, and look forward to the football season and hopefully working with you for a long time.
Absolutely. Thank you guys. Thanks for being here too. I know it's a lot, so thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Jeremiah Dickey. I know you got to go, Prater, to get over there and talk to him. I guess final quick thoughts on his interview there.
Yeah, just he's stays the course. He's very confident. He's very consistent, and that's kind of who he is, and that's kind of what he does.
Well, I took way more of your time than I said I would, so I apologize publicly. Thank you. I'll buy you a nicer dinner. I'm nicer dinner since we both missed lunch, so I owe you dinner.
No problem.
I apologize seriously though. Thank you for making that work. And you can listen. He'll be going here shortly to get Jeremiah Dickey over there on the radio side with Johnny, and so super appreciative and thankful for that. Mike Sanford's going to jump on back over. We're ready. We're fired up. We're round two. Hopefully got a little bit of lunch in them, or at least got me neither. We'll have to get some after the show here then. But we're fired up. I'm going to have you talk for a second while I fix the cameras a little bit.
Yeah, you're good.
I
had a fun little interview just now. Was the Zach Gelb show out of New York City,
Nice.
CBS National, and so it was a Zoom radio interview. So he has a TV show as well. And I wanted it to be high quality audio. So I asked the fine folks here at the Mountain West Conference if I could get into a quieter area.
Okay.
So the quality of it was good.
There you go.
And sure enough, I got put into the back closet. And so the backdrop of everything that I was talking to on TV was there was stacks of gin and juice, Snoop Dogg's new beverage. So I had a lot of fun with Zach Gelb talking about the gin and juice that's going to be the proud sponsor of the Snoop Dogg Bowl.
That's right.
The Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, which is, I think, a lot of fun.
Yeah, they had Barstool for a while. Now they have Snoop Dogg. I think it's an NIL deal involved too, where all the players are going to get paid for that bowl game. They have a nice setup back there too with the interviews for the Arizona Bowl.
Yeah,
they got a
it's really neat.
Snoop Dogg. Ever encountered any run-ins with Snoop?
Yeah, so his high school he played at, Long Beach Poly, was a rival.
I'm listening, but I got to fix the
you're
camera.
good.
Keep going.
It was a rival of ours at Los Alamitos High School, and so I played against them in the semifinals of the CIF in 1999. And Snoop Dogg was in attendance. BJ, he was there watching the game and played against a few really good players. Just like Bronco 130 said right here, I love some good old-fashioned name dropping. It's kind of my jam. Snoop Dogg, as he attended a football game of mine. But that was actually early on when Snoop Dogg was getting involved in organizing youth football and travel 7-on-7s. And now he actually has his own bowl game, which I think is really cool. I don't know if did you have a chance, BJ, to ever watch Snoop Dogg? He did a little bit of play-by-play for Major League Baseball. He just jumped.
I saw some highlights of that.
I mean,
Ellie De La Cruz was throwing to something.
we all need more Snoop Dogg play-by-play in our life. I think it'd be a very smart decision for the Arizona Bowl to make the decision to let Snoop Dogg be the play-by-play guy for the bowl game.
How about that? That has to happen.
Oh, there's no question.
Is there a concert involved too? Is he doing some sort of concert in halftime or something?
You imagine all the different people from his track record, the people that he discovered and has been on tour with and all that. I think that'll be even better than the Gronkowski Bowl, the Rob Gronkowski Barstool. What was it? Was that the LA Bowl? He was kind of
the LA Bowl. He was.
He was kind of the figurehead of the LA Bowl.
I got to get up one more time to fix this, but I'm going to ask you about Jeramiah Dickey. We just had him on.
Mm-hmm.
In your limited interactions with him over the last couple of years, what do you make of him as a person and as an AD?
I think he's a mover and a shaker. He's a really, really personable, relational type of athletic director. I would have loved to have worked for an athletic director that had those kinds of traits to be not only an elite fundraiser, but also to be somebody who's serving, boots on the ground, and being a guy that stays close to the programs, close to the players, has an open door policy. Even just having a chance to sit down with him 2 nights ago before our BNN dinner was really insightful, just to see what a good dude he is and what kind of personality he has. So yeah, I enjoyed it. At that New Mexico game that I went to, this year. Had a chance to be up in the suite with him. I had no clue that the next day there would be a coaching change made. We brought that up the other night, how awkward that was for me and my wife, but it was a very kind gesture from Jeramiah Dickey to include us in being around his family.
Yeah, we were having our BNN dinner. It was good. Jeremiah just happened to be there. We got a chance to talk to him for a couple of minutes, and that was nice the other night away from the camera and stuff. And Jeff Choate's coming up in about 5 minutes. We're going to kick off our last 5 interviews here. Jeff Choate is first. What is your history with Jeff Choate?
Just knowing each other from afar, staying close to the Boise State program, hearing about just the quality of man and coach he is from Chris Peterson. He's a guy, Coach Pete hired him initially at Boise State, in 2003, I believe, right in that area. I know the players that have played for Jeff Choate, love him. He's got the intensity. He's a relational individual. Had a chance off camera to spend some time with Jeff Choate about 5-10 minutes ago. And I do know that he's going to have Nevada ready to play. I'll say that. He's intense. He's chip on his shoulder. I think he'll probably be very candid with us on this, just about the nature of being in this conference with Boise State, a place that he loves and wanted to have a chance to lead. But I also think that he loves where he's at, because it's a program that when it's really good, its leadership has a chip on his shoulder.
I was going to say, what do you make of the Nevada program? I mean, obviously a lot of history over the years with Boise State.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't very long ago that Nevada was running roughshot over the conference offensively with Jay Norvell. So it just had a tough run there with Ken Wilson's the Tulsa head coach, but it's a program that it's been dormant for just a couple of years, but not 10 years. And I think that Jeff Choate is going to be the perfect guy to recruit well, to develop the relationships, and to be a great motivator and have really good defenses and special teams. I'm anxious to see, who ends up starting. They got Chubba Purdy, Brendan Lewis, a guy I coached at CU, is going into his second year at Nevada. Very good, kind of a design quarterback, run game type quarterback. I think it's going to be a fun team to watch. I think they're going to be better. They'll be. They're not going to finish dead last in this conference. I promise you.
They win 3 games.
I think they'll win more than 3. I think they'll
2.5 set over under. Yeah.
I think they win 4. Maybe 5.
Oh, there's Jeff Choate right there. So I think he's about ready to make his way over here. Nevada, though, that rivalry and that game, I mean, it's been one for a long time, man. I mean, Boise State, there may be no bigger game that gets talked about in terms of what it could have happened to the history of Boise State football than that famous one, in 2009, obviously.
No, it was, not necessarily for all the great reasons, right? Probably prevented Boise State from having a chance to legitimately compete for a national championship, if I'm not mistaken, 2009. That was the at Reno. Was that Colin Kaepernick missed kick?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yep.
What's Jeff Choate's background? I mean, what kind of, in terms of him as a head coach? We obviously saw he did at Montana State, but what's the scouting report?
Yeah, he took Montana State from being a fairly dormant program. I mean, University of Montana for years was so far ahead of Montana State, and now you look at a place that he resurrected. He brought them back to what I would consider relevance, to now where Montana State and Montana is the winner almost of that game within that conference. It seems like they'll end up being in the Big Sky, or in the FCS playoffs deep and make a run to the championship game.
Reno's always a fun town. I don't mind going to Reno.
Yeah, you like to play some cards.
Yeah, you get to the casino's close by. It's a close airports. You land, you're there. I mean, they used to have the direct flight from Boise. They got rid of that now.
Really?
So, yeah,
that's surprising.
That's the one negative, is you got to go to Vegas, or sometimes it's usually Oakland. So you fly right over Reno. You go to Oakland, then you got to fly back. But the fans don't like Nevada. Like this is going to be an interesting interview here. I mean, we can't hype up Nevada too much. I'm
not hyping them up. I said they win 3 or 4 games.
We got some of the national media, by the way, over here, taking our time away from Coach Choate. But
these national media guys, thank God I'm just a boots on the ground local BNN guy.
Yeah, that's right. What's it like? We saw the coaches doing the photo together, and they were kind of all shaking hands and some small talk. But what's it like in terms of do all the coaches in the league kind of get along? Is there beef? Is it you try to be nice here, but you don't really like guys, or what's it like?
It's funny going back to the conference meetings. When I was a head coach at Western Kentucky, the conference meetings, you'd end up spending a lot of time together. It's kind of the after hours, just like the Beavs and the Cougs do some after hours work. I ended up creating a great little group of friends that were in the Conference USA. That was Seth Luttrell, and and we were joined here by the man of the hour, Coach Jeff Choate.
There he is. Coach Cho, we're live on Bronco Nation News, Boise State, Boise, Idaho, and excited to have you on and chat with you. Thanks for coming on.
Appreciate it, BJ. Mike, how you doing, bud?
We're doing good, good.
Good to see you.
It's always good to have Choder on. Coach Cho, you've had an awesome career the last 10 years from your time at Boise State, where you were a part of some significant national relevance in that defense and special teams, everything that you had your hand in. Then you go on to be the head coach at Montana State. You got another opportunity now at University of Nevada. How do you feel about that? The state of the program, where you want this program to go, and what's a Nevada football team going to look like?
Yeah, I think that getting a new job is like getting a present at Christmas. It's got this beautiful wrapping paper and there's a nice bow on top, and then you open it up and it's never what you think it's going to be.
Right.
It might be used golf balls, it might be a pair of underwear, you never know. So
dirty socks.
So yeah, exactly. And I would say this, that in spite of all that, I knew that there was going to be some challenges. I knew that there were some things that needed to be rectified. And so I think that having that previous head coaching experience and working for guys like Chris Peterson and working for guys like Steve Sarkisian, went in there with a really strategic plan. The first thing we got to do is we got to hire the best staff that we can hire. And with Stephanie's help, we were able to kind of get some more resources involved and make that happen. I'm really proud of the staff that we put together. And then the second thing you start to do is you start to evaluate the level of commitment of the players within the program. Do they love football, or do they love for what football's doing for them?
Mm-hmm.
And identifying the guys that love the game. And so that was kind of the second step in the process. Then you get through spring ball, and then you have this second free agency period. And you don't really have your team until after that, and you get to summer. Because we had 27 guys that by hook or by crook are left the program after spring ball was over. And then you try to backfill that. And I think the thing that we were trying to do is just don't take him if he's not better than what we had, and make sure that at least we're building quality depth. And I think we accomplished that. And so to kind of reverse engineer this question and say, okay, what's it going to look like? One thing that I think the hallmark of the teams that I've coached, whether that was as an assistant, as a coordinator, as a head coach, is that consistent level of improvement, because I'm a fundamentals based guy. We're not going to get caught up in, trying to beat somebody with the X's and O's. We're going to beat somebody with pad level, body position, effort, leverage, the fundamentals of the game. And because we focus so much on that through practice and we don't get away from it throughout the year, we've always played our best football in November. And I think that's going to be, a hallmark. Even this year, I think that's one of the things, even though, we go to Boise late in the season, we have Air Force late in the season, we go to UNLV late in the season, we have a kind of a backloaded schedule in terms of some of the opponents. But I do think for us, you're going to see our best football in November because of our commitment to being a fundamentals-based program.
You mentioned that trip to Boise. That's going to be obviously something that Boise State was very influential in your career. The guys that you had a chance to learn from and impact the program in so many different ways. What will that be like? Have you ever coached at Boise State as an opponent?
I have, yeah. I think it was year 2, my second year at Washington. Actually, we got beat by the Broncos on the blue, but I will say this, I think the only points we scored that night were on special teams. I know Kent Riddle called me the next day and he was like, "Are you trying to get me fired?" And then we took a punt back, we blocked a punt, we blocked a field goal, we took another kick back. And that was the, I guess. And then actually when I was at Utah State as an assistant, we played up there back. I'm trying to, BJ Rudy.
Was Brent Guy the head coach?
No, I worked for the guy that I played for in college, Mick Dennehy.
Oh, Dennehy, yeah. Yeah, I almost ended up as a player there.
Oh yeah,
with Dennehy's staff.
Yeah, so probably a good move. It didn't work out great. But anyway, so I've been there a couple times on the other side. And, obviously, have a ton of fond memories of that place, and mostly the relationships of the kids that I got to coach.
At the risk of not derailing the interview, Coach, I mean, it was pretty public that at least once, maybe twice, you interviewed at Boise State. What can you say, I guess, just about that the opportunity, the interest that you had at one point? I know everything works out for a reason. You're happy where you're at, but just your thoughts on interviewing and maybe getting passed over there.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot to say about the past. I don't think there's a lot of value in that, BJ. And like I said, I truly appreciate the time that I had there. One thing I'll say is that, I graduated from high school in St. Mary's, Idaho. I taught and coached in Challis, Idaho, in Twin Falls, Idaho, and in Post Falls, Idaho. I coached at Boise State for 6 years. It was a pretty successful run. My brother John was a 5A SIC coach of the year at Nampa a couple years ago. So my ties to that state are deep and significant. So there was obviously going to be interest on my behalf on returning to a place where, my dad had lived and passed away. My grandparents lived and passed away. And that I had a ton of professional success there. So I always try to keep it on the up and up and just say, hey, look, man, I love I loved my time there. I'm an Idaho boy, and that hurts when they didn't pass over Dirk Cutter. Let's just put it that way, and they gave him an opportunity. And I think that I've always looked at it like that, like where you're from and who you are, that should be celebrated.
Is that game going to mean anything extra for you?
I'd probably be lying if I said it didn't. Yeah. So, but I think that I know this. I'm not playing, and Spencer's not playing, and we got to get our teams ready to go. And they've obviously got a great squad, and it'll be a big challenge.
Coach, just from talking to former players, you and I have never worked together, but I feel like I know you really well. And even we talked your time as a head coach at Montana State. I was trying to get my brother-in-law a job over there. But you have hearing from all the different former players that have played for you, there's a relational quality to how you coach. There's a toughness that's instilled in the players, but it's that tough love balance. But one thing that's always come up when I've heard about Jeff Choate as a coordinator, as a head coach, as a special teams guy, chip on your shoulder. And is that going to be a hallmark of what you guys are as a program at Nevada, going through a couple of rough years before you got there, not too long, not too far removed from competing for a Mountain West championship with Coach Norvell and the legacy of Chris Alt there as well. But it seems like any time there's been success at Nevada, it's been because they have a massive chip on their shoulder as a program.
Yeah, I think that's kind of maybe that's why it was a good fit for me. I think a lot about like my career. Have you seen the Ted Lasso episode where he's playing darts?
Yep.
Are you curious or judgmental? And I think that I've kind of been that guy in a lot of ways that, if you just ask the extra question, you're going to figure out what makes this guy tick and why he is who he is. And if you don't, you're going to regret it because he's going to kick your butt. And that's always kind of been my approach. I mean, I started out as, like I said, literally went to Western, I'm from St. Mary's, Idaho, went to, Western Montana College, coached at Chalice High School. I think I have a unique story, and I've never been the first choice for anybody because I've not been, I didn't play Power 5 football, and, I didn't have maybe the pedigree coming up in the game.
Didn't have a dad that was a coach.
I wasn't going to go there, Mike. I wasn't going to go there. I think you've earned your stripes, buddy. But I think that, that's part of it, right? So that, where was I going to get if I didn't have a chip on my shoulder? I was just going to let it happen to me, and so being driven to prove people wrong was probably a big part of my personal success. But I think it's also taught me a lot of lessons about how to overcome adversity and persevere through difficult times.
Coach, being in a situation last year at Texas for a total of 3 years or two? 3 years at University of Texas, working with Coach Sark, seeing that build, being a very big part of that build. What did you learn? What did you take away from, the current landscape of college football from a guy like Steve Sarkisian and from that staff that is frankly competing to potentially win a national championship again this year?
Yeah. And, Steve, the thing that I was impressed with him the most on was his consistency. He was the same guy every day. And I think that's really important from a leadership standpoint. And I think that was an area where I could probably have improved during my first 10 years as head coach at MSU. And so that's something I tried to, remember, hey, if I'm going to be a high energy guy, I got to be a high energy guy every day. If I'm going to be a calm demeanor, have that calm demeanor all the time. So I was impressed with his consistency in terms of how he approached things. When things were bad and when things were good, he was the same guy. And I really kind of felt like that was the thing that I took from Steve in my time working there.
You mentioned, Coach, chip on your shoulder, kind of always proving people wrong, always been your thing. I mean, your team was picked dead last in the conference. You're over-under down there at the sports books, 2.5 wins when you get to play the extra 13th game. I mean, a lot of people, a lot of people aren't giving you any kind of chance this year. New team, new coach, new roster, whatever. How do you feel about the team you put together? I know you touched on it a little bit, but just this program and right away, do you think you can prove some people wrong?
Yeah, I think we've got some pieces that people aren't aware of, BJ. That we didn't, flash out on social media intentionally, quite honestly, until we got them on campus. And we've got some guys that are really committed to changing the narrative of what Nevada football has been. And so I feel like there is a legitimate opportunity. It's a challenging schedule. The Mountain West is scheduling that way intentionally, but this is not going to be an easy task. I think that, some people have us has the most difficult schedule in the Mountain West based on who we play and where we play them. Wow. And so from that perspective, I get the, hey, let's see what, first of all, where are we going to go but up? And secondly, like, I get to rip it, man. Like, trust me, you do not want to play this outfit. Once we get things rolling and these guys get some confidence, what do I have to lose? There's no pressure on Jeff Choate. There's no pressure on the Wolfpack. Man, I'm gonna roll it. Let's go. So that's what you're gonna get when you walk into Mackey. Strap it up. When we walk into whatever stadium we're going into, I'm gonna let it fly. And so yeah, what you're gonna see us ripping it, man. Now 4 years from now, when the narrative's changed, I gotta do it a little bit differently. But right now, I get to enjoy it.
So that fire you up, Mike, as a coach, former coach, you're in the passion there, Mike.
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, I kind of wish I would have taken over jobs so that I could rip it without any pressure.
That's right.
Damn Jeff Brom won 11 games before I got to Western Kentucky. I was like, all right, what's the next step? He's 12-0. I don't know. Shoot. But yeah, I love the mentality. I love what you're about. One thing that you talked about is the coaching staff that you put together. What will the offense look like? I know there's some different pieces at quarterback. Brendan Lewis, a guy that I had a chance to coach at CU. Chubba Purdy coming in, with a ton of talent. You mentioned your junior college quarterback as well. But talk a little bit about your offensive staff, coordinator, and what we can expect from a Nevada, offense.
So Matt Lubick is going to be our primary play caller. I think his stories have been pretty well documented. He's had a battle with cancer. He's actually going to be in Reno in a week, and that's going to be a big step, man.
So cool.
And I think that's the other thing, honestly, if you're following Nevada football, we probably haven't talked a lot about this today, but like there's some really cool storylines just in that alone. He had a match for a stem cell transplant that saved his life. The guy ran a marathon the first day he was in cancer treatment, literally. And so, there's some cool stuff there, but that's a piece of it. But Matt is very tight with our offensive line coach, Brian Armstrong. And Brian was the offensive line coach at Fresno last year, but he was my offensive line coach at Montana State as well. And so Brian do you know Mike Lynch?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah. He was at Indiana when I was.
And then he's our running back coach. And so those guys, I think, are going to be they're going to be the run game gurus. And then, Gilby, right? David Gilbertson. So Gilby's going to kind of handle the pass game stuff with Matt, and then Matt's going to put the pieces together. And so I think what you're going to see is a team that's going to be explosive on the outside. I like both our outside receivers. I really do. Jaden Smith's going to be a problem in this league. This kid nobody knows about him. Transfer from Tarleton State. And this Cortez Branham, the guy that was here, he's an elite route runner. He's a really good player. And so how are we going to be able to get the ball vertical to those guys down the field and really melding the play action stuff with our run game, which I think Matt has always been really good at. I think you're going to see some multiple quarterback stuff. You're going to see some triple. You're going to see a bunch of formation in the boundary. We're not going to tempo. We're going to huddle and slow the game down.
Love it.
Final thing for me, Coach, the whole NIL transfer portal era. How is Nevada set up for that right now in terms of boosters and having collective or NIL package? Are you guys behind? I mean, what I guess no school's ever going to say, yeah, we're doing great, we're perfect. We need more. Everybody needs more cash. But what in terms of what you're trying to build there, how important is that part of it too? And getting the community back and filling the stadium, like you said, and just all that stuff, getting everybody behind the program.
So BJ, I think that I have a pretty good handle on. I was involved, as you mentioned, in the process, so they were pretty transparent about what was available at Boise, for example. And so I'll use that as kind of the comparison. When I got to Nevada, I would say there was this much of a gap. I mean, it was enormous, right? We were way far behind that number that Boise was talking about, kind of targeting for the 24-25 year. And I would say we're a little bit more than halfway there now. So I suspect that we're somewhere in the middle of the league in terms of what we're doing in that space, which is better than what we're doing in competitive balance funding in football compared to other schools. So I think we're making strides fast there. Reno's a great community, man. There's a lot of support there. There's people that want to see the Wolfpack get back and be competitive and see Mackey rocking again. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for growth there.
My last one here, Coach, just looking at the recruiting footprint that you find yourself in, Reno being so close to California, Northern California, the Valley, even your area right around there are some good football players in the state of Nevada, not being that far away from Idaho. And we all know that there's been plenty of really good football players out of the state of Idaho.
You've seen some of the graphics he's put out, on the recruiting trail and stuff, right?
We're going to steal a couple guys. Trust me when I tell you, man, recruiting is always about relationships.
Yep.
And I think that's one of the things, if I'm being candid with you, I've always been underrated in that area. I've always gotten big time players. And, whether it was George Iloco, whether it was Doug Martin, whether it was Billy Wynn, I mean, there was a lot of great Broncos that were guys that I built relationships with, because those were the days when it wasn't just position recruiting. Right. And so
I miss those. I love their recruiting.
That was good, man. That's good stuff. And so anyway, long story short, you kind of get to this point now where it's like, okay, how do we do this? Well, there's got to be connectivity. And I think for us, it's the I-5 corridor through the Central Valley. And then it's I-80, basically the Bay, all the way to Denver. So you think about it's the sign of the cross, as I like to tell our guys. And so that we stay within that recruiting footprint. We reach up into southeastern Idaho, our connections in Montana. Those are some places that we can have success. But owning northern Nevada, our back door, and then making sure that we tap into Sacramento and the Bay, which has always been really, really good for Nevada.
Tremendously under-recruited area is actually the state of Colorado. I saw that firsthand. Coaching high school football this past year as a volunteer, I'm like, that guy doesn't have any offers, man. There's length, there's edge bodies, there's tight ends, offensive line play. So I think it's a really smart strategy to incorporate that as part of your guys' backyard, if you will, in recruiting. So I really appreciate you spending time with us.
Yeah, you got a lot of conflicted Boise fans on the chat here. They love you, and they just it's hard to like you when they got to play you this year, Coach.
Get ready.
I got a lot of family. It's probably my brother popping on. So,
seriously though, thanks for coming on.
My pleasure.
Have a good rest
Coach,
of the offseason. We'll see you in Boise. And best
looking
of
forward
luck.
to watching you guys.
Best of luck,
guys.
There he is, Jeff Cho. Appreciate him for coming on for a couple minutes here on Bronco Nation News, and appreciate Coach and his time and it's good stuff from Coach Cho.
Really good interview. And, you can see the passion not only for his Nevada Wolfpack, but his background and what has led him to become who he is. And I think even his story, and listening very carefully, his story of being a high school coach at Chalice and being, Post Falls and all the different, Idaho Falls, like Idaho's meant something to him. And so I do think that is going to impact his story.
I saw the word salty a couple times. He actually opened. He goes, I'm not going to say much, and then he went on and actually.
It was awesome.
That's going to be
awesome.
That'll be a clip I have to cut up and replay.
But you know what I'll say is this: you go to these media days. I was at Big 12 media day. I watched the podium, and I'm like, none of these people are actually speaking from the heart.
Oh, you did.
Nobody's actually giving any kind of answer that has any type of real juice to it. Like that's what I respect.
Before he gets over here, is it Sauvel?
Savel, but
I'll let you I'll let you do it then. He's getting ready to walk over here right now. But we got to cut that clip from Coach Cho.
Yeah, that was good.
That was good stuff from Jeff Cho. So we appreciate him jumping on, and we're going to go from talking about Nevada to talking some Wyoming football. Coach Sanford,
Coach Savel. So I think you're now Savel, but I remember back in the day when you were GA.
Yeah,
my dad was coaching with you. That was at Notre Dame,
Notre
right?
Dame, yeah.
Yeah, it was Savel.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Kirk Dahl was always, hey, Coach Savel, get over here.
Well, the problem is, you have to put a different inflection on the pronunciation, because if you got into leaving a voicemail for somebody, nobody knows how to spell that, and it just it drove me nuts for times. So I just a little different emphasis on the E now.
Yeah, Coach, we haven't seen each other for about
been a while.
A quarter century or something like that. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
You've had a great run, different places that you've coached, and, just being a part of Coach Bull's staff there at Wyoming is some incredible wins, some great performances on the defense side of the ball. How excited are you to continue and put your own stamp on Wyoming Cowboy Tough football?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I think, we have so much of what the programs have been about is going to continue. But it's Cowboy Tough. It's, ride for the brand, fight. It's to fight. I mean, that's what our program's built on. But I always thought, there was a few things that we could enhance and we could build on. And that's what we work to do. And I think part of it has to do with the fact that, I'm a very, very hands-on and involved person on a day-to-day basis with our team. And, I think one of the things that we were really good last year as a football team in Laramie. We need to be better as a football team outside of Laramie. And part of that had to do with our consistency of habits and our consistency all the way through. And I thought we've taken immense strides at that from January until where we're at now in July. And so, I think right now, if I had two words to describe our team that I'm really happy about to describe it, it's hungry and consistent. And so I'm excited about that.
Yeah. So Andrew Peasley, quarterback a year ago, I actually had a chance to be a part of his college journey at Utah State in 2019. Incredible toughness. He's with the New York Jets now, but from talking to your two player representatives, they're really excited about Evan Swoboda. That's a hard one. Is it
Swoboda?
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Doesn't roll off the tongue. But tell us a little bit about Evan, big old joker, 6'5", 245 pounds. Just about his skill set, his makeup. Wally, your running back,
was
really excited about Evan. I mean, I'm talking really excited.
I think, I think Evan, look, I think we've got a couple things that go for us pretty well this year. We got a lot of guys back on defense. We've got Harrison and 4 offensive line starters back and things of that nature. I think we become maybe as big of a swing team as anybody in the Mountain West this year based on Evan Swoboda. And if he plays the way that we think that he can play, and behind closed doors, we kind of have a high opinion of how he's going to play. He's uniquely talented. He's highly invested, and he's completely bought in, and he works hard every day. Normally, when you have all those things in combination, you're going to have a really good player. Well, if he turns into the type of player that we think he'll turn into, now we're talking about we've got a quarterback that pretty much no one else is going to have every week, because he can run. He's got a great arm. He's big, and it's just the presence to everything. And so that would be a dynamic for us that would be huge.
By the way, Coach, I know you just got here, obviously, in terms of being the head coach. You weren't involved in previous scheduling, in your DC, but didn't get any favors handed to you in the non-conference schedule here. You got quite the schedule.
We've got some work ahead of us. Yeah, I mean, this will be a good, we got to come out of the gates ready to go. And I think part of that has the good part of that is we do have some experience, and so we have 8 starters back on defense. We're going to need to rely on some of that right away. But we also have 4 starters back in the offensive line, a good running back, a good tight end, and a lot of things there. And so, the opportunities there for us, and that's what we're talking about. These are opportunities for us early in the year, not challenges. Like we got the opportunity to do some good things.
And you saw that a year ago with the visit to Texas, who ends up going to the CFP, ends up as a Final Four team in college football. And that game's 10-10 in the fourth quarter, holding that offense to 10 points until that point. I wouldn't bet against the Cowboys.
And I guess I should have said you're at Arizona State to start the season, and then you got Idaho, a good FCS program, and then you got BYU and at North Texas. I mean, you didn't do yourself any gimmies.
No, they didn't. And there's every layer to it. Go to Arizona State for an opening game. You're going to play in a lot of heat against a team that you're not really going to know how they're going to use their people, because they're going to have a lot of new people. And so that's a challenge. Idaho has been a very good FCS team, and they were really good a year ago. So that's a challenge. And then the BYU thing is such a huge game for people in the state of Wyoming. And they're not on any future schedule of Wyoming.
It's an original Mountain West Conference rivalry.
It is a
WAC rivalry.
It is, and it is a hot button deal for the people in Wyoming. And you learn that when you go around the state and speak different places or meet people. And then behind all that, then you have this tricky game with North Texas, who's going to be pretty good. And so, they didn't do us a lot of favors with that, but that's all right.
But it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity, no question. Also looking at the defensive side of the ball, had one of the best defenses in the Mountain West, one of the best in the country. Return 8 starters on that side of the ball. You do hand over play calling and responsibilities in a sense. I mean, I'm sure you'll be working very intimately with the defense to Coach Bull's son. I forgot his first name. Aaron Bull.
Yep.
What do you expect? How should this defense look next year, this coming fall? How will they look a little bit different? And what do you expect from that side?
I think, the different part is the fact that when you have so many people with experience back, we're able to expand on a few things that we can do. We've got, I thought last year, one of the things that helped us the most was that we increased the flexibility that we had defensively. We were able to run a couple different things and add to it. We'll be able to do a little bit more of that this year as well. But then also the fact that, we were really, really good at preventing big plays last year. And that's still got to be a foundation of what we do, because that's always going to keep you in games. If you're not giving up explosive plays, then you're going to be, right there in position to win games and do that. At all levels, we have experience. We've got Jordan Bertinoli back as a defensive tackle. It's a good player.
Casper, Wyoming kid, walk on, total chip on his shoulder guy. I had a chance to interview him yesterday. Just salt of the earth.
He's awesome.
And a tough guy. He said that you jump in the weight room with him and get a little competitive back and forth.
We have our times. A little bit. And then we've got 3 defensive ends that have played a lot of football.
that are back and healthy, and we're excited about. We got Shea Suianoa back as a linebacker, who's a good player. Our safety nickel group between Rook Brown, Isaac White, Wyatt Eckler are all back starters. Tyrekus Davis was our best corner a year ago, back. So there's experience in all the different phases to it. And so I have a high expectation for what we're going to do defensively. And I do have a high expectation for a couple of the players that maybe a year ago weren't individually dominant, for them to become individually dominant this year, namely Sebastian Harsh. I think he could be outstanding for us this year as a defensive end.
Sorry, Coach. What about as the team? You picked sixth in, overall, you picked sixth in the conference. A lot of new coaches in this league, a lot of uncertainty with a lot of this. I don't know if you feel sixth is, about right, under, over where you think you should be, but just big picture. I mean, is this team capable of getting to a Mountain West championship game and winning it?
That's a loaded question, because Monday I talked to our team and I said, I'm going to go to these media days. We're going to get picked 5th or 6th. I said, we're not going to talk a lot about it after it's done, but we know behind closed doors right here, we could be a lot better than that. And I think that if we carry over and continue to play the way we play defensively, we have a healthy Harrison Whaley this year that we didn't have, along with a lot deeper running back room and the quarterback. And if Evan plays the way that he's capable of playing and the way that we think that he's capable of playing, then all of a sudden, week in, week out, it's just like anything. When you go out on the field, you kind of know as a coach, like, okay, we've got the better quarterback this week. Mm-hmm. If Evan Svoboda plays the way that I think he's capable of playing, there's not going to be very many weeks that I feel like that's even close. I think it's going to be something where we're going to have a quarterback that a lot of other people be like, well, where did you get this guy? And so we got a chance. We got to work. We got a chance.
One thing is somebody who now lives in the Front Range in Colorado. I'm probably about an hour from you guys there.
Come up and see us.
I'd love to. I'd love to. But there is so much pride in particularly the two programs that play in the border war. I'm a Northern Colorado guy now, but I love in that poll, 4, 5, and 6 are all Front Range teams. Air Force, you guys in Colorado State, and if you're looking at the history of the Mountain West Conference, that's a lot of times has shaped how this conference ends up shaping out, is how those 3 teams play against each other. How much is there at stake with the Front Range teams from Colorado Springs all the way up to you guys in Laramie?
Well, that Air Force thing is huge for us because that's our first conference game. And in 2022, it was our first conference game and we won it. And it set us up to where we ended up playing Boise at the end of the year for kind of like the divisional piece at that time, and we lost that game by 3 points.
You'd gone to the championship November. If you'd have won that game against Boise. Yeah.
And so but we got off to a good start conference wise because of this Air Force game, and so that's a big one for us. And then obviously the other one's a rival and the whole thing there. But it's it's coming off of our second open date, so it's a long time down the line, and there's a lot of things that can happen between here and then. But that first conference game is going to be a huge one for us because we have to get off to a good start on it, and it's at home.
I didn't realize how many Cowboy just diehards there are in Northern Colorado until I moved there. And our church is full of all kinds of Wyoming fans. You see it every Sunday after Wyoming win. That's a fan base that is unique because you are the only football playing team in the state of certainly Division I level in the state of Wyoming. What does that mean to have that type of a loyal, diehard fan base that will fill up your stadium or Memorial Stadium and create an environment?
I think we have the best game day environment in the Mountain West. And the only reason I know I'm talking to Bronco Network and that type of thing, but we don't have a old former track running around our stadium. The people are right on top of you in Laramie, and there's you feel like when you play a home game in War Memorial, you feel the people basically right on top of you, and I love that part of it. And the night game in Laramie is not a lot of fun for a lot of opponents because people are going to be there. They're going to be rowdy. they'll be ready to go. And I love our players love our home games, and that whole thing. Now what we've got to do, we got to make sure we love our away games the same as what we did the home games a year ago.
I know Spencer's not too happy that it's late November for that game in Laramie this year. It's for no one likes coming in November. They don't want the snow or the weather issues. But they got in September. They were hoping it was earlier in the season there.
But I need to talk to him about that because he's coming from Boise. It's not like he's coming from San Diego or something like that. So
I can't tell you how many times. There's not even snow in the forecast, and I'm in a game in Laramie. By the third quarter, there's 6 inches on the ground. I mean,
there could be some stuff. Yeah, you never know.
It's always been the wind to me in Laramie.
It's been
the wind.
One year, I don't know if you were there yet, but it was 18, 19, 20, somewhere around there where they almost had to delay the game because of smoke from wildfires.
That was before me. Yeah,
Okay.
I heard about that. Yeah, the wildfire thing.
Both head coaches, the ref. I mean, the ADs are down there on the field the hour before the game, deciding can we start the game or not.
My first year was in 20, the COVID year, and we played Boise December 12th. We're not supposed to be playing mid-December in Laramie, and that was cold snow.
December 12th in Laramie for a football game.
That was
my gosh.
That was kind of a mess.
Some call it December 12th in Laradise. It's Laradise, Wyoming.
Well, we appreciate you coming on, Coach. Best of luck this year. Looking forward to seeing you in November, and should be a fun season. I know you guys, going to surprise some people hopefully and finish there near the top of the conference. And we appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
There he is. Thanks, Jay.
Appreciate it, Coach. Good seeing you, man.
You need to come up and see it.
I'll come up
there.
And
You
see
go.
it.
Got the official invite.
As long as I can bring my 2 football crazed sons, my 9 and 7-year-old, they will love it. We'll come. Yeah.
Just got the official invite to a practice. There you go. From one first-year coach, we're going to another. Coach Dreiling at Utah State is going to join us here shortly. He's got a tough situation ahead of him.
He does. That's you don't necessarily wish it upon him, but I'd love to hear from him just about, this is the nicest hotel he's ever been in his life.
I was going to ask him that.
Cool, man.
I know most of what we talked about last night is not necessarily on the record, but he was very. I think it has hit him, the gravity of this, and him and his wife getting a chance to.
Nate
do this.
Dreiling comes to Utah State. He's a brand new defensive coordinator, now the head coach. So he came from South Dakota State. I believe is one of the Dakotas.
I'll look up his bio real quick.
Yeah. But I know he's he's one of those guys that comes from a similar background as, the Wyoming program with their NDSU ties and, the South Dakota ties, even, that University of Idaho, has on their staff.
Mexico State the last 2 years.
Oh, okay. So he was on Coach. So his ties are a little bit more Jerry Kill. So,
yep. New Mexico State.
Keep going down there.
There you go. Love this show prep right on live.
Yeah, when you're going 8 hours.
Man. I know, man. It is tough, man. Because you remember,
New Mexico State. There
Make
you
sure
go.
you pronounce them all right and see.
It's hard to show prep for a guy that just got the job about 5 days ago.
That's true too. But he's also the only one here wearing a suit.
Oh, nice.
Full suit for media day.
Let's go, man.
Now, what is that challenge like though? Taking over as the interim coach, when you're like you said, you're new to the program to begin with.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you're the interim head coach.
I think it's an opportunity. It sounds like he's a really likable guy. Talking to Spencer Petras, talking to Ike Larson, the 2 representatives here. It seems like he's a very likable, coach. They respect him a lot. I think you never know. You might have the opportunity to be a galvanizer in a very tough situation. And I think that even his humility he's showing in his time here at Mountain West Media Days, that can go a long way.
So he went to Southeast Missouri State before he was at New Mexico State, and he was on the Oregon staff with Mario Cristobal for a year and a half as well. In 2021, he was a defensive analyst at Oregon.
So he worked with Avalos.
That would have been, I guess, I don't know when Avalos came back as head coach, what year that would have been. 2021. So I just missed him.
Yeah, he missed him.
But he's been at Pittsburgh State, Kansas, different places.
So that's all the Jerry Kill ties.
Yes. So we're ready whenever coach is ready. Like we said, worked his way up, and we're excited to bring on.
What's
Coach
up, man?
here.
How are you?
That's me right
Mike.
here.
Yeah.
Yep. How you doing? Yep. Good to see you.
What's up?
How are you? Good, man. You're doing really well. First off, I just want to start off, Nate Dreiling here. You by far are the best dressed dude here at Mountain West Media Days.
Well, you guys know I first week on the job. So anything we can do to get the leg up, we'll take.
I love it, man.
What has this experience been like for you? And I got a chance to meet you last night up at Legacy Club, and we were talking to Spencer and just briefly, but you mentioned on the quality of the hotel here at Circa, and I don't know if you can retell the story or not, but just the whirlwind that it's been for you, and it's every day I'm sure it's something new, but getting to come down here to media days and see this Palace Circa, and for you and your wife, another, I'm sure, surreal experience in what the last couple of weeks have been like.
Yeah, I think 8 days. I think July 3rd or 4th, we got the phone call. So unless you're like the British, you're not expecting that much adversity right out of the gate, right? So it's been crazy. We were at a pub in Dublin, Ireland, about to order dinner when the phone rang.
Oh, my gosh.
To get the head job. So we get booked the first flight out of there and made it back to get boots on the ground in Logan and get to work. But the big thing is just getting in front of the players and making sure they know that, hey, nothing's going to change. Same mission, competing for a Mountain West championship. And the only thing we'll tweak or change is what they think, and listening to them by making sure we get the best thing and moving forward.
Talking about, they put you in a nice suite though here at Circa. Didn't they take care of you guys?
We walked in with me and my wife, and we're from Western Kansas. We don't get anything like this, right? 55th floor. I'm like, oh my goodness. We open up. There's a huge bar on the left. I shut the door to make sure it was the same right room. I open it back up again. We're still here. I was like, okay, babe, take your shoes off. Don't touch any of the towels.
I love it,
we
man.
out of here in no time.
I was talking to him about this, but just the challenge of, like you said, 8 days, you got practice in a couple weeks. I don't know, is the portal technically open again? I don't know what the rules are with that, but just everything getting thrown at your plate, and the fact that we talked about you're still, a new coach at Utah State. I'm sure everything is just swirling, but how are you trying to list the things you need to figure out in order and try to, get ready to start practice here?
Yeah, BJ, that's a great question. The most important thing in priority is the players, right? The portal open in 5 days or so, and we have to make sure that they understand that why this is still the best play for them. They chose Utah State for a reason. Why? Because they'll be able to be developed on and off the field. So being able to paint that picture for them and only showing them that, hey, we're only going to be here for you. We're going to listen to make sure we understand, not to respond. And moving forward, every single answer I give will be with them in my mind.
Yeah, so looking at your resume, we saw that Pitt State's in there and New Mexico State, obviously. So Jerry Kill, guy that I have a ton of respect for. You've had a chance to learn from him. Did you play for Coach Kill as well? Or
so Kill was gone. He was a coordinator on the '91 championship team at Pittsburgh State, but he hired Tim Beck as his offensive coordinator, who was my head coach at Pittsburgh State. So Beck was the OC at New Mexico State, and I was a DC, and there's a lot of gorillas running around there.
Yep, absolutely. What is Jerry Kill and his influence on you? How is that gonna help you in this very short transition to being a head coach that you didn't necessarily have on the bingo cards before the month of July?
Exactly. Kill's gonna block my number by the end of the month. I've called him so many times, and he has been fabulous. You want to talk about a guy that knows and has a proven track record in winning in places that are hard to win, right? Like, this dude is a unicorn. It's truly incredible. So hopefully some of his magic has rubbed off to me, but I've leaned heavily into him recently on all.
What do you think that is? I've always wondered. I coached the University of Minnesota a couple of years after Kill and Clays were there, and there's just something about him, and I've never had a chance to work for him. I've gotten to know him over the years, but why do you think that is? What is it about Jerry Kill that he just has this incredible ability to just take programs that nobody thinks is going to be successful, and all of a sudden they're making national noise?
That guy is a master motivator. He is going to get his team playing harder than your team, and it's not even up for debate. It's so funny because he can fit in with any clientele. Half the time he's walking around with a poncho in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Like, that dude was nothing short of just a phenomenal human being to be around, and a lot of the stuff we'll do is because of him.
You look at your journey, and there's a lot of smaller schools, and you just continue to kind of rise up. What has it kind of, have you had that kind of moment yet? Maybe it's the first game, I don't know what, but just to be in this position at your age and with your experience, like what I don't know if it's just, has it hit you yet? Like, and how do you kind of explain your rise up the coaching ranks, to Southeast Missouri State and some of the spots that you've been?
I don't, I feel like we're just too far in it right now. My sleeves are rolled up, and every single moment we're doing something. I think in 6 months we'll look back and have a better perspective on that. But I think what you're talking about, the rise has helped. Like, when you wake up one morning at Pittsburgh State and you're coaching and you're painting the practice field lines 2 hours that you're practicing on, like you've done a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't want to do, right? And so that's what you got to do. You got to do the ugly work in order if you want to be successful. So hopefully some of that blue collar stuff will continue on with us.
I know you haven't had a chance to spend a ton of time around your team, because it's been so short lived. You've gotten to know the defensive guys, of course, and but one guy that we had probably one of the best interviews I've had in a long time was with Spencer Petras. Just the maturity. It seems like a coach himself. What is it going to be like to have Spencer Petras as somebody who's been a starting quarterback in the Big Ten and gone through a crazy journey of a lot of adversity? How much will you lean on Spencer from a leadership standpoint to help calm the waters and put together a really good football team?
Mike, you are spot on. So here's what Spencer brings. Obviously, talent-wise, he's one of the highest recruited athletes in the country coming out like 9 years ago, whenever that was, right?
Back in like 02.
Yeah, exactly. No, he is very mature, very intelligent, but here's what he is even more that dude is tough. In my mind, if you can play good defense and you have a tough quarterback, as you know, like you have a chance to be successful. And that's why I'm so excited about it and probably overly confident in where we're at, just because I know I have him in my corner.
This league, I mean, it's not exactly an easy. You look at some of the teams in this league and the places you got to travel to, and I mean, how do you just look at, a lot of people aren't thinking you guys are going to do much this year. Oh, they lost their coach. Oh, they're going to be, whatever. I think you guys were picked 7th in the preseason poll. I mean, how do you look at where you guys fit into this league, and if is there kind of a little chip there to kind of prove some people wrong or surprise some people this year?
No, you're spot on. So that's why I told the team. I told them that circumstances don't define you, right, but they do reveal you. So now we have a chance to come together. No one's fighting adversity like this in July. Let's lean on each other, be resilient, right? And come out of this with our backs against the wall, swinging with a huge chip on our shoulder. That's exactly right. That's our stance moving forward, right? But it starts with the locker room, getting those guys all in. And that's going to be my next summer. Next to the time this summer is making sure that's the case.
Coach, you came in as the defense coordinator, brought in a new system defensively, with, probably similar to that, which you ran at New Mexico State. Are you going to be coordinating the defense still from the position of interim head coach of this football team, or were you able to bring somebody along that really can help in that process?
Yeah, Mike. So with that, one of the best thing about this situation was Coach did let me hire my entire defensive staff. So
beautiful.
Every single guy in that room I've worked with previously, and I hand selected. So whether I'm in that room or not, I could leave and I feel comfortable. I will remain calling as the DC, but obviously they'll have a bigger load on their plate as well.
Yeah, 2 guys, one standing sitting right next to you, went through the process of not expecting to be a head coach. For me, it was 2022 at University of Colorado, taking over week 5 and having 8 weeks left of the season to be a head coach. And then Spencer Danielson too. One thing that, you can look to Spencer Danielson. I'm sure you've had some conversations, your competitors, of course, but what will you take away in terms of being in this situation and how to best lead this team from the position of being an unexpected interim head coach?
Gosh, that's a great question. So, and I've talked with Spencer, David Braun, a bunch of guys, just like you talked about, been in this situation. They all kind of go back to the same thing. Make sure it's a player first program. So that's what I reiterate with my guys. Like, do I want this head job? Absolutely, obviously, but none of the decisions are going to be based on, is this going to be getting me the job? They're all going to be based on, is this better for my players? And if I take that approach, either way, at the end of this thing, I think I'm going to be proud of myself and how we handled it. But that's going to be our priority. It's always about the players.
I mean, you sold me, Coach. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do this year, and it should be a fun season watching you guys. And best of luck with everything. And hopefully, you kick some butt and they give you the full-time job. And this, it was meant to be.
Yeah, BJ, Mike, you guys are awesome. Appreciate you guys.
No, appreciate it. Hey, real quick, have you had Aggie Blue ice cream yet since you've been in Logan?
Oh my gosh, my family's addicted to it. So we got to cut. We got to get off
my
this
kids still talk about it from 5 years ago. So no, it's a great spot.
Man.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man.
There he is, Nate Dreiling, interim head coach at Utah State. And we're continuing our live coverage here at Bronco Nation News. Mike, I'll make you a deal. If you can fill for 30 seconds, I can give you a 15-minute break.
Yeah,
fair trade?
Yeah.
I'm going to get Mike Defee, the coordinator of officials, who's right behind us.
Or do you want me to get him?
Whatever works for you.
Yep.
I've talked to him before. I just need to go ask him if he can do it real quick, but whatever works for you.
I'll go get him.
Okay. He's in the gray polo over there. Tell him that we're ready for him if he has a few minutes. And then Mike, we top of the hour, we got the 3 final coaches. Yeah. We're going straight through. No be right back break on this one. So hopefully you guys are really, really enjoying this coverage. Bronco Nation News and BroncoNationNews.com. Again, we'd love your subscription if you can help us out. We would love to have you help subscribe. And Mike cleans up. He looks young. I was guessing he was 27. Yeah, pretty cool opportunity when you think about that. He was at Southeast Missouri State, 4 or 5 years ago, and now he's an interim head coach at Utah State. So let's thank a couple of our sponsors real quick. We'll get Mike on. And the Blue and Orange Store, theblueandorangestore.com. Check them out, theblueandorangestore.com. All your Boise State gear, you can get it at the Blue and Orange Store. And, of course, we appreciate Travis Hawks and company for their support. Taco Bell, TacoBellWorks.com, SON Management Group, Nicolas and family, doing a lot for Boise State athletics. So highly recommend you, check them out, return the favor, go eat at Taco Bell the next time you're looking. And I mentioned those Survivor Circa contests going on, $16 million in guaranteed prizes. Again, you got to sign up in Vegas, but you can play from anywhere in the world using Tom Carroll, our proxy. So we can tell you more about it. Reach out, email me. We'll sign you up. We're coming back for contest weekend in August, and you can come with us and get discounted room rates and some great deals and things they have going on down here at Circa. So we'll tell you more about that moving forward. But our friend, you came on last year. I bugged you even during the season a couple of times about some rules stuff. Mike DeFee, coordinator of officials here for the Mountain West Conference, long-time referee, did at least one, maybe two national championship games?
Yeah, I was one on the field, one as an alternate.
Okay. Everybody was the Oregon Auburn. What was the game he did for the championship?
Alabama and Clemson.
Alabama, Clemson. That's right. Yeah. So obviously a ton of experience. Now you've transitioned into this role as a coordinator and kind of more of an advisor and a teacher and helping out with all of that. Before we get into, I guess there's not a lot of rules changes, but I guess just big picture with officiating, with the Mountain West, with the way things are going, just what's kind of the big picture view of where things are at and emphasis is on things and where things are at right now.
Well, it's interesting. I think, there weren't a tremendous amount of rule changes, a couple of big thing, the technology, which really doesn't affect officiating, but with the coach to player communication and the tablets, I think that's going to improve a lot of things for the coaches. It'll be interesting to see what the impact of the game, pace of play, etc. But doesn't, from an officiating standpoint, the only thing we'll do is we'll kill the communication at 15 seconds on the play clock. Will be our only role there. But the big change.
Are you actually the one that does that?
Well, no, it'll actually be there's going to be a third person up at the play clock and game clock operator. There'll be a third person up there. When the play clock hits 15, they'll switch it off.
And that in both teams, communication is gone.
Correct. At the same time.
Do you think that's going to help? I mean, in terms of I don't know maybe it doesn't matter from an officiating perspective, but just from the communication from the sidelines and now having a chance on both sides for them to be able to speak directly with some of the players. Do you think that's going to help or how's it going to impact the game?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's an unknown. I think it's a very positive thing. I think it may have the ability to a certain extent eliminate any sign stealing. Now, that doesn't mean if you're ready to snap, once we kill communications, if you're looking to the sideline after 15 seconds, you don't have communication. So there'll still be some form of signs and signals at that point trying to maybe change the play. But for those that are trying to play outside that 15-second window, I think it's going to be very positive.
So that's going in for sure. And that is how many players on each side of the ball can have a headset?
One
on each
side. One on each side.
Obviously, it's going to be the quarterback, most likely, almost for sure. But then on the defensive side, they can choose any player?
Correct. And it's typically going to be, probably a middle linebacker, someone that can really make some of the line calls that they need to make. I'd expect it to be a linebacker.
And that is happening everywhere, 100%. That's in the helmets, and that's going to be a part of the Mountain West.
All a part of FBS. FCS is not. They're allowed to do some experimentation, but it's across FBS.
What about with the tablets? I know that was kind of a trial basis for the bowl games last year, right? That's 100% going to?
That's going to, and again, doesn't have any effect on us, but it should help them, be able to make quicker adjustments and things like that. So it'll be interesting. I think after a season, we'll be able to see what kind of impact it had, but I think it's going to be positive.
Mike DeFee, the Mountain West coordinator of officials, joining us here on Bronco Nation News. In terms of the rules changes, last year there were some bigger ones. This year there's really not. Going to a 2-minute warning though, that's the biggest, maybe the only actual change is the timing.
Yeah, there's a couple of there's a point of emphasis. Remind me to get into that, but from a 2-minute timeout, NCAA just really was big on trying to not call it a 2-minute warning. They wanted to differentiate it from the NFL, but it is in essence a 2-minute warning. And the impact of that is, one, media, our TV partners have to retain one timeout. So it's not an extra timeout in the game. We're not going to drive the game any longer. So they're required to hold a timeout to have that.
But they know one's coming at 2 minutes.
We know one's coming at 2 minutes, and it's just like NFL. If we've got live action, let's say we snap at 2:05, play ends at 1:57, that's when it's going to occur, and the next play will be on the snap.
Okay.
What will happen at that 2 minute period is, in the past we had 1 minute timing rules, like a 10-second subtraction only came in at below a minute. Sure. Now it will begin below 2 minutes.
Okay, for like an injury without a timeout left or something.
Correct.
Clock stop and whatever. Okay, so they do have the 2 minute warning. That'll be that's second quarter and fourth quarter.
Correct.
Okay, and what was the reason behind that?
That's a good question. It's been talked about for several years, and I don't know if it's a moment in time. I think that they've been pushing, because we've always had 2 minute time rules and 1 minute time rules with no break, and so we're communicating on the fly. And I think they wanted to make sure we had a stop in action where we as officials could communicate what now are changes, and we're going to communicate it with the coaches to make sure they understand what those are. So.
You mentioned there's some emphasis as well.
Yeah, the points of emphasis were they want to make sure on the offensive side that offensive teams are not taking advantage of lining up where we're not sure where an eligible receiver is or isn't. For example, if you've got a tight end and you've got a person that's crowding that tight end position, we want that person clearly on or clearly off, because it's deceiving the defense. They're not sure who is covered up, who's not covered up. So that's a big point of emphasis to make sure that formations, particularly when we have a tight end or an unbalanced formation with an eligible receiver lined up tight, that we know who's on and who's off. The other thing that they brought into both sides from a point of emphasis standpoint was any abrupt movement, especially by the defense. Stemming's always been legal, but you've had teams who in third and short or fourth and short, all of a sudden they'll take a guy on the defensive tackle and he moves very abruptly on a shift, and it causes the offense to react. And so we have codified in the rules that is illegal, and we want that on the defense. So
Boise State usually does that a lot. Yeah, they like to move on the defensive line and try to get them to jump.
And we're saying, the truth is, we're not saying you can't do that. There's a legal way of stemming. You can move, you can shift. You just have to do so in a manner that does not simulate start of the play. And that same thing, they codified that on the offensive side as well. There were a couple of plays last year in the SEC that were on offense. Both teams were fourth and short. They had a bunch formation on the left side. They put a man in motion. The quarterback calls for the ball really abruptly and hard, and all of a sudden they shift these two guys. They yo-yo the tight end and the slot to the other side. Well, when they do, it draws the defense, and both times it got put on the defense when it should have been put on the offense. So basically what those rule changes are is they don't want coaches gaming the system, okay? They want it to be...
Yeah, it's going to be a little subjective, though.
It is.
It's going to be tough because, all of a sudden, all the offensive guy is going to get trained to do now is whenever they do that, just move and get the penalty on them.
Yeah, and again, if they make that choice, they're depending on us to say that's on the defense, and if it's not abrupt, we're not calling it. Because I can show you many more examples of legal stemming moves, and I'll be honest with you, I don't recall Boise being a problem. It's not to say that they didn't get called for it, but it wasn't like every week.
They do like the shift, though, and I think at times at home they can get the crowd into it and then get them to jump, I think, on the other side. But
and again, there's nothing wrong with shifting. A legal stem is where they're trying to disrupt blocking schemes, right? And we don't want to prevent that.
One of the dads of the holder, actually, for Boise State is watching this. He says, we do that a lot on 2-point conversions. That point of emphasis will change things a bit, and you have to adjust as coaches, I guess.
Yeah. Again, we're not saying you can't shift. You can do so, but you got to do it. And the rule book has always said that the offense must shift in a manner that in no way simulates the start of the play. And so we want the same thing on the defense. You're allowed to move, just don't do it in a way that simulates start of the play.
James wants to know, back to the being mic'd up question with the players, on a special teams play, can the punter be the one that's got the headset, or who gets it on a special teams play?
Yeah, on a scrimmage kick, which is your punts, your field goals, and your tries, the same rules apply. One person can have the green dot. So
it's probably the up back or something you would think that controls it, but I guess it could theoretically be the field goal kicker.
Yeah, it certainly could be anyone the coach chooses. Now on free kicks, we're going to disengage because there's times when they may have guys that are multiple green dots. Maybe you got your backup quarterback and your middle linebacker playing kick return, but we'll have the system off. So that will be the exception to the number of green dots will be free kicks.
I know, targeting. I mean, there's some of these every year. It's a point of emphasis again. But where are you at, and where's the conference and I guess FBS at in terms of how they feel with the way targeting is being officiated and the reviews and stuff?
I think across the nation, we're happy with where we're at with how we're officiating it, how coaches are coaching. It's not to say that it doesn't happen from time to time, but it's the one play where when we do call it on the field, replay will re-officiate the entire aspect to make sure that we are in fact right, because it's the one case. If you can't confirm all elements of targeting, we're taking the targeting foul off. And so, at the end of the day, from an officiating standpoint, the safety and health of our student athletes are the most important thing to us. And so we want to make sure we're protecting them, but we don't want to be throwing people out when it's not.
What's a rule or two that you maybe think is coming in terms of changing, or what you hear a lot about, whether it's coaches complaining about stuff, or is there any talk of stuff that maybe didn't get voted on this year that's been talked about, or what's always, is there a rule or two that's it always is a big deal?
Yeah. The one thing that we've been talking about for a number of years is a coach challenge model like the NFL has, maybe adding a few more challenges as opposed to the replay having to make choices on stoppage, putting it on the coaches to be able to do that, with the exceptions of scoring plays, certain specific things where we would have responsibility. I think it's going to come at some point. Is it going to be next year, year after? I think there's some energy in that direction over the coming years. There's always talk about ineligible downfield, right? Our rule is that you can be up to 3 yards downfield. NFL's only 1 yard. It's a tougher play to officiate, making sure that the guy is 3 yards beyond when the ball's released, and that's a 2 component. So you got to see where the guy is, know when the ball's being released, and we've done a pretty good job of that. But it would make it simpler if we eliminated the 3 yards and went to 1 yard.
So right now it's you have to burn a timeout. Maybe you hope they'll look at it, but you can't. What is the rule? I mean, you can throw what in terms of what would change on the challenge rule.
Well, yeah, they would actually it'd be like the NFL. You'd give them a red flag or whatever we chose to, and it would be up to them to manage what is important, because the one thing that the element in replay is, does it have a competitive effect? And if you ask me what the competitive effect is, and you ask the head coach what the competitive effect is, we may have differing opinions on what is competitive. And in this way, would put it in their lap to determine, is this worth a challenge or not?
Last year, we talked about them trying to speed up the game with some of the timing stuff. Did that work? What was the thought on all that?
Yeah, the new rule changes took 4 plays off of the game nationally. I think we were 4.3 or 4 plays down from that. I think we were about 4 minutes. We were thinking it was 7 plays in 7 minutes, but ended up being about 4.5 plays in 4 minutes. But that was positive. And but some of the coaches that like to play fast, we're trying to play faster, trying to overcome some of those plays that were taken away. So, but I think the game's in a good place. We're constantly looking at it. The rules committee, competition committee are constantly looking at things, to try to make the game better.
Now you have a command center, so to speak, correct?
Yes, we do.
Is that, in terms of the replay reviews, there's obviously someone at each game, but I mean, is that something where they're still communicating with you, and do you actually have the ability to tell them what to make on the call during the game, or how's that work?
Yeah, that's correct. It's collaborative replay, and what we're doing is we're monitoring all games in process, and when the game is stopped, or if we feel like we see something and the replay team at the field is not stopping it, we have the right to stop the game. But we depend on them. They've got better looks at what's going on the field. But what we try to do is allow them to go through the process and get to the decision making. We're looking at it at the same time. If we agree with that process, we just roll on. But if it's different, or if we're not getting to the right result, or we're going down the wrong path, that's when we interject.
How many years have all the officials had the ability to like talk to each other on the headset there during the games?
You're talking about the O2Os?
No, just like the 9 game officials or whatever. They have the little headsets and
Yeah.
talk to each other.
Yeah, it's the
how long
official.
is that?
That's been in play now for probably six or 7 years. It's been that long.
Okay.
But the collaborative replay is a little bit newer than that. The Big 12 started collaborative replay this year. It formally got adopted. It's always been an experimental rule. It was codified into the rule this year. And so it'll be a permanent part of what we're
As long as
doing.
you get the call right, I mean, it shouldn't matter how many replays, how many people, and doesn't slow the game down too long. But I've always been a guy like, hey, I don't care if it takes an extra minute if the call's right.
It's a lot easier for me to explain things when we get it right, and as opposed to having to answer questions on Sunday or Monday when we didn't act.
Well, we appreciate your time. I'm glad we were able to make it work on the timing, Mike. And I know I bugged you with a dumb play about kind of kicker. I forget what I even asked you about on the phone. Kicker trying to kick a ball. Well, I don't even remember what I asked. It was something stupid. I know that. But
hey, that's what I'm here for. Any questions you have, we appreciate what you do.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it, Mike.
Sounds good.
Mike DeFee, coordinator of officials with the Mountain West. We're going to have Sean Lewis joining us here shortly as we continue our live coverage of Mountain West Media Days here at Circa Resort and Casino. And again, happy to be here. We're going to take a quick time out. Be back in 90 seconds on Bronco Nation News. All Bronco Nation News broadcasts come from the Cutwater Spirits Canned Cocktail Studios. Check out one of their more than 30 flavors of premix premium cocktails at your local gas station or grocery store. Cutwater Spirits, perfect for your next game day tailgate party. Our title sponsor is rowpaint.com. For all your commercial, industrial, residential painting needs, check out rowpaint.com. Don't forget about their concrete coatings. Transform that ugly concrete slab on your back patio in your garage in just one day. Contact rowpaint.com for a free estimate today. The official paint and coatings company of Boise State Athletics, and our title sponsor at Bronco Nation News is rowpaint.com. Idaho Central Credit Union's been helping members achieve financial success for more than 80 years. There's an ICCU branch on almost every corner, but the closest is in your pocket with free eBranch mobile and online banking. See why more than 500,000 members love ICCU and join 1 in 4 Idahoans by making the switch today at ICCU.com. Since 1984, Ridley's Family Markets has prided itself on being a hometown food and drug store that employed value members of the local community. Ridley's Family Markets has 13 locations in the state of Idaho and many more in the surrounding states. Download the new Ridley's app to your smartphone, get savings up to 40% off at the checkout line, and find a location near you at shopridleys.com. Former Bronco Matt Bauscher is once again the #1 ranked realtor in the Treasure Valley. No home is too big or too small for Matt and his team. Let them fulfill all your real estate needs at BauscherRealEstate.com. All right, continuing our live coverage here. We have hit the 4-hour, 52-minute mark and 54 seconds. We got 3 more coaches to go. We're excited for this. We've got Sean Lewis, the head coach at San Diego State, coming over pretty soon. We've got Ken Niamataolo at Navy. Now he's at San Jose State. And then we've got Bronco Mendenhall, who's now at New Mexico, coming up as well. So we have a busy final 3 coaches here on our live coverage of Bronco Nation News, BroncoNationNews.com. By the way, if you missed us, you came in late, go back and listen to the Jeff Choate interview. I thought Jeff Choate, he said, I don't want to talk about it. And then he went on and talked about it for a really good amount of time. So it was very open, honest. I liked it. I thought it was great stuff. So we're waiting for Sean Lewis, San Diego State, to come over here shortly. If you guys have any other comments or questions, really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun down here at Circa Resort and Casino. We're having an awesome time, and just super appreciative of the Mountain West, of everybody at Circa, and super excited for how things have gone so far. We're at 4 hours, 54 minutes. We have at least another hour and 20 minutes left because we've got 3 coaches, and then we'll have perfect. Then we'll have Johnny and Prater come on for their segment at 4 o'clock, and Right on time, as we promised, the head coach at San Diego State. We appreciate Sean Lewis for joining us.
Yeah.
How you doing, Coach?
Doing great. How are you?
Good. Thanks so much for joining us. What's this like for you? You've been a head coach, then you go back to the coordinator role, and then now back in the big seat again.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun. It's been great to get back in the the head ball coach chair and be able to lead a program the the way that you best see fit, and to get your people around you, to get your players around you, and to pour into them. It's been a fun opportunity.
I've always thought San Diego State should just dominate. When you think about it's my favorite road city to go to with the weather and everything, and now you have the new stadium.
Absolutely.
And not to say San Diego State hasn't had some good years and some tradition, and obviously with what Rocky and has been done there has been great. But in terms of being a consistent every year top of the Mountain West type contender, I think fans would in San Diego State would probably say it hasn't happened maybe quite as much as they would have liked. I'm sure it's why you took the gig because you think you can get it there. But having the new stadium and now having what you guys have there, I mean, how much of a sleeping giant, if that's even a fair term, do you think San Diego State football can be?
Yeah, I mean, I think the tradition, right, the 21 conference championships and what we've been able to do in the past is really, really something. Right now, to have the new stadium, to have the alignment that we have with President De La Torre and JD Wicker, our athletic director, and myself, we were able to see this vision, right? And it became very clear that we were very aligned and unified in how we wanted to get it done, to be able to serve our guys and build them as young men, right? But to have everything in place that we needed to put a great championship product out on the field, right, year in and year out, so that we can be competing, at the top of the Mountain West. And that's why we took it. That's why we were excited about it. And, those expectations have never been higher within our building. And we're very, very excited about the opportunity.
I was going to say the opportunity, like you said, from seeing it from afar, I don't know who reached out first, but when you heard about the opportunity, it became an option for you. How intriguing was it, for what you could do here?
Oh yeah, it was great. I mean, to get that first call, we had an initial conversation that probably lasted, close to an hour between me and JD, and hung up the phone, and there was a little bit of a bounce in my steps. My wife was like, hey, who was that? What was all that about, right? And you get to tell her, and share that news, and you try and keep yourself a little bit, grounded, not get too excited as you move through this process with all of it. But with each subsequent call and more digging that we did, it was like, hey, this is going to be an unbelievable fit. And, was really, really thrilled when the opportunity came and the job was presented and offered, to be able to take the reins here and really run with it, and then to build out our staff and, to hit the recruiting trail and put the pieces in place that we've done thus far. It's a great time to be an Aztec.
Oh, I've said numerous times since you got the job, I think it's a perfect fit. I think Boise State fans are, be a little worried here moving forward. I mean, I think it's a perfect fit. But take us back to like when you're at Kent State and you decided to go to Colorado and you give up being a head coach. I mean, I assume you were hoping it would parlay to being a head coach again at a bigger school or power, whatever. I mean, whatever your goals were. But just what was I know you've talked about it, but just the reason to at that time to want to step back a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very tough decision. It was a hard pivot, but it was one that we felt like, personally and professionally, that was right for our family. And ultimately we wanted to, use the opportunity at Colorado to create, a little bit of, more marketability. And we'd never been West in our career. And, kind of looking at my wife, it was like one of those deals where she's like, hey, well, we're on this crazy adventure together. We might as well, make it something truly special, truly something memorable. And so we jumped at that opportunity. We took the calculated risk to go out to Boulder, and, it worked out well. And, the whole objective at the end of the day was to elevate and to get into a spot that we felt like was a better position than where we were at. And sitting here today, being at San Diego State, it was mission accomplished. We did what we set out to do, and we're at a spot with our young family that we feel super excited to be at, and we know that we can be at for a very long time.
We're new friends. No one's watching. We can talk, and no one's going to hear this. I mean, be honest with us here. What was the experience like in Boulder?
It was unique. It was very, very unique. And luckily, it was all recorded. It was all documented, so you can watch it and you can see it firsthand.
I mean, just with the way it all went down and stuff, and then now you I don't say bounce back, but like you said, you got to a spot where you think is a better spot for you. I mean, things happen in weird ways.
Sure,
but
yeah.
How do you look overall at the time at Colorado?
Yeah, I mean, again, like, without that time and without those opportunities, I'm not sitting here talking to you, right? So everything happens for a reason. Thrilled to be at San Diego State, and very, very proud of the journey that myself and our staff and my family's been on, to be where we are today.
Tell us about the roster and the team and how you're feeling this year.
Yeah, I mean, feeling good about it, right? We've had quite a bit of turnover the way that most of, probably the coaches that you've spoken to that are brand new in the league have had. I mean, 50% of our roster is going to be brand new when we take the field this fall, right? Wow. And so, able to get some new pieces in, but it felt like we really hung on to some really critical guys, and excited to get to camp to figure out who our quarterback's going to be, who are the best 5 offensive linemen that can play together, right? What sort of D-line can we put together as we're making this transition from a 3 down front to a 4 down front? Feel pretty good about, our secondary led by McEwen, who was here the past few days, Deshaun and the job that he's done, and then Chris Johnson and Bryce Phillips on the edge, will be really, really good players as well.
So what kind of style of offense are we going to see? I know San Diego State's always been a run the football, lean on the defense type team, and something tells me that ain't going to be the case.
We're going to spread it out a little bit more than it's been the case, right? But we're still going to take pride in running the football. But, we'll be that gun, tempo, spread, attack that we've kind of become known for, throughout our years of putting this thing together, whether it was at, Kent State or CU last year. We'll put that brand and that mark of tempo ball out there, and it'll be something that the Aztecs can be proud of.
I know the preseason predictions don't mean much. You don't care, whatever. It's just fodder to talk about whatever. But
Sure.
You guys were picked 8th. I mean, is that? I don't know if you think you're happy you're picked low. You think that's too high, too low? I mean, obviously not a lot of people out there giving you guys much of a chance this year.
Yeah, I mean, I've never put a whole lot of stock in that. There were some years at Kent State, and again, it's talking season, right, to where we were picked at the bottom, we finished towards the top. There was a year that we were picked at the top, and the preseason rankings, again, they're good to talk about, but it really doesn't matter. We got to get better, especially as we attack this thing in year 1.
I know there's 7 new head coaches out of the 12. That's the big talking point. But what do you make of this league and just the teams, the quality, the programs, the cities, the venues you got to travel to? I mean, when you do your research on this league, I'm sure that was part of why it was attractive too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Mountain West, outside of the Power 4 conferences, right? The Mountain West is the next conference that is right there, right? That's at the cusp, and that speaks to how important football is to all these universities, right? All the various towns that you get to go to. I think it's a great representation of what makes college football beautiful, right? There's so many different styles of play that are played within our league, and you get to go to places, whether it's Boise, it's Laramie, it's Albuquerque, it's San Diego, it's Honolulu, right? Like, you get to see so much, and the wide diversity of talent is really, really deep and really, really exciting.
Final thing or two for Sean Lewis. Appreciate your time. I was talking to Brian Dutcher recently. I do a lot of basketball Mountain West stuff too, and just talking about the NIL and we talked about the recruiting aspect of this. Where on the football side, where is I got no coach is ever going to say, yeah, we got everything we need, but I mean, where is San Diego State positioned in terms of NIL? And you would, like I said, in terms of the transfer portal, I would think you guys would be a very attractive bounce back spot for some higher profile kids that aren't playing or whatever else. But I mean, where's the NIL game at San Diego State?
Yeah, I mean, we're in a great spot. Our on campus NIL coordinator, Brendan Hill, does an unbelievable job of facilitating everything that we have going on. Aztec Link, our collective, ran by J.R. Tolver, has done an unbelievable job. And there's really been a surge in support and momentum that we've had, since we've been on campus, and looking forward to all the opportunities that have been created. And so we feel like, again, we're in a great position there to be super competitive in all the areas that we need to be to acquire and, more importantly, retain the talent that we have on our roster.
You got a great stadium too, Coach.
Yeah, we really do. I mean, that was a first-class venue and one of the best venues, I think, in all of college football that they did the right way. I mean, it's a testament to J.D. Wicker and everyone that was involved in that project. I mean, it's really a crown jewel that we can be very proud of, that we've been able to recruit to, and I know that our kids get very, very excited to play in.
I don't know, the game last year in Boise, though, I mean, I was trying to make my way to see my family, and too many people were up in it's an awesome spot, but the beer garden area, you got to get them back down to their seats
we
this
do.
year. Come
Absolutely.
on.
Well, we got to do our part, put a great product on the field, so they want to get down close to that. Absolutely.
Hey, appreciate your time.
Yeah, for
Best
sure.
of luck this season.
Thank you.
We'll Friday night game in Boise, right?
That's it. Yeah, we'll be coming to y'all. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it, Coach. Yep, there he is, Sean Lewis, San Diego State. Appreciate his time here on Bronco Nation News. And we don't have any good segue or anything. You can just get up. We appreciate it. We got a couple more coaches still to go, but great stuff. And yeah, I do. I've said this a couple of times, but I think San Diego State, Sean Lewis, that's got the chance to work out really, really well for San Diego and San Diego State fans. We got Ken Niamataolo coming over in about 5 minutes. Hopefully, we're going to get our boy Mike Sanford back, and we'll see here. But Sean Lewis, great stuff. We got 2 coaches left. We're on the home stretch. Ken Niamataolo and Bronco Mendenhall are 2 coaches that we are going to chat with. And then we're going to have Johnny and Prater sit down for their segment. We are at 5 hours and 3 minutes of live coverage here on Bronco Nation News. Again, no newspaper from Boise down here. You got KTIK, you got KTVB, and you got Bronco Nation News. So hopefully you're understanding the kind of coverage you're getting from the Boise media that is here, and hopefully that we can win you over with a subscription. I would love to, at the end of the day, 12-hour day working here, getting ready to go to the airport. Would love to go check the subscription tab on the website and see a few new subscriptions on there. That would be awesome to see. So if you can If you can give us $50, we'll give you a full year of coverage. Mike Prater has a column right now online that you can go read if you subscribe at bronconationnews.com. And again, just use that code BNN 50 deal, and it gets you $20 off that first year, only $50. It's like $3.20 a month or something for the coverage you're about to get during football season. So all these road trips, again, also one of the only outlets that travels consistently on the road for football. We're the only outlet that travels for basketball. So if you're able to help us out, the pregame, the postgame shows, all that stuff, we would love to have it. So it's my annual plea for a subscription. The least you can do is like the video. If you're on YouTube right now, which 150 of you or something are, please hit the like button on that YouTube video, hit the subscribe button, help us get over 5,000 YouTube subscribers. And again, if you're watching on Facebook or if you're watching on X, we do ask you to go ahead and switch over to YouTube moving forward here. That's the one we're trying to really load up, and again, the chat and things is just easier to use if we're doing that on the YouTube chat. So having a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to having Ken Niamataolo join us. Obviously, the head coach at San Jose State, was at Navy, and that's going to be an exciting interview. He's going to be joining us here in just a couple of minutes. You got Barry Odum standing here behind us. A lot of national media here, by the way. Saw Brett McMurphy also here. We're having a lot of fun, and it's been really cool, and talked to all these coaches. And I think that, this conference, 7 new head coaches in this conference this year. That's certainly, certainly something that I think is a storyline, but a lot of these guys have not been first-year coaches. 15 seasons he was the head coach at Navy for Ken Niamataolo, and he takes the job, and 5-year deal, and was had recently accepted a job at UCLA as the tight ends coach. He was a support staff role for a year, but 2007 to 2022, 15 years the head coach at Navy. He's the all-time wins leader, 6 bowl victories. Not going triple option though. We're going to see what they do offensively, and it's everyone talks about the service academies having to run the triple option. Well, Ken won't do that, and a lot of coaches do that. I think Troy Calhoun's even said if he had ever taken another job or went somewhere, he wouldn't run it. Obviously, he didn't run it in the NFL when he was an OC there. So we're going strong, 5 hours and 6 minutes of coverage, and we're having a lot of fun here on Bronco Nation News, bronconationnews.com. You see Mike Prater making his way back to the set. They are on their show as well, and so we'll be joining them live here coming up at about 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock live in Boise. We'll have Prater and Johnny on set here on Bronco Nation News. So do want to make sure we get all of our sponsor reads in here. Lithia Ford of Boise, very appreciative of them. LithiaFordBoise.com. You can check them out. View that full inventory online at lithiafordboise.com, and then that's obviously what the Rains family did. It's so much easier once you've already done your research ahead of time than just show up at the car dealership and have no idea what you're looking at. So do the research ahead of time. lithiafordboise.com. You will not be disappointed. And we're about 2 years with our truck, and we're loving it and haven't had many problems at all with it. So appreciate our friends over at Lithia Ford of Boise. Taco Bell, TacoBellWorks.com, SON Management, the Nicolason family doing so much for Boise State with their endowed scholarships for the men's and women's basketball program. You can get more information on their charitable giving efforts at TacoBellWorks.com, and you can also apply for a job. They're hiring. You get free food when you work. You get half your pay the next day. You get great promotional opportunities. I mean, it's a great career advancement opportunities and stuff. So if you're looking for a fun place to work and with a lot of great benefits, check out Taco Bell. The food's pretty darn good as well. Blue and Orange Store, blueandorangestore.com. Again, Ken Niamataolo going to join us shortly here. So really excited about that. But the Blue and Orange Store, the blueandorangestore.com. Travis Hawks and Company, they're doing a lot for Bronco Nation News, and we really appreciate their help and their support of Bronco Nation News. So check out the Blue and Orange Store, all your NIL gear, all your shirts, your jerseys, your caps. Make sure you check them out at the Blue and Orange Store and the blueandorangestore.com. Transportation Compliance Service, TCS, Transportation Compliance Service, all your needs and paperwork and things. If you're looking to get into the trucking industry, highly, highly recommend Transportation Compliance Service. All the permits, overweight, DOT, everything you need, Transportation Compliance Service. Check them out, transcompservice.com. And I mentioned the Circa contests. The Circa contests. Sign up, come back with us contest weekend. we would love to have you come down. We got some really cool things going on with the contest weekend. We did kind of officially announce it earlier in the show, but reach out to me, email me if you're interested. We'll get a graphic going for it, though. $499. BNN's putting together a package for the game in Las Vegas in October, the football game that is. Round trip airfare on Southwest. You get round trip transportation to the game. You get 2 nights hotel, and you get a open bar 2-hour party before the game at here at Circa Resort and Casino. So the only thing not included is the game tickets, because we want you to get to sit where you want and pick your seats. So if you're thinking of coming down to Las Vegas for the game in October, you should. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be partying out at Stadium Swim all day before the game, doing shows and things like that. But let us let us fill this place up and let Circa Resort and Casino know how much their advertising is working. We were hoping to get at least 50 of you that want to do this. Again, you get to have a little party, hang out with the owner. I mean, for the price, the drinks and everything you're getting is well worth it as well. So not a moneymaker for BNN. Not a moneymaker, for BNN at all. It's just to help our sponsor Circa and get some fans together for the game. So if you're looking to find a weekend to come down to Vegas, it's going to be a lot of fun. And we do have a secondary option. We can, Dayton, we can get you the option without the flight. If you're flying from somewhere else, we can talk to you about the price it would be for the hotel and the party at Circa. We can work on all that down the road if you're wanting to fly from Idaho Falls or somewhere else. We have discounted rooms, and we have, as I said, they will have shuttle service to pick us up and drop us off at the arena, at the game, and to bring us back to Boise after the game. Or back to Circa. So there's going to be a party, open bar, drinks, and then you get on a shuttle that takes you to the game and brings you back after the game. So that's going to be awesome. And again, we have discounted hotels and flights through Southwest Airlines as well. So get some folks together. You can't bring the kids because you got to be 21 to get in Circa, but get some friends together and decide to come down to Vegas for the game in October, and come stay at Circa, come stay at the D Las Vegas. It's also the same weekend as Chiefs Raiders here in town. So come stay for the weekend, watch college football all day on Saturday. It's going to be an awesome thing, and we're appreciative of Circa Resort and Casino for wanting to help us out with this. So you ever want to come to Vegas for a weekend? I mean, why not come for a Friday night Boise State football game? You fly down on Thursday evening. I think the flight's around 7:00, so you can work all day Thursday. You fly down Thursday evening, and then you get the opportunity to hang out, take a day off work, sit by the stadium swim pool all day Friday, party it up, get some drinks, and go to the game, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So you need to see a lot of you guys down here, Circa Resort and Casino. It's going to be a lot of fun. I am looking for... I see Spencer Danielson back there. I'm looking for Ken Niamataolo at the San Jose State coach. He's supposed to be joining us here pretty soon. I think he was at 2:15. We'll see. We'll see what we got going on here. My son, by the way, love you, Naismith. 2 state tournament baseball games today, and I was a little sad that I missed them, but I'm going to get back late tonight and be there tomorrow morning bright and early to see my son play some state baseball. That's going to be fun. I would drive up from Phoenix and take the hotel discount. Done deal. Email me, rains@bronconationnews.com, rains@bronconationnews.com, and we will get you the hotel discount link. And again, anyone that's wearing Boise State gear and staying at Circa Resort and Casino or the D or any of the properties here, Golden Gate, you get free access to the open bar party the afternoon before the Boise State game, or before the game against here in Las Vegas. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. And wondering where Ken Niamataolo is. We're getting a lot of interview must be running long, so we will. Hey, my son is watching. Says, "See you tomorrow, Dad." All right, bud. Love you, boys. Can't wait to get home. It's been a long couple of days, but we're going to finish strong here. We're really excited. Again, we've had some great interviews today. Jeff Choate, my goodness, he said, "I'm not going to talk about it," and then he went on and basically ripped BSU for not hiring him. And he said, "Hey, Dirk Cutter's back. All these other guys are back," but he didn't get the opportunity to do that. And man, that was go back and listen to Jeff Choate maybe right now while you're waiting for Ken Niamataolo to join us, and I'm stalling and not doing a very good job at it. I think here we go. He's coming over right now, hopefully. So there he is. Perfect. So we'll get Coach in here and got his mic set up, and excited for this one. Watched him a long time at Navy, did some great things there, and super excited to see what he can do in the Mountain West Conference. Ken Niumatalolo, head coach at San Jose State, going to join us. Now he's talking to somebody else. So Barry Odum's heading out. We're having a lot of fun here at Mountain West Media Days, all kinds of chaos. So, Coach, have a seat here. We are dip right there. Yep. We are live talking Mountain West football, talking we covered Boise State up in Idaho, Bronco Nation News. But Ken Niumatalolo, head coach at San Jose State, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I think I've accidentally 3 times said Navy. I'm trying to I'm just used to it, man. 15 years there, and just did a tremendous job, heck of a job there. And but this opportunity at San Jose State, tell us about that and why it was the right fit for you.
Well, I feel very fortunate to be here. You know, these jobs are hard to get. You know, I'm from Hawaii. I'm trying to get closer to the West. I mean, to the West Coast. And, you know, when this job came open, it felt right. I'd played them 4 times earlier when I was at Navy. And, you know, I know the great program they had. And Coach Brennan did a really good job with them. They have some new facilities, which I've lucked into, you know, that Brandon then built. So those are awesome. But, yeah, my wife and I love living here in San Jose. It's been awesome for us, and you know, feel very fortunate.
A lot of the folks in the chat are wishing your son had made it to Boise.
You know, my son and I had a lot of talks that way. You know what I mean? Just he loved his visit and had a great time. And you know, as a parent, you want your kids to make their own decisions. And he was committed and was going, and you just had to change your heart. You know, and it's interesting because sometimes he and I have been watching, you know, Bronco games, and like that. I was on a visit with him. I could have been playing there. I said, well, son, you made your own choice. I mean, he enjoyed his time and loved going to Utah, but it was a hard decision for him. He loved Coach Avalos. Coach recruited him, and he enjoyed his visit. And yeah.
This conference, the Mountain West Conference, I'm sure you did your research and stuff, and obviously you know what you're getting into. But what do you make of this league? And you know, you win this league, you're going to be one of 5 teams that has a chance to get in the college football playoff. And I know that's more of a realistic goal for some teams more than others, maybe this year at least. But just your thoughts on the competitiveness of this league. And I know you got Boise State coming to your place this year. Just your thoughts on the Mountain West.
Well, when I came to our first meetings in the Mountain West, you know, and as I was looking around the room, my first thought, holy crap, there's some really good coaches in this room. You know, just looking around and really good teams. You know, Boise State's been good for a long time. The Broncos have been good for a long time. Chris Peterson is somebody, you know, in my profession, there are a lot of guys that looked up to people, whether it's Saban or Urban Meyer or whoever.
Mm-hmm.
I always loved watching Coach Peterson's team. I always thought they were well coached, blah, blah, blah. And they've done that for years. You know, Coach Spencer's going to do a really good job. I was at UCLA last year, so I know how a good team they are. But this league is a really good league. A lot of good football coaches. I know how good a lot of teams are. I've played them. Being on the East Coast, I watched a lot of the Mountain West games last year when I'd go home in the evening on Saturday evenings and watch Mountain West games. And so this is a really tough league. And I agree with you. The winner of our conference, you know, is definitely going to be the 5th rank, you know, of the conference league champions. And that's our goal of every program and of our conference. And it's before it might've been a low probability and maybe a, you know, pie in the sky type of dream. It's not that anymore. It's definitely a reality now.
What the challenges you faced at Navy, and I've talked to Troy Calhoun, talked to the basketball coach at Air Force about this, and just whether it be the NIL transfer portal, whether it be the you know weight limitations on players, everything. I mean, just how different, I guess, is it for you being the head coach at San Jose State in terms of what you can do with building a roster?
Yes, there's some differences that way. You know that you don't have some of the restrictions, but there's some other things too that were different at Navy as opposed to San Jose as far as the number of guys you can have. So there's an adjustment period. But the year for me being at UCLA has kind of helped me, you know, the transition to the portal, the NIL, watching how Coach Kelly did things at UCLA. And I really believe now that I'm here, I don't think I would be fully prepared for this situation if I hadn't been at UCLA last year, because I was able to go to a non-service academy school for a year and kind of take that stuff in, because the football is football.
Yeah.
Well, but I was able to see some of the other aspects of it.
Was that eye-opening at all? Some of the stuff happened at UCLA where you're like, wow, that you could do that? Or, oh, wow, okay.
Well, the first thing that was eye-opening to me is how people eat. I mean, we basically had a 5-star restaurant. I mean, it's just amazing to me how other people, their nutrition, just how guys eat. And I don't think kids recognize it like, wow. I mean, you guys are like going to a 5-star restaurant every meal. So that was definitely eye-opening. The other part, like I said, weight rooms are weight rooms, your strength staff, and really good coaches there. We had good coaches at Navy. But to me, the most eye-opening thing was nutrition.
But no triple option. You're not running the triple option.
No, we're going to run, Coach Stutzman's offense, which, Boise State will be familiar with. It's stuff they did at Hawaii, when we was with Coach Rolovich. Craig and I have been friends for a long time, but I knew if I ever had an opportunity at another school, he was one guy that would definitely be on the top of my list to look at. And when this opportunity came, I knew he was the right guy for it.
What's that like for you as a coach? You've had a very, I know you had a lot of variations of it, but I'll say a limited playbook when you're on the triple option compared to, the things you can do with a more traditional offense. You were around that for so long. You said you had the year last year, but just what is the excitement level, I guess, as you, does that re-energize you a little bit? And just what are your thoughts on, being able to have a more traditional offense?
Well, I've loved, being in there, because I've been heavily involved in offense as a head coach for 15 years. I've always been an offensive side of the ball. And I'm still that way. I'm still in offensive meetings every day, watching Coach Stutzman, do stuff, implement his offense. Super excited. The guy is a master of his craft. He knows what he's doing. So I'm excited about that. But this is what we need to run, and we're running it because I feel like it gives us the best chance to be successful. Some of the things that I may add may be philosophical, but the schematic part and the majority of the X and O's are definitely coming from Coach Stutzman.
With everything you've done in your career, and stuff, what made you want to take this job at this point in your career? And you've been a very successful coach and probably made a decent amount of money. And I mean, what's still, I guess, motivating you at this point in your career?
Again, a great question. I mean, I didn't, after the Navy, I got let go so late at Navy. I mean, the Army-Navy game is, the second week in December. And so there weren't any jobs open. So I had an opportunity to just kind of reflect a little bit. And I reflected for a couple months before the UCLA thing came open. But my son was a graduate assistant at UCLA. So it was a great year for me to be with him, after being 3 years with my other son at Navy, who's coaching there. So the last 4 years, I've been able to coach with my two sons. So this year, I was like, what else do I want to do? I tried to get into TV, and I had some interviews with a lot of the TV networks. I didn't get any second calls back, so obviously I did a horrible job in my initial interviews. And I said, well, when I was at UCLA, it came to me, I still got a lot of juice. I still know I can coach. Probably in the fourth quarter of my coaching. I'm not a young whippersnapper, but I know I can still coach, and this opportunity presented itself, and it felt like the perfect fit.
Well, tell us about your squad that you're putting together here, and how excited are you for your group?
I've been super pleased with these guys. I've been watching them since the time we got here, working out. Again, Brent established a great culture here. Our kids went to work. They worked hard. Like I'm sure, like everybody else told you about their programs. I like our leaders in Nick Nash coming back, and Swanee Toya, our best defensive player and our best offensive player stayed. So it gave us some stability there. So they were able to be not only great playing ability, but leadership. So I'm so grateful that they stayed, but went through spring ball, got to see some of that. We're able to adapt a little bit in the portal to kind of get some missing pieces. I like where we're at. It's only July and we have a long ways to go, but I like how our things are progressing, and I think we're going to shock some people this year.
I was going to say, you picked 10th, though. Not many people thinking much of you guys this year, apparently.
I love that.
Every coach does, right? It's much better to be on that end, probably.
I mean, I was an American for many years, and same thing would happen there. And we played for the conference championship 3 times when I was there. So I'm used to this. It doesn't really mean, because people only see numbers and they see rosters and they see what come back. They don't see other stuff, which is fine. But you got to rank people as part of the deal. So I don't ever get too caught up in it, nor do I get mad, or just recognizing that come September, we all got to play.
Speaking of used to it, you and Troy Calhoun have had your battles over the day. What are your thoughts of you got rid of the triple option? You can't fully get rid of it though, at least on the other side.
Yeah, I have tremendous amount of respect for Troy and Air Force and all that he's done. It's been amazing what they've done. This is my 35th year of coaching, but I've played them 34 times, I believe, every year because I was at Navy, UNLV, and at Hawaii, and we played, the Air Force every year. Besides my 1 year at UCLA. And so I'm very familiar with Colorado Springs. We're going again there this year. That's going to be a tough win, for us to get, a tough opponent because I know how good they are. But I got a tremendous amount of respect for Troy. I don't feel like he gets the accolades that he deserves. The guy's run 130 games.
Yeah.
I mean, but when you see people talk about the top coaches stuff, they don't ever mention Troy. There's no doubt in my mind he's one of the best football coaches in the country. I mean, no doubt in my mind. So, yeah, we're kind of excited, kind of not, because I know how good they are. But yeah, I know them very well.
Well, Ken, great to have you, in the Mountain West now and get a chance to cover you. Boise State's at San Jose this year, so looking forward to head over for that game, and it should be fun. So best of luck and prove some people wrong this year.
Okay, thanks for having me.
There it is. Appreciate it. Ken Niumatalolo, head coach at San Jose State, first year in the Mountain West here, 15 years at Navy, was at UCLA. As he said, but excited to have him in the Mountain West. Mike Sanford's going to rejoin us for his final segment of the weekend. We're going to have Bronco Mendenhall here in just a couple of minutes as well. So, Mike, you're juggling the altitude duties, and I appreciate you coming back over for a few minutes.
Absolutely. How was the interview with Coach Niumatalolo?
Sean Lewis and Coach Ken Niumatalolo both did an awesome job.
Awesome.
And what do you? I know we talked about it briefly, but getting Ken Niumatalolo, 15 years at Navy, the experience he has there. He went to UCLA last year for 1 year and talked about that experience. But to have him in the Mountain West, what do you make of that?
I think it's awesome. I mean, even just hearing from Troy Calhoun, the respect that he has for Coach Niumatalolo, and what I'm interested to see is Craig Stutzman's new spread and shred offense, as he calls it, what that's going to look like. They're not running triple option. So I don't know if you had any chance to talk to him about it.
We did a little bit. I'm curious from your perspective, though, like and he says he's very involved in the offensive, game plan and play. He's been an offensive guy his whole career, but that feeling of, and I know you've probably had it at times where you don't get to quote unquote run your offense, but never to the point of literally triple option versus traditional and what they had to do there. But what do you think for a guy like that that's run that offense for 15 years to now be running a traditional offense?
Personally, I think it's a mistake. I think you should be running the triple
at San Jose
in Mountain West Conference. I mean, outside of Air Force, nobody else is. You don't have to prepare for it, and I think it could be very interesting. So, you got to think about it. Like when you're a coach, you're a head coach. Like your ethos, like what makes you who you are as a football coach, is your system, your scheme. That's your beliefs. And this is gonna be very different. I mean, you go from a true triple option, midline option at Navy, where you have a completely different set of circumstances with using clock. And now you're running an offense called spread and shred. Like that's a really big departure for a guy that's been a head coach for a really long time.
What would be the challenges, or why when we've seen this in other places too? And Troy Calhoun, I think, has said if he ever went somewhere else, he's not marred to that system either. Why do you think coaches would not want to keep it?
I think just most likely the to get the job, probably. I think he's dealt with that a few times. Like even, I remember when he was considering being hired as the new head coach at BYU a few years back. There's been a couple other jobs where Ken Niumatalolo has been involved in it. But athletic directors and fan bases, they don't necessarily want the option outside of an academy. So to get the job, I think you have to do it that way. And then also, probably recruit, like to be able to recruit to San Jose State, it'd probably be a tough sell if you're running just pure triple.
Now we're workshopping this on the air here, but Bronco Mendenhall was rumored to have been one of the candidates before Spencer got hired.
Okay.
Do we ask him about that or?
Nah.
Okay. Because with the track and the private planes and all that, there was one that went to a town where he lives and
in Montana.
Yeah, and I think that it's kind of well known. I think that he may have got an interview, but I don't know if he ever talked about that or said anything about it. You're coming from the coach perspective, though. From the media perspective.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I don't know. I don't want to derail. Maybe at the very end, I don't want to derail the interview right when it starts.
You damn near derailed Choder, man, when we had him on. I'm just kidding.
He was great.
It was phenomenal.
Hey, I did say at the risk of sometimes I've noticed this in my journalism career. If you say like, "Hey, this is probably a dumb question," but like you soften them up a little before you say it, like they know you're not just some idiot. Like
I
actually a dumb question.
On being on the other side of the podium, when somebody qualified a dumb question or a
or
riveting question, it actually made it worse. I'd rather
so.
hey,
All
just
right.
freaking say it,
All
man.
right. Well, that's what
you know.
Our first question to Jeramiah Dickey, I flat out said, "Okay, you're a minute late. Now you got to tell us about Houston." Like we just came out right away and got right to it.
What was the response?
You laughed and
okay.
So we're going right there first, huh? I said, yeah. But he said that he loves Boise State and hopes to be here a long time.
Awesome.
Yeah. So maybe that's not a live question to ask a coach at the interview somewhere else. John Mallory, come here for a second. I'll ask Johnny on the air real quick. We've got Bronco Mendenhall coming up in a couple minutes here. The private plane, the coaching search. There was rumors that he was one of the candidates that interviewed at Boise State. Is that a fair question to ask or no?
I think that's fair. Did you interview at Boise State?
Town he lives in Montana. Apparently there was some talk there that was where one of the private plane trackers went. Is it not worth it? Doesn't matter.
Do people care? Maybe. I mean, is it news if you find out that Bronco Mendenhall actually did interview there? I mean, do you care? I don't know. I'm asking. Maybe. I'd kind of like to know, I guess.
I was thinking, though, with Choate and maybe with him, a little interesting for Jeramiah Dickey to be walking around here with some of these coaches. I'm sure him, and based on our conversation with Jeff Choate and yours too, I don't think him and Jeramiah probably shook hands.
Not a lot of pleasantries exchanged.
No,
I don't assume.
Lost, but that's how it goes. I mean, Jeff Choate wanted that gig a couple of times.
Yeah.
Didn't get it.
All right. I don't know. I don't know if I can do it or not. I don't know.
Do it, man.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I
Yeah.
don't think so. I don't think so. No point in upsetting him. And no.
Let's see what the people
Of course,
want.
they're going to say, "Yeah, ask it. Of course, they're going to want to. Hey, go read Mike Prater's column. You guys can listen to KTIK as well. They got some great interviews going on. We're on our last interview coming up, which is why we kept the stream going here. Again, someone's saying Sean Lewis was a candidate too.
Yeah, I'd heard that.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that, Derek. We're getting the in 4 minutes. Oh yeah, 45. Okay, yeah. All right. Well, we won't have a ton of time with him, so we'll keep it quick, I guess. But all right. Yeah, we and then at 3:00 we're going to be on with them. This is my last 3 or 4 minutes I have you before he gets on, and then you got to go. But what? Just I know we talked to you earlier, but just the 2 days here and the experience at Media Days.
Fantastic. I think Mountain West Conference does a first class job of putting together a great event. I was really impressed with the players, the coaches. This conference has a lot of coaches that not only do I have some familiarity with or have crossed paths with, but there's just a lot of really good people. I do believe that. And you can tell the different types of personalities, the contrasting styles. And one thing I always say is over the course of a year, 2, 3, when you have a head coach, is the team takes on the personality of its head coach. And I think that, in the instance of Spencer Danielson, obviously, it's going to be interesting to see how the team continues to take on his personality. I think a guy like Jeff Choate, we saw very closely the intensity, the chip on his shoulder, that I think that Nevada program is going to take on that same chip on their shoulder and that same intensity, especially over time. It takes sometimes a year, but the personalities of head coaches do, in fact, affect what the team ends up looking like and how they actually go about playing the game of football.
I want to talk about Bronco Mendenhall for a second before he comes on. I can't ask the question the way I want to, because I want to say, like, why the bleep did you take this job? But I mean, what do you make of Bronco and what he's done in his career? And again, he had stepped away for a couple of years at Virginia. I think it was after the 21 season. Maybe he just needed a job and wanted a job and had that itch, and this was it. But
you do know that Bronco Mendenhall has a long-standing relationship with Rocky Long. I mean, Rocky Long was his mentor. This is a relationship, with him in New Mexico. It's been going on for years. Like, this is not a complete random hire. He was at, New Mexico at the heyday of New Mexico football. I'm talking about Bronco Mendenhall with Rocky Long as the head coach. So familiarity, I think, it's a good fit for him. He loves, the outdoors, loves riding horse. And I think that Albuquerque, New Mexico offers him Western living. That's what he wants.
When you're a head coach and you've been at, BYU, Virginia, I don't want to say the pinnacle. I mean, it wasn't like he's at Notre Dame or somewhere, but I mean, you're coaching at the highest level, competing, ranked high, and then I don't want to say a lesser job. I'm not trying to speak down on New Mexico, but you go back to a Mountain West conference, a non-Power 5 conference. what's that? I guess what's that like, or what do you think that's like? Just the difference in levels, and obviously the football's the same, the job's the same, and the paycheck's not as much though.
Yeah, I think it depends on what stage of your career you're at. I mean, I think even in this conference, you have Jeff Tedford, you have Ken Niumatalolo, you have some of these experienced coaches, obviously Bronco Mendenhall included in that, that maybe what they were chasing 10, 15 years ago is very different than what they want right now. You mature in your career, you see what's important, the simplicity of just coaching players, bringing them into your program and seeing them come to a place where they're better than when you got them. I think sometimes that trumps any of the big shiny objects of logos and salaries. And I think that maturity of that, I think shows through.
You've obviously been to Albuquerque, coached, against them and there. I mean, what do you make of the job and how tough it is? I know Bob Davies tried to get it going there. It's been a long. And the expectations aren't that high, which is why
Danny Gonzalez.
Yeah, and I was a little surprised that they fired him just because.
I was too.
Because again, they don't have much going for them. Like they should know. Like it's a tough gig. I think expectations when you bring in Bronco Mendenhall go up a little bit. I mean, what do you make of just why New Mexico is at least recently really struggled?
I just think sometimes it's leadership. I think even Rocky Long was helping out, helping Danny out at
back as the DC.
He
right?
did at New Mexico. It's a tough gig, man. There's not a lot of natural talent in your backyard. It just doesn't just grow on trees in Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's a tough place to recruit. I think that recruiting Texas is really important, because you're fairly close to the state of Texas and. But yeah, it's a challenging sell. I mean, I know when when a high school recruit sees a guy with a New Mexico Lobos, polo on, they're going to respond a little differently than a Boise State polo. That's just a reality.
I mean, you fly in there. There's not a lot around there.
Mm-hmm.
The facilities, I haven't been in the football facility. I'm sure it's not great, but I asked the same question kind of like about Laramie and some of these other towns in the Mountain West. Like, when you are going against a Boise State or a San Diego State or some of these.
Well,
schools,
first off, Albuquerque is a fairly large city.
Well, the city is. Yeah,
It's different, right?
Yeah.
Like it's.
But as you're flying in though, until you get to the city, you're flying over the desert and some other stuff.
Yeah, I wonder if the city of Albuquerque is actually bigger than just the city of Boise.
It probably is. Might be.
Although the surrounding sprawl of growth in Boise, Idaho is significantly more than what's happened in Albuquerque over the last few years.
But just getting kids, you mentioned they look differently at the logo. So how do they overcome that?
Well, I think I'm anxious to talk to Coach Mendenhall.
He'll be here in 1 minute. He should be, yeah.
But just it's going to be the culture piece for Coach Mendenhall. He is a culture builder. He's in the weight room with those guys. Like he is a guy he's always been an energy guy. He's very, very intellectual. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to listen to some of his podcasts, but pretty impressive, in terms of how he sees leadership, how he sees management, managing a team, managing a roster. Just a really unique individual.
And again, no one's really expecting much from them this year, but every coach we've talked to, like in the bottom teams, I mean, you've obviously been a head coach. I mean, if you're picked at the bottom, it means, some coaches, we love being picked last, but it also means like you're probably not very good or you're not supposed to be very good. And you have a harder challenge. You're picked first. Sure. You have more pressure, more expectations, but you'd rather be first, right? Than picked last.
Yep.
So what is it about, but no one is really thinking too much of them this year, probably.
Yeah. I do think they'll be surprising, even looking at the track record of Bronco Mendenhall, sometimes the first year, and I namely talk about his time at Virginia. The first year is pretty tough, but his culture takes root in that second year. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly it comes to fruition.
I think he's finishing up the interview and coming over. Mike, what's the big talk on? I got to tell Johnny one thing about this, but the altitude. I don't think I've talked about this off your honor, but just in terms of altitude and they're the Mountain West in Denver. How is the Mountain West in Denver with the teams there and the coverage? And I know they've got Colorado now, Big 12, but I mean, is there any kind of Mountain West footprint in the city of Denver?
I'd say this, it's more about the Ram faithful, like the CSU contingent in and around the Denver Metroplex. They're very committed fans. They're, they want to have information. There's just not nearly enough. And the storyline surrounding Coach Prime, since he got to CU has made, in terms of where we make decisions based off radio coverage and how much time we spend on CSU in the Mountain West versus
CU. A lot of the listeners certainly want to talk about Coach Prime and the Buffs over maybe say CSU, Wyoming, or certainly Air Force Academy.
Here he comes. He went sport coat with the polo shirt. Are you a fan of that, Coach?
Yeah. It's a vintage look.
We'll go. Come on over, Coach. We'll put you live on here.
Hey, this is your nation right here. Coach, how are you? Mike Sanford.
Yeah. BJ Rains, Coach, appreciate you. Thanks for coming on.
It's media. my dad actually is going to be coming over. I don't know if you're going to be on a flight here soon, but yeah, he's coaching high school football here in Las Vegas. Yep, 69 years old.
They're having quite the put the headset on. Keep this conversation on the air.
Yeah, here we go.
Bronco Mendenhall, appreciate it. Head coach at New Mexico. We don't have a ton of time, so I'll get right to it. I mean, why this job? Why now? Why the opportunity? What made sense? I know you have some ties obviously there and stuff, but what made this job the right fit for you right now?
It's been the number one question I've been asked today, and basically the last 6 months. I'm not sure any answer that I give truly makes sense to folks, but here it is. I really like hard. I really like challenge. I really like the transformational process. I always have. And as soon as somebody says to me that's impossible or that's really hard, I then want to say, how hard? Well, hasn't anyone done it before? One of the reasons I left BYU to go to Virginia, one of our criteria, my wife and I, was a program had to really be struggling. That was the first criteria. They had to really care about something other than football in terms of developing young people who wanted to compete at the highest level. So Virginia at that time, they were really struggling. Gosh, the average student there is a 4.3, and they were in the ACC. So, but the first criteria was how they needed change. Same criteria now for New Mexico, other than after my 2 years of staying away, I love the development of young people. But I think as much, if not more, I love the development of young people in the context of a program that needs to be transformed. That then is compelling. And so there you go.
All right, I'll make you a deal. I'll ask you a question I can promise you have not been asked today, but you can't get mad at me. You can say no comment if you don't want to, but maybe you know where I'm going with this. I don't know. But I there were some rumors, like I said, maybe at one point you might have interviewed for the Boise State job. Is that true?
It did. It was true. Yeah,
okay.
It was. And so I think Boise's a really cool program. I love the history. I love the tradition. I love so much about it. And gosh, with a name like mine, that's a pretty strong. I mean, how do you not be considered? So I was probably only considered because of my name. That I don't know for sure.
Well, you've also taken over our network here too.
I'm thinking about that's when I send an email to my family every morning. It's going to be Bronco Nation News.
They're saying,
yeah, I'm going to use that.
They said you're Bronco through and through, and but I mean, with Jeff Choate was pretty open about it. I mean, I even heard Sean Lewis's name. Kind of interesting that 3 other coaches you end up in the Mountain West that you had. What was that process like? I guess with Jeramiah and Boise State, if you're willing to get into it at all.
So it was just really, really typical. It wasn't the only one happening, right? There were others, and usually what happens in the process for the fans that are interested, right? There's usually a Zoom of initial interest or a phone call of initial interest. Then there's usually an in-person where they'll fly to you, or you fly off to some hidden location, and
that's how I figured it out with the plane tracking.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah.
Exactly. So that you talk that way, and then there becomes a set of criteria where you're one of the finalists or not, and then it kind of plays out. And gosh, early on in the process, Boise was 5-5, right? And so that set of candidates was probably one set, and as the season played out, right, and as Spencer was just doing a killer job, right, then that kind of changed the dynamic a little bit. So each job, I guess is my point, each job has its own kind of life cycle. And so anyway, but I think Boise got a great coach, a young up and coming guy with great potential who I think is a really good person. And so I'm excited for Boise. And I think the league in general, it's a cool league, right? It's so much parity, a blend of older experienced kind of seasoned coaches with young up and coming, vibrant career finders, and but all in really neat college towns that are pretty similar in resources. And that leads to a pretty compelling backstory for a season, I think.
So were you avoiding Jeramiah when you saw him here? Do you shake hands with him or
no? So I think my what might have happened too is in the interview process, I think my wife might have baked muffins. So normally when I say them, I just say something like, "How's the muffins?" You know, that's like a code name just for like, you know.
How's Holly doing?
She's great.
Yeah, she's a favorite of my mother's.
Yeah.
Melinda and Holly have always had a great relationship.
So my wife's in Montana right now, managing the liquidation of some of our resources on our ranch, while I'm trying to coach a football team in Albuquerque. And the goal is for her to join us she and I to be together by the time the season starts.
Coach, there is some connection to the New Mexico football program, not just recent and not just challenging and hard, but, cut your teeth as a young coach at the University of New Mexico. And, a lot of your influence defensively has been Rocky Long, and you guys have had similar but different branches of a similar system. What was it about that your time at New Mexico as a younger coach, the influence of Rocky Long, that it impact, coming back to be a part of the solution for this program?
Yeah, I think Rocky taught me a lot. He was passionate because he played at UNM, but Rocky was known and is known for kind of doing more with less in general. And gosh, he's an effort-based, kind of physical natured coach. And I learned a lot about daily expectations of maintaining that through the course of a season. And then, gosh, our first time at New Mexico, I was with him for 5 years. We won 3 games the first year, worked like crazy. Next year we won 4, just worked like crazy, then won 5. Same thing, then won 6, same thing, then won 7. And then the year I left for BYU, won 8. Then the program held pretty consistent and competitive for that time period. So I was part of seeing that done, and just almost by sheer force of will. It was good coaching as well, but we carved that program into something successful. And so I saw that blueprint, which I carried parts of it to BYU, parts to UN or to UVA. But the starting point has kind of stuck with me that happened in Albuquerque. So in some ways, yeah, I feel like I'm returning to give back. Not like it's an obligation, but like I get to possibly now have all this experience and seasoning and now come back and apply it to help. And what a challenge it's been. But I like our chances, but significant battles still ahead for sure, and significant things to overcome. And so to me, it's not a matter of really if, it's when. How long will it take? BYU was year 1, UVA was year 2.
Right.
I'm not sure if this is year 1 or year 2. I don't know the time frame. I'm certain it will. Like how fast? That's the main thing.
One of the things that I've admired about you as a coach and your teams is just the culture that exists and permeates throughout your roster, your coaches. What is it that a Bronco Mendenhall and staff and players culture looks like, and how quickly can you get that to take foot in Albuquerque?
Yeah, I appreciate the compliment. And so I've addressed the staff with that in mind. So I think culture precedes performance, and I have extreme expectations, and my program isn't for everybody. It's difficult. I love self-selection through hard. And so 60 players have changed on the team since I've been there. 60 is more than half, right? 43 scholarship players are new. But that's through here's the demand, here's the daily accountability for the demand, here's the reason we're doing it, who wants in. And then players choose in or they choose out. But if they are in between, they're held accountable every day for that choice. So it's difficult. My staff, my football building, is full of 14 of my former players. So my entire football building is nothing but former players. So 8 of my 10 full-time coaches have played for me. The other one has been my defensive coordinator 19 years, and the other is my chief of staff for 19. So everyone in our building I recruited, then coached, then they were my graduate assistants. Then they started at an FCS program, and now I've hired them as coaches at New Mexico. 14 total of all my staff, including football operations, personal assistant, director of scouting. So you can't find a person in our building that's not aligned with this way. And has been through it. So to your point, that hopefully makes us faster.
Well, we appreciate it, Coach. Thanks for the opening. We had a little poll. I even said, like, do I ask him about Boise State? I'm not sure if I don't want to kill the interview on the first question, but you kind of opened the door there. So we appreciate it.
I had one more. Just tell me about your quarterback. Had a ton of production as an athlete and creating, on the second play, if you will. But what have you noticed from him, and what do you see of him playing this coming fall?
it's one of the reasons I'm so optimistic. I inherited Devin Dampier as his name. I think the only reason he's probably at New Mexico or a Group of 5 school is he's shorter than maybe what people's ideal is. But man, I think he runs well. I think he throws well. I think he's a great decision maker. I think he's a very good leader. He has competition. He was our only quarterback through the spring because of injury. He received every rep, but man, I'm encouraged. And so I like that position a lot on our team. I think the Mountain West fans will see him and like, wait, where's he been? And so Boise saw him a little bit last year.
I was at that game and I was like, this dude can play.
Yeah. So that's a glimpse. And now coming and not knowing anything about him, watching him this spring, my assessment at the end was same as yours. Wow, that guy can play. And I think he can.
Well, we appreciate your time again, and best luck this season. And no Boise State, New Mexico game on the schedule this year, right? I think it was.
Gosh, not that I know of.
Well, how about one December 6th or whatever? You can meet.
I vote for one of those at the end of the season.
Yeah. Well, thanks again for your time.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
it, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
There he is.
And you're always
Mendenhall.
welcome to join us on your network here.
Yeah.
I feel like we need to get the sign or something.
My picture probably ought to be part of that.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate
you, Coach.
Mike, been a fun couple of days, man. Thanks to you.
Yeah, no, thank you for inviting me. And hey, I will. And it's been a blast to reconnect with all you guys and with Bronco Nation News, and looking forward to it's football time now.
It is.
It is go time.
Well,
and I can't wait for it.
Get back to altitude, man.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you. We're sharing a ride, I think, to the airport, so we'll see you in a little bit. But thanks again, man. Great stuff from Mike Sanford and his coverage of Mountain West Media Days. John Mallory and Mike Prater are heading over. We're going to jump into the simulcast of KTIK. And how about that? Bronco Mendenhall just confirming to me that he interviewed for the Boise State gig.
He did get an interview, huh?
He just dilled me. He just talked to me. Ask that again on the air, maybe. So Bronco Mendenhall interviewed for Boise State.
So we know who else?
Jeff Choate and Sean Lewis, I believe, too. 4 coach. Jeremiah's walking around going like this, probably.
Oh my gosh.
Bring that up to me on the during the segment here. I mean, that was it's crazy.
Oh, we're not on right now.
We're on BNN, but we're not on.
Cool.
We're not on KTIK yet.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah,
we'll do.
I'm going to add JP in the audio here. We'll get Prater in. I know they're on a break right now. 90 seconds is according to John Patrick. I just got the text. Mike Prater is going to take over here, and yeah. I'll bring in JP's audio here in a second, but then I think you can hear us okay. If you can't, JP, on any of the mics, let me know. I don't want to bring you in quite too early until then we'll hear the commercials in the background, but I'll go. Prater, we're live on BNN. We're about to go live on KTK. I'm going to mute it here soon, but ask me about Bronco Mendenhall. Bronco Mendenhall just confirmed to us on BNN that he interviewed for the Boise State gig. So that's 3 coaches in this league now that I think have interviewed, that Sean Lewis and Jeff Choate. It's kind of interesting. 3 coaches that were here didn't get the Boise State gig, and then got another.
Who's the Mendenhall and Choate? And
I believe Sean Lewis was in the mix
Sean Lewis.
too. Yeah, but
I wouldn't have hired Mendenhall either. So
yeah. All right, we're going to go live on KTIK in just a bit, so stay with us here. This is Bronco Nation News.
Delivery. Mr. Mud is here for you. For over 2 decades, the team has been redefining the concrete industry by providing remarkable customer experiences and transforming concrete dreams into reality. With over 20,000 happy homeowners served, including us, they're your trusted partner for everything concrete, from repairs to resurfacing, replacements, and concrete deliveries. Experience the difference with Mr. Mud Concrete. Take my word for it and check out the 5-star ratings on Google. Call them today.
Mr. Mud, Mr. Mud, people love to walk on us.
From the RowPaint.com studio, 1350 AM KTIK Nampa Boise on 95.3 FM and always streaming on our new and improved KTIK app. The Treasure Valley's original sports station, Sports Radio The Ticket.
A Cumulus media station.
Get in, sit down, and hang on.
It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down.
This is Idaho Sports Talk with Prater and the Ball Game.
It's about to get crazy. It's gonna be loud. This is our home. We do what we wanna. We'll go the roof. Everybody's coming. It's about to get crazy.
On Sports Radio 95.3 FM and 1350 AM, The Ticket.
Day two Mountain West Conference Media Days here on Idaho Sports Talk. We're live from Circa Resort and Casino for our BNN report. This is where we join forces, KTIK and Bronco Nation News. Mike Prater, BJ Rains, John Mallory, excited to have you guys with us. And BJ, this will be the final BNN report, at least from Media Days. First thing I'm going to ask you is just kind of what to you so far in these 2 days has kind of stood out more than anything else, I guess, Boise State or not. Go for it.
Well, I think two of the last three coaches that we just talked to, I mean, I certainly think that Jeff Choate, I know you guys had him on, said some great stuff, was told me he didn't want to talk about it, or I'm not going to talk about the past, and he spent the next 5 minutes talking about that, and it was pretty obvious that he, with some of the stuff that he said, and I can't wait to go back and listen directly because I don't want to misquote him, but I mean, he brought up Dirk Cutter's name, and he brought up, the fact that it was a place that meant a lot to him, and I think he feels like he deserved a better chance there. And so I know he said the same stuff to you guys, but then Bronco Mendenhall, he was a guy, Prater, my old, newspaper days, I'm flight tracking, seeing guys going places. And there was a plane that we thought was the Boise State plane that did go into Montana, where it was supposed to be 30 minutes from his hometown. And we always kind of wondered, was Bronco Mendenhall in the mix? And he confirmed to us on BNN just a short time ago that, yeah, he interviewed with Jeramiah Dickey. He interviewed for the Boise State head coaching gig. Sean Lewis also, I believe, was in the mix. I don't know and I never got to confirm that he officially interviewed, but you theoretically have three other Mountain West coaches that interviewed at Boise State or were interested or rumored to be interested and didn't get the job. And then you have Jeramiah Dickey just roaming the halls here, seeing these guys. And but Bronco was great about it. He said, "Oh no, I shook his hand. Spencer's going to do a great job." Choate obviously probably isn't shaking hands with Jeramiah Dickey. I don't know, but I think that dynamic was just one that I knew about Choate, hadn't really thought a lot about the others, but three other guys, you're talking about with Spencer, it's 25%, 33% of the 12 coaches here that were in the mix for that job. And Spencer Danielson was the one that ended up getting it.
All right. BJ Rains, Bronco Nation News Report. I'll ask you a Boise State centered question here. We've called this, or at least I have, a championship offseason. All the things that have happened for Boise State. Was it a championship performance at Media Days for you? How do you think Boise State held its own here over the last couple of days at Circa?
Oh, I don't know what negative you could possibly find. I mean, I thought that Spencer Danielson, as we expected, was great and hit it out of the park and was willing to defend some of the stuff that he said, and then no practice on Sundays, and he got grilled about the NIL stuff again back in there and explained himself and everything else. And I thought he did a tremendous job. And Prater wrote about it. You guys have talked about it for 2 days, all the things that happened yesterday with Genty and the kick. And I thought that was all well done and great as well. And so, I think it was, Boise State is leaning. I mean, they have t-shirts for Ashton Jeanty. Like people, I mean, they never did any of that stuff before. I mean, they're leaning into that this year, what they want to do in terms of the promotion and the hype. And I think Spencer Danielson said, hey, yeah, the hype means nothing. We got to start winning games here before it's going to matter. And I do think that, as Prater, we've talked about the switch from this hype of this offseason to, well, you better deliver this fall on these 12 Saturdays. There's going to be a lot. I mean, we're almost at the point where if they don't make the CFP, is this a disappointing season? I mean, it's crazy how high this hype is getting. And for me, is it too much? I know, Prater, that you've talked about that. That for me is like, man, there is a lot of pressure in year one on Spencer Danielson.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And it would be disappointing. That doesn't mean it would be a failure of a season, which that's a word I've used in the past. But getting to the CFP absolutely would be disappointing. I mean, look at the task ahead with the two most important teams on that campus. Boise State football needs to go to the CFP. Boise State basketball needs to win an NCAA tournament game. The mission is clear, and we're entering into the 24-25 athletic season with two great, wonderful storylines that are perfect not only for sports talk radio and hardcore fans that listen to BNN Live, but just the fans themselves and the storylines. That's the backdrop that Jeramiah Dickey's trying to sell 20,000 season tickets, raise $70 million for the North End Zone Project, do wonderful things that haven't been done with Boise State basketball in a long time. So I think it's pretty cool, but we'll see. I mean, I'm the skeptical guy who thinks that the CFP is there's 4 or 5 other teams that are in the mix. Everybody in Boise thinks Boise State is the team. It's not. There's 4 or 5 other legitimate, scary teams out there that can pull this off. I'd love to see it happen. I'm all for the big story. And if Boise State can get to the CFP, that's a fantastic story.
And we even have Henry in the chat on BNN says, yeah, funny, the media is the one generating the hype. And I guess partially we are behind some of that, but I think that it just kind of snowballed. Genty returning, Malachi Nelson, all the stuff that's happened. And I think it's kind of snowballed into this huge thing.
Yeah, it has. But the media does play a part of the hype. There's no doubt about that. But the column that I just wrote for BNN that's out there now in the last couple of hours, Nobody. It's Ashton Jeanty who's talking about the CFP and the Heisman Trophy in the NFL. It's Jonah Domas talking about breaking NCAA Mountain West and Boise State records. It's Ahmed Hassanin talking about, being this dominant quarterback hunger guy and then going to the NFL. It's so much coming out of their mouths. Spencer Danielson's not shying away from the CFP talk. Yes, that's our goal. That's our mission, to go to the CFP. So we're reporting and writing what's being said. Because these guys, it's different. And that was part of the column. These guys are saying these things. That's part of the bravado. That's part of the high roller mentality here in Las Vegas. It's coming out of their mouths. We're not making that stuff up.
BNN report, BJ Rains here, Idaho Sports Talk, KTIK, the ticket. Jeff Choate coming up, Spencer Danielson and Jeramiah Dickey in the 5 p.m. hour. BJ, where are you with the Dickey Houston drama? You and Prater talked to him. He's coming on IST. JD is next hour. We're going to ask him as well. I mean, how worried should Bronco Nation be right now?
Yeah, and I think I went first question too. I didn't waste any time.
You did. I was sitting right here. You did go first. You did.
I don't know. Just kind of beating around the bush. You knew we were going to ask him about it. Might as well do it. He said what I think we expected him to say. He wants to be here. He hopes to be here. But he didn't say I'm staying. So I think there's other stuff obviously going on behind the scenes on that. And we asked him 3 or 4 questions. I'm sure you guys will, coming up soon. Looking forward to hearing that. But I just, there's not a whole lot he can say. It's a contract situation. Whether they offered him the job, whether they're thinking about it, whether if they do, or how tough's your decision going to be. He's currently under contract at Boise State, and so he's got to be careful with what he says, because if there is some sort of internal issue with the president, whatever, the last thing you want to do is tick anybody off by saying the wrong thing. So he's got to navigate the waters a little bit, but I think he made it clear that the potential and the future at Boise State is extremely bright, and they can do some big things, and he hopes to have a chance to do that.
He's definitely going to get a chance at the Houston job too. And anybody that doesn't think that he's in the mix, he's definitely in the mix. He's definitely in the process. This process is percolating. Both Boise State and Houston's presidents have been out of the country for the last couple of weeks. There's been some issues. They also had a hurricane in the last couple of days, so the priority on that campus has been a little bit different. So this process is probably slowed down just a little bit. But Jeramiah Dickey is absolutely 100% involved in the process. Whether that means he's flying to Houston to do interviews with search committees, I'm not going to say that. But he's involved in the process. Now, with that said, he's willing to give Boise State the hometown discount. He loves Boise. He's willing to stick around and complete the job done. And when he says that, and that's not behind the scenes stuff. That's what he's saying in front of the scenes, in front of all the on the record stuff. And I do believe him. I don't believe that that's coach speak. And then also that he's got to get together with Marlene Trump and the finance people there at Boise State and get on the same page. And those negotiations are going on. And I have no idea if they're good, bad, or indifferent or healthy. But he did have one. He did say one thing in our interview with us, you and me, BJ. He said fighting to make sure you get your value is a challenge. And so I think he's out there grinding to try to make sure, whether it's a fan, a donor, a president, a boss, just like everybody else in this business. You don't have a boss because you are the boss.
My wife's my boss.
Okay, that's fair. He's got to be able to go off and talk to his boss and get stuff done, and hopefully they can get stuff done.
I don't know if you've had Spencer on yet or not, but Spencer, he said he flat out said, like, we can't lose Jeramiah Dickey. Like they really are feeling, at least on my show, he said that, like, he's done a tremendous job. He's done a lot of great things, and you're these coaches, Mike Prater, you're Leon Rice, you're Spencer, like especially a guy like Spencer who he just hired, and that was big reason why you wanted to take the job or got the job. The coaches are wondering about the future of this as well. And I thought Spencer, I asked him on our live show about just how important Jeramiah is, and he made it very clear that's someone that they need to find a way to keep around.
Yep, and we're going to ask him the same exact thing. So cannot wait to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, Spencer Danielson will be on at 5 p.m. And gosh, I hate being Johnny Buzzkill, but say new AD comes in, this team drastically underachieves this year. Head coach isn't AD's guy, and then all of a sudden we're playing those games again. Like, all that's
Did you turn into Mike Prater here or what?
Well, I've been with him for 5 years.
You're not wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that stuff comes into play, guys.
It did last year. They fired a football coach, the reigning Mountain West Coach of the Year, after a 28-point victory the night before. They fired the coach. Yes, anything can happen, guys.
Unreal.
Pretty crazy. BNN report, BJ Rains here on KTIK, the ticket. How are you summing up Mountain West Media Days, BJ?
That every coach that's not supposed to be any good thinks they're going to be way better, and that they're going to shock the world and surprise people. I mean, not one. I mean, Bronco Mendenhall did say like, "Hey, I know it's going to be a process. You know, I don't know if we're in year one Virginia, year two. He doesn't know where he's at in his process. But whether it's Jeff Cho, whether it's San Jose with Kenny and Matola, whether it's all these teams that are projected at the bottom of the standings, they all feel like they're going to be better than people think, and that we'll see it on the field. But I think that." There is we talked about the tiers of the different teams in this league. And I just think that when you factor in the 7 new coaches, some of these guys are bounce back guys like a Sean Lewis or a Niamato or some of these guys that have been a head coach and coming down. You put it all together and you all the people we've talked to for 2 days. I mean, I clearly think that Boise State certainly is the team to beat. And I think that next group of teams fighting for second place is there. And then I think there's just a whole bunch of teams that someone's going to surprise good, someone's going to surprise bad. But I don't think there's a lot of teams we just don't know a lot about because they have so many new players and new coaches, and it could go a lot of different ways. But I think there's only 3 or 4 teams you can kind of feel good talking about that you think you know what they're going to do.
Yeah, that's well said. And there will be a surprise team. I don't think there'll be a surprise bad team because I think there's a whole bunch of bad teams now. I really think the Mountain West is I think it's going to be a rough year for the Mountain West. This is good timing for Boise State to be able to dominate if they can take care of business. And there's going to be one of the Fresno or the UNLVs or somebody's going to be good. And then there's going to be a third team that's going to be somewhat surprise good. And I just think there's going to be a whole bunch of crappy average teams. And I really think the Mountain West is, with all the new coaches, no quarterbacks, no star players, I really think it's in for a long season. This is the perfect time for Boise State to take advantage of the situation.
BNN report right here on KTIK, the ticket, Prater on the ball game. You agree with that, BJ? Is everything setting up? Final question from me. I mean, I feel like we say this. We do. We say this every year. Boise State hasn't played in a magnificent sized bowl game since 2014. Every year we've said it. Was this the year that they're going to get back on that stage? Maybe you hit the nail on the head when you said the fan base at this point might even be disappointed if they win a conference championship and are playing in the SoFi Stadium for the LA Bowl. Right now, your final expectations on this thing, is this the perfect setup? They dodged Fresno and Air Force too, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. There are no excuses with this year, right?
Yeah, I mean, you guys talked conspiracy theories yesterday. I mean, you're right. It's all set up for Boise State. Not only does Boise State need this, the Mountain West needs this. I mean, the Mountain West does need to be back in this national conversation, and a 10-1 Boise State getting ready to play Oregon State on Fox or whatever it would be on Black Friday at noon.
Yeah,
that's the kind of scenario that they would need. The Friday night championship game on Fox. It's at the same time as the AAC championship game that's on ESPN or ABC. I think. I mean, you could have the 2 teams going for the Group of 5 bid playing potentially at the same time, and that could be some crazy drama on a Friday night. But yes, I think Boise State, as you know, it is all set up for them. But again, as Prater has pointed out numerous times, that doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's not a slam dunk. There's still a lot to happen. You have to, knock on wood, Ashton Jeanty stay healthy for 14 games. You got to figure out the quarterback situation. I mean, we like the depth. We like this team, but they got to stay healthy. And again, the close games last year that they lost, they got to find a way to win those this year, and you got to turn it around. The schedules, it is what it is. It's a nice home schedule in terms of things, but as Prater talked about, 0-2 is on the table. I mean, it is certainly on the table having to go to Georgia Southern in that opening game. And I have talked to some coaches here that they're like, man, it's a sneaky, that is a sneaky tough, really first game. I'm not saying they're going to lose it, but I think it's certainly a game that is not some game that you're just going to, cakewalk over. And especially because guess what? Every time Spencer Danielson was talking today, I heard him like 3 times get asked about the Oregon game. He's like, well, we got to, and he was nice, and he said, well, we got Georgia Southern first. And so if they're doing that, the players as well, they're having to keep them locked in and focus on that. So a lot of opportunity, a chance for a special season. All the pieces certainly do appear to be in place. And this is, one of those real seasons where you can say, yes, they have a legitimate chance to win this and go to the playoff. But again, a lot has to happen correct for them in the next 5 months to have that happen.
All right, quickly before we get you out of here, BJ. Wow. Tremendous coverage this week. Put a bow on it.
Yeah, 6 hours and 7 minutes is the live stream right now. We'll end our live stream. You guys will take us home for the last hour and a half. And been awesome. Appreciate both you guys. I think I even forced Prater to skip lunch because I had him too long hanging on the show. So dinner on me afterwards, I guess. But you guys were willing to jump in whenever I needed you. And it's been a lot of fun. And not only the partnership our organizations have, but our friendship with you guys means a lot to me. And so I'm super thankful to you guys and JP that we made it happen to come down here. And it's been a long couple days, but a fun couple days. And again, KTVB, KTIK, BNN, that's the only spots for 2 days you got coverage down here. And I think we did a heck of a job. You guys are doing a heck of a job, and looking forward to continuing this partnership moving forward here. But yeah, if you missed any of our live shows, we had 6-hour live shows yesterday and today. You can go to the BNN YouTube, check those out, and coverage on the website as well. And yeah, been a heck of a couple days, man. I really appreciate you guys.
Well done, BJ Rains. From BJ Rains, BNN report, to Jeff Choate, head coach at Nevada, Bronco Nation. Do not miss this interview. It's next on Prater on the Ball Game. This is KTIK, The Ticket.
Boom. Guys, appreciate you.
Thanks.
Finishing
BJ.
the BNN stream here. Been a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much for coming on, and flip over to KTIK and listen to the rest of their show here as we finish up our coverage. But thank you to everybody for checking us out. Thank you for the 6+ hours of live stream coverage. Freddie says, haven't missed a second over the last 2 days. Thanks for the coverage. Well, if that's the case, Freddie, I appreciate that. And I owe you a gift card to the James or something. But appreciate all you guys for checking us out. Been a lot of fun and great. Two awesome days. And to think of the technology that we could just do a live show, tap in the middle of it, and go live on KTIK radio, and then come back to BNN. It's pretty crazy that what we're able to do here, and pretty cool. And you look at the setup and the cameras. And by the way, I have, Jaden Finch, our outstanding intern. I wish he was here. He's not 21 yet. So I'm using a remote control. And I know at times maybe I had to get up and in the middle of the interview and there was an open seat, or it was awkward, or I'm moving the camera while we're on screen. Like, we're doing the best we can here. We got a remote control and cameras, and I think, are we KTVB or ESPN or any professional outlet? No, but are we doing a heck of a job with the resources we have for a one-man band like myself? I certainly think that we're putting it up there as good as anybody. So, not to toot our own horn, but super, thankful for all you guys for checking out the coverage. Again, please like the video on YouTube. Please subscribe if you can on YouTube and help us get over 5,000. And if you are able to pony up $50 using that BNN 50 deal promo code and subscribe, we would love to have you subscribe and help with some of the travel costs and things associated with this coverage right here. So looking forward to flying back late tonight, and then seeing my son playing the state baseball tournament at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Was monitoring his game during one of the segments there. And so I'm looking forward to seeing my beautiful wife, my 2 kids, and getting back with them this weekend. So appreciate the coverage. Thank you guys for everything. Again, go subscribe if you can. And I already had 3 people email me about the trip for the football game in October. Again, if you missed it earlier, if you want to come down here, you can stay at the D or Circa. It's a little more expensive at Circa, but for $500, $499 to be exact, you get round trip airfare on Southwest, 2 nights at the D. You get a to and from transfer to the game, and you get a 2-hour open bar party essentially at Stadium Swim and here at Circa, getting you set for the game. So if you're interested, want to get away for a couple nights, Friday night in Vegas to see the football game, we would love to have you come down with us at BNN and help our sponsor Circa out here. So appreciate again, all you guys for your support. Whenever we say step up and say, hey, go support the sponsors, keep this thing going, you always do. You go to Taco Bell, you go to Lithia, you go buy your gear from the Blue and Orange store. I do ask, if you don't mind, post that stuff on social media, tag me. I'll show our sponsors. It does work. And so it's been a lot of fun, and we appreciate all you guys for that. Going to probably take 90 minutes. If you saw the cords and things I have to pack up here, and the cameras and the lights, it's going to take a while, but we're going to get started on tearing this set down, and we'll get back to the room for a little bit and try to get some stuff updated on the website, and then head for the airport here pretty soon. Hopefully get a bite to eat. Actually, I had to skip lunch because of this 6-hour live stream, so I have not eaten at all today, and I am badly in need of a glass of water and hopefully some food here before too long. But really had fun. Appreciate you guys, all the commenters, all the questions. Couldn't have done it without you. And it's been a great 3 days of coverage down here in Las Vegas. So if you liked what you saw and heard, hopefully you can subscribe and tell your friends, and we can keep this thing going, well into the future here at Bronco Nation News and BroncoNationNews.com. So our 3rd year live media days for Bronco Nation News, and I believe that it's by far gotten better. If you go back and look at the first one we did a couple years ago to where we are now, massive improvements with what we've done at Bronco Nation News. And so that's all done and made possible because of your financial support to upgrade the equipment and upgrade what we're doing here. So looking to continue to build this thing moving forward. Excited for the football season, excited for covering this team and getting a chance to go to practice in August. And Bronco Nation News will be at every game this season, and then basketball will pick up in November, and we'll be there as well. So if you missed any of it, highly recommend the Jeff Choate interview. Highly recommend all of it. And right now I say go turn it on to KTIK. They'll bring you home until 6 o'clock back in Boise with their live coverage. They still have Spencer Danielson coming up, Jeff Choate again as well. So thanks again. Go subscribe, tell your friends. And by the way, no show tomorrow morning. I got to coach my kids' game when I get back, or at least help out there if I get back in time. So unfortunately, no Friday show tomorrow. We'll be back on Monday. We'll recap media days. We'll also turn our attention to the TBT team. Next week, they'll be in Boise. Basketball talk next week. All the former players in town, Bora High School for the big game on Wednesday night. We'll get you set for that next week, and then get back to football as we get closer to fall camp. July 31st, 3 weeks from tomorrow, is the first day of fall practice. So thanks again. Go subscribe, tell your friends, and appreciate your coverage. We'll talk to you Monday back from Boise. Probably talk to you on Twitter, social media before then, but in terms of a live broadcast, we'll have Mike Prater on Monday morning, I believe. So have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you later. Bronco Nation News Live, 6 hours and 14 minutes. We're at 36 seconds of live coverage between the 2 days. We're talking over 12 hours of live coverage. We were live in the morning as well on Tuesday. So I want to say we're probably counting those segments on KTIK. We're over like 13 hours. 13 hours of live coverage, including back-to-back days of 6+ continuous hours without a break. Pretty impressive, and hopefully I have a little bit of a voice left here moving forward. But thanks again. Appreciate you guys. Couldn't do it without you. And we'll talk to you Monday morning from Boise. Signing off from the Circa Resort and Casino Mountain West Media Days coverage. If you missed any of the show, you got 6 hours and 15 minutes to go catch up on. Have a great rest of your day.